Hello friends. This is Marvel Fiction. How are you all? So in this video, we will see, what if Avengers and Percy Jackson teamed up to save Earth against Loki? But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video. The cheers were muffled by the water, and so was the yelling. In the water all seemed silent, peaceful. Percy liked it that way. The chemical-filled liquid parted around him as he sliced through it with great skill, making a flurry of water break the surface as he kicked furiously. The tiled wall of the pool came into view and he reached his hand out to slam his palm against the metal sensor. Last year Percy had joined the good high school swim team, and then from there he had gotten picked out for the New York Monarchs. It gave him extra credit towards graduation and got him spied out by talent scouts. Percy had decided not long ago he may as well use his talents to his advantage, and swimming was one of them. Not much of a surprise. Really. Even without breathing in the water or messing with the water currents, he was far faster than anyone he versed. His coach offered him a hand out the pool. Up back on the tiles, he had his towel handed to him while his coach chattered away. Coach Tinner was the extremely cheery and excitable coach of the good swim team. Fantastic, Percy. He sat him down on a bench next to his teammates who all congratulated him, nearly all of them. Another win. I've been watching that NYU talent scout through all your events. You're sure to get in. Percy had entered 5 events through the course of the day and won all of them. His coach had already warned him that with it the start of a new school year, the talent scouts would be prowling in an attempt to find someone to hand out their scholarships to. The son of Poseidon spotted the man sitting up high on the bleachers, yellow lawyer pad resting on his knees. Behind him, though, were 2 men. One was a tall blond man who wore a simple blue shirt and khakis, face shadowed by a hat, and the other was a rather professional-looking man wearing a purple button-up shirt and plain long pants. Percy couldn't help but smile. Bruce and Steve had said they'd wanted to see him swim for some time, ever since he had come into the tower after making the Monarchs. After Hecate's attack of New York 2 months ago, Percy had gotten closer to the Avengers. Well, closer than he had first expected. All right. Hit the showers. I want you looking all pretty for the newspaper photos. Coach Tinner clapped his bony hands together. The changing rooms were filled with all the swimmers in the day's events. Percy grabbed a fresh towel from his bag, some clothes and his phone. His mum hadn't been able to make it because she was visiting a friend who was in the city, and seeing as it was a school day, Paul was teaching classes. Tony had given him the latest version of the Stark Industries phone, advertised to be released in 3 months. Percy honestly hadn't wanted it, but apparently it was that or they shine a fish symbol up into the sky whenever they needed him. For some reasons this phone didn't attract monsters, not that Percy was complaining. Hey, Mum. He pressed the phone against his ear as he moved towards the shower stalls. How did you go? Sally asked through the phone. Won all my events. He ruffled up his hair as he spoke. Coach said the NYU talent scout looked interested in me. That's great. Sally sounded excited. I'm so proud of you. Thanks, Percy replied. He was heading over to a shower stall when the one person he despised the most in the world, not counting immortal beings and monsters, Daryl Garrison, blocked his path. Daryl used to be the star of the swim team before Percy decided to join. He had 2 cronies, Richard and Ron, who stood with him everywhere he went. I'll talk to you when I get home, CYA. Percy ended the call and glared at the man. Do you mind moving, Daryl? Is that a Stark one? Daryl eyed the glass phone. They aren't due out for months, and it's not like you'd be able to afford one. Percy glared at him and breathed in deeply to calm himself down. My girlfriend got it as a gift from Tony Stark. Now please move. He repeated the lie Bruce had told him to say. And why did she get the phone? Daryl asked. Did Annabelle steal it off him? Wouldn't be surprised. Everyone of the good swim team knew about the arguments Daryl and Percy would get into. They had never been physical before, but they had come close. They all crowded around, waiting to see if anyone would throw a punch. In turn, all the boys from the other schools decided to peek in. First off, it's Annabeth. Second, Annabeth did not steal it. She's an apprentice for the architect firm he uses. Another lie. Tony had actually asked Annabeth to help him plan out a holiday house in Tahiti. Now move. When Daryl refused to budge Percy's side and pushed through the crowds. Daryl didn't like that though. He nodded to Ron, who, accidentally tripped him. The phone went flying from his hand and skidded across the floor. His clothes fell from his hands and right into a puddle of pool water. "What is your problem, Daryl?" Percy asked as he stood and clumped his wet clothes beneath his arm. He walked over to a boy from some random school who had picked up his phone and took it from him. Not getting a response, he turned away and began stalking towards the shower. "Good luck with that talent scout, Jackson," Daryl called after him. "I'd be surprised if they let you in. I hear they have a 'no poor person allowed' policy." Reining in his anger, Percy continued towards the stall. "No response?" Daryl jeered. "So it must be true." "No, I just can't be bothered wasting my time on a wit like you." Percy turned around and smirked at Daryl before slamming the door of the stall shut. The shower calmed him down. Sometimes Percy couldn't help but want to punch something. Anger had always been his weak spot when it came to bullying. After he got changed, he exited the stall and went towards his bag. He noticed a bit of plastic sticking out from between the zips that certainly hadn't been there before. When he opened it, he realized someone had been in his bag and gotten the plastic of his swim clothes bag stuck in the zip. Ruffling through his things, he realized his wallet was missing. "How did you score a chick like this, Jackson?" Daryl asked as he looked at the photo of Annabeth in his wallet. "And is that Huntress? Don't tell me Jackson has a crush?" "Give it back, Daryl." Percy moved towards his teammate. "Do you find her attractive? I know I'd do her any day." He pulled the photo from the plastic sleeve. "Hot piece of ass like that deserves." "She's my cousin." Percy breathed deeply as he snatched wallet out his Daryl's hand. "You really expect us to believe something like that?" he snorted. "You don't have to make up lies to impress us. No one likes you anyway." "Look around, Daryl. No one likes you either," Percy retorted as he took back the photo and left the change rooms. After the ceremonies for awards were done, Percy climbed up onto the bleachers and sat next to Bruce and Steve. "Good job," Bruce smiled. "Thanks." Percy smiled back as he stretched. "I have to go to camp this weekend. I won't be able to make games night." Percy, unlike the rest of the Avengers, stayed at his own house and would occasionally stop by the tower for dinner during the week. He spent most of his weekends at the tower doing various activities with a member of the superhero squad. With Hecate gone, monster attacks were few and it seemed rather silent out there in the villain world. "Will you still be coming to the benefit?" Steve asked. Percy wanted to roll his eyes. New York was throwing some sort of benefit for super rich snobby people, trying to worm money out of them for an emergency relief fund. Percy didn't want to walk around all night in stuffy armor and pretend to pay attention. "Bow ties aren't really my thing," Percy mumbled, watching as everyone cleared out. "It's masquerade. They made it like that just for you," Steve argued. "Tony even brought you a mask." "Even worse," Percy joked. "My mom has a friend from coming over for dinner tonight. I won't be able to go." "Have fun telling Fury that." They stood up and began walking towards the exit. What does he care? Percy had never actually had a proper conversation with the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. Is he going? They stopped next to the rather nondescript car that belonged to Bruce. "We're a team. We need to look like one. You can't just come for the fighting." Steve crossed his arms over his chest, a sign he meant business. "I kind of want to keep my secret identity, that's the deal. Going to a masquerade party and speaking like a teenager then hanging out with Talia might just give me away," Percy stated as he hefted his bag onto his shoulder. "I'll see you Monday." Steve didn't seem impressed and Percy flashed him an apologetic smile before beginning to walk home. It was 4 o'clock and his stomach was screaming for food. He knew that since his mom had a friend over, dinner would be earlier, and he whispered a silent thanks. "Hey Mom," he called as he entered the apartment. His mom was in the lounge room talking to Patricia, one of her friends who had moved to the West Coast. He had to deal with the awkward, "You've grown so much," and, "What a handsome boy he is," for at least 15 minutes before he was finally allowed to escape to his bedroom. Turning on his computer, a gift from Tony, who claimed no teenager should be as technologically withdrawn as he was, he sat down in front of it and checked that Annabeth was on Skype. Seeing she wasn't, he went to his bag and began pulling out his wet clothes. At around 5, dinner was served and Percy endured through the conversations. His mom and Patricia were talking about seeing a movie or something afterwards. "Do you want to come, Percy?" Sally asked her son. "I'll skip thanks. I have some biology homework I need to do," Percy said, sending Paul a playful smile. After they left, Percy began Skyping Annabeth, all the while typing up a report painstakingly slowly on the computer. He needed to keep his grades up if he wanted to get a scholarship. Annabeth lived with her dad in San Francisco during the school year, so the internet and IMing was the only way they could stay in touch. What structures serve as anchors to hold the molluscans in place? Percy asked as he taped Riptide against his lip. I don't know, you're the fish boy, Annabeth replied. Google it. I've tried. Percy leaned back in his chair and looked at the pop-up box in the corner of his screen where Annabeth was doing her own homework. But all the floating words give me a headache. Poor Percy, Annabeth pouted. Do it later, I have sword fighting classes tomorrow, Percy complained, and it's due Monday. When did you get it? Annabeth asked skeptically. A week ago, Percy mumbled. Why didn't you do it then? Annabeth laughed. Tony needed help deciding what animals to get in his aquarium. He wanted to get eels, but eels tell horrible jokes kind of like bad stand-up comedians. Percy began to explain but realized he was beginning to ramble. I was busy. Maybe you shouldn't have stayed with them, Annabeth joked. It seems like such a busy job, deciding what animals to get in an aquarium. After the whole Hecate ordeal, Poseidon had told him it was up to Percy if he wanted to stay with the Avengers. Percy did it mostly for camp people. They wanted to have someone representing them and fighting the monsters they weren't allowed. It was actually an okay job, not that he got paid, but he didn't like the media attention it got him. Already numerous odd, origin stories had popped up. One person said he was the reincarnation of Achilles, another said he was made of seafoam like Pegasus, one even went as far to say a guardian of Earth that only appeared when it was in trouble. Well, do you know how annoying some fish are? His computer screen suddenly went black. Percy whacked the screen, trying to get it respond. Clicking wildly, he began fretting for his lost work. He bent down to check the power cords, but found them all plugged in and turned on. He was climbing out when he knocked his head on the desk. The son of Poseidon turned at the sudden smell of moonlace. Turning, he found the window was closed just like he left it. He knew it couldn't have been a passing smell from anything because moonlace was very distinctive. Going to the window, he noticed it was still locked and the fire escape was empty. Shrugging, he turned around, preparing himself to figure out what was wrong with his computer, but a sudden movement in the corner of his eye made him turn towards his closet. Stepping lightly, he gripped Riptide. There was an odd feeling running up and down his spine, like someone had just dropped an ice cube in his shirt. He swung open his cupboard door but saw no one inside. Rolling his eyes at his own stupidity, he turned and found himself inches away from Clint. Hades' underpants. Percy exclaimed as he stepped back. What are you doing in my room? How did you even get in? Window. Clint smirked. Hades' underpants. Percy blushed slightly. It's a Greek thing. Now get out. I have homework to do, if it's not already gone. Gods? Annabeth is going to kill me. Clint grabbed his arm and began dragging him out into the hall and towards the kitchen. Inside he found Natasha. Sending looks between the pair, he pulled his arm from Clint's grip. Come on. Percy noticed Natasha had something bundled under her arm. What are you holding? She chucked him the hoodie he kept at Stark Towers in case his armor got too damaged to wear. It was the same one that hid his face from view. I'm not going out. Percy began to walk back out of the kitchen. Yes, you are. Clint grabbed the scruff of his shirt and dragged him back. Fury's orders. Percy's eyes widened in realization. I'm not going to that benefit. He twisted out of Clint's grip yet again and swatted away his hands. And stop grabbing me. He walked back into the hall, leaving the assassins to find their own way out. Unfortunately, they seemed set on getting him to that benefit. Clint ran up the hall and tackled him to the ground, pinning his arms above his head. Get off. Percy squirmed away. Our orders where to get you. Clint spread his arms apart and Natasha forced his arms into the arms of the hoodie. I've never failed a mission yet, and I'm not starting now. The son of Poseidon's head was forced through the hole. He glared up at Clint, who was looking rather pleased with himself. Say I wasn't home. Say anything. I don't care. Percy attempted to wiggle out. Just don't make me go. The Avengers got invited to numerous benefits. Seeing as there were so many members of the team, they usually did a tag team. Natasha and Steve would go together, Tony and Bruce, and then Clint was reserved to go with Percy, but thankfully the need had never shown up. Clint climbed off him, but before he could even try to escape, Natasha yanked him up by his hood. We all have to go. I don't like it any more than you. Did Clint have to tackle you as well to make you go? Percy asked sarcastically as he was dragged behind Natasha back to his room. Clint opened the window and climbed out onto the fire escape, gesturing for Percy to follow. He did, but he was careful not to disturb the moonlace flowers on the window ledge. "He wishes," Natasha commented with a smirk while Clint just rolled his eyes. "Try not to yell too loudly." "What do you?" He soon figured out what they meant as a hard shove in the back sent him toppling over the fire escape and straight into Tony's waiting arms. Percy paled as he realized just how fast Tony was moving and the awkward and unsafe position he was in. "Put me down." Percy gripped onto his friend's arm tightly. "Why?" "They were already nearing Stark Towers, not like you've never flown with me before." "I was prepared then." Tony landed on the balcony, not thrown of a fire escape. Tony put him down as the robots began going to work taking the suit off. Percy followed behind him, arms crossed over his chest. His mum was going to flip when she noticed him missing, and he was lucky Annabeth hadn't decided to IM him. He stalked into the lounge room and pointed a finger at Steve, who was wearing a suit and had another suit bag resting over his arm. "I'm not going," Percy said as he moved towards the elevator, too big of a risk. The elevator door opened to reveal Fury, who was looking rather amused by the whole situation. "We have SHIELD agents on the grounds, scanned everyone going to see if they have any connection to you, and even made sure there was no seafood. You're going." Fury crossed his arms over his chest. "Are you?" Percy asked, looking at the leather duster. "I have more pressing matters to attend to. I was in the area and decided to check personally if my two best agents had managed to get their mission complete." Fury looked at Percy. "I have important things as well." Percy tried to argue, but from all the looks everyone was giving him he knew he was fighting a losing battle. "Are you always this stubborn?" Bruce came out from a room on the side, purple mask in hand. "It's a family trait," Percy muttered. "Fine, I'll go to this stupid benefit, but if I have to dance I'm out of there. I need to call my mum first." Tony offered him the phone with a smug expression on his face. Fury nodded his leave and left. Punching in his home number, he left a message on the answering machine. "Hey Mum, I had to go out, but I'll be home around." He looked at Steve, who held up one finger. Percy covered the mouthpiece and said, "My curfew's 12. "You have a curfew?" Tony asked, looking amused. "Shut up," Percy replied before speaking into the phone. "I'll just crash at Tony's actually. I'll be back Sunday afternoon, love you." Setting the phone down, he took the suit bag Steve offered him. Bruce then held out a half-face mask that would cover up to his nose. Frowning at it, he inspected the sea green fabric that was accented by gold on the outside. Going into the bathroom, he changed into the suit and frowned at the green handkerchief and black bow tie that came with it. "How did you know my size?" Percy asked as he came out of the bathroom, ruffling his hair. He didn't know Tony could change so quickly, but there he was, wearing a black suit, hair slicked back and sunglasses, red handkerchief folded in his pocket. "Not important." Tony chucked something towards him and he nimbly caught it. "Hair gel?" Percy didn't seem impressed. "What's this for?" "You see, when you want to look attractive, you use it to control your hair," Tony began explaining sarcastically. "I know what it does." Percy dumped him clothes on the couch and frowned down at his bow tie. "Why'd I need it?" "Because I say so." Tony walked up and grabbed Percy's bow tie. "Don't they teach you how to do these things in school?" "No." Percy didn't like the feel of the suit at all. Tony folded up the handkerchief and pushed into his pocket. "Do I need to put the hair gel in for you, or can you manage that yourself?" Tony asked sarcastically. Scowling, Percy put the hair gel in, not liking it at all. He supposed it would help him become less identifiable. The son of Poseidon grabbed the hoodie before entering the elevator and putting his mask on. Outside, a limousine was waiting, Clint, Natasha and Pepper already inside. "Happy. Meet Percy." Tony made gesture pairs between the driver and him. "Tony." Percy tried not to hit the man. "What the hell?" Tony just shrugged. "Happy's one of my friends. He won't tell a soul. Won't you, Happy?" "Scout's honor, sir," the driver commented. Percy pulled off the mask and rubbed his face, obviously not pleased with it. Pepper sent him an apologetic smile on behalf of her boyfriend, who was busy talking to Bruce on the latest paper published on quantum physics. Clint and Natasha were engrossed in a fast-paced conversation about guns from the sound of it. "Don't worry, these things aren't as boring as they sound." Pepper started to make conversation with him. Percy liked Pepper, She was kind and was strict when need be. When you're ADHD, things like this are extremely boring. Percy folded his arms over his chest. You'll be fine. Pepper flashed him a smile. Besides, I've always wanted to know what you'd look like in a suit. You look rather handsome. Percy blushed. I feel like a monkey. Grin and bear it, Tony commented. Mask on, the venue's coming up. Don't get close to screaming girls. Avoid people screaming your name, and try to avoid the underwear thrown at you. They throw underwear at you? Percy asked, appalled. Unfortunately, yes. Bruce frowned slightly as he put his own mask on. Everyone else followed suit. Steve was wearing a red, white and blue mask. Percy stifled some laughter. Natasha a black mask. Clint purple, Pepper red, and Tony a red and gold. Wondering who let Tony pick the masks, Percy stepped out the car and was bombarded the screaming and the flashing of the cameras. Have I mentioned I don't like being the center of attention? Percy muttered to Tony, who had gotten out next to him and was waving to the crowd. Once or twice, Tony flashed him a smirk. Just walk down the red carpet, it's easy. Luckily Bruce was awkward as he was at these things. The pair stuck close together as they walked down the carpet. Percy thanked the gods he had fast reflexes, otherwise he would have been buried under the weight of everything everyone was throwing towards them. A group of girls were holding a big sign that Percy didn't have a chance to read, but he could see the crudely drawn sword on it. What does it say? Percy whispered to Bruce. That they love you. Bruce frowned slightly, and they want you to take off your top. I knew it was a bad idea to come, Percy grumbled as he glanced at the crowd. It'll be over soon, Bruce patted him on the back. They made it up the steps leading up to the venue. Up there Tony grabbed his arm and dragged him and Bruce towards a photographer. Percy kept his face low as the photo was taken, then nimbly tried to avoid an interviewer, but Tony seemed to think it was funny to knock him towards the interviewer. I'm here with Gladiator in his first public appearance, the woman said as she sidled up next to him, get into the view of the camera. What do you think of it all? The microphone was stuffed under his mouth to catch his words. Gladiator doesn't take questions personally. Sorry, Pepper came up and saved the day. Any questions for him can be asked through me. The women glared briefly at Pepper before putting her stage face back on. Of course, the women smiled. We have some questions from our viewers at home. Sorry, we don't have the time. Pepper placed a hand on Percy's shoulder and steered him away. Thank you, Percy replied as they entered the hall and made their way towards the ballroom. Inside, Percy found the table and sat down. People came up to him and offered their hands, which Percy shook, but when it came to questions he kept his mouth shut. Not that they cared. They rambled and rambled about things Percy honestly didn't care about. Tony came to the table with 2 glasses in hand, and handed one to Percy. Is this alcoholic? Percy questioned as he sniffed it. No, but if you don't drink you'll just look strange. Tony sipped on what Percy guessed was scotch. It's just water. Eventually Percy was the only one left at his table. Everyone else had gone up to dance on the floor. Well, not Bruce and Steve. They were chatting up the mayor or something across the room. The son of Poseidon stood up and ambled over to the bathroom, hoping to find some solitude. Inside was an attendant and Percy tried not to send him a weird look. After relieving himself he washed his hands at the sink and looked at the other man that had come in. He wore a full golden mask that was tinted with green lacework. His hair was black, that much Percy could see, and his wear a mixture of blue and green. He slipped $100 note to the attendant, whispered something to him, then watched as he left. Enjoying the party, Gladiator? The man asked as he watched Percy awkwardly dry his hands. They surely went a long way to make you feel welcome. Percy remained silent and moved to exit, but found the door was locked. No need to play silent with me, the man smirked. I already know everything there is to know about you, Perseus. Who are you? Percy asked as he stared at the man. Loki Lawfason, pleasure to finally meet you in person, Perseus. He removed his mask to reveal a rather gaunt and pale face. Sparing a glance for the locked door, he felt his heart miss a beat. For some reason he knew he wouldn't be getting that door open anytime soon. Percy, he corrected on instinct, and noticing the raised eyebrow he stumbled to explain, if you're going to threaten me you may as well get my name right. I'm just here to talk. He pulled a pocket watch from his suit and gazed at it momentarily. Warn you actually. That'd be a first, Percy mumbled, lifting his own mask up to scratch at his face, something he'd been wanting to all night. It was a really annoying itch, still planning to rule all humans. Loki let out a low chuckle. You amuse me, Percy. The mischievous god looked him up and down, but that is not your concern. It kind of is. Percy inched his hand down to his pocket. It's only your concern if you make it so, Loki stated. I'm giving you the chance to walk away from those petty little Avengers right now and save yourself the trouble. Percy gripped Riptide. And if I say no, I'll reveal your identity to the world and watch as your world crumbles around you, he said as if he was commenting on the weather. I wouldn't bother trying to fight me either. I'm here under a white flag. Why are you warning me? Percy asked, still not letting his pen go. I've heard of your triumphs. You fight for justice and equality, not the best decision in my eyes, but I have heard of the deal you made with your gods. Lady Hecate told me how you turned down godhood to help those who have been shadowed and abandoned. Loki tapped his fingers against the marble bench top. It was the right thing to do, Percy pointed out. Others would have done the same. No, they wouldn't have. It is a rare trait nowadays, selflessness, Loki mused. It's your choice, Perseus. So I can fight you or sit back and watch the world burn? Percy raised an eyebrow. Yes, Loki said in return. I'm not going to let you ruin the world, Percy stated. Then it was good talking to you, Loki said. I'll be seeing you soon. The god of mischief walked past him towards the door, and Percy shifted away on instinct. Do you mind not attacking New York this time? Percy blurted. It costs a lot of money to repair, you know. Global financial crisis and things like that. Loki looked greatly amused by it. His blue-green eyes twinkled with mirth. We shall see. The man slipped his mask back on and walked out of the bathroom. Percy quickly closed the door behind him and grabbed his mask. With mask firmly in place, he exited the bathroom and pushed through the crowd in a hurry to find Steve. The hero was still talking to the mayor, and ignoring the fact he was being extremely rude, Percy yanked Steve away. Loki's here, Percy said in a flurry before Steve could have a go at him. He came and spoke to me in the bathroom. He has a golden mask. Steve was taller than Percy and he scanned over the crowd. I don't see him, Steve said. We better warn. Steve never got to finish as a sudden ear-splitting explosion sent the two of them flying. The bomb, or whatever it was, made the flame it created burn quickly. Smoke filled the room and blocked people's visions, along with making breathing near impossible. Percy pushed himself out of the wreckage of a broken table and tried to look through the smoke. Percy, the demigod, turned to find Steve coughing through the smoke behind him. Put the flame out. Right, Percy muttered to himself as he coughed. Closing his eyes, he tried to find the closest source of water. When he did manage to get a grip of it, he clenched his fists and controlled the water. It came from outside, from the fire hydrants on the street. It poured into the ballroom and fell on them like rain. Coughing violently from the smoke, Percy began making his way blearily towards the exit. Gladiator. He heard Clint yell and he peered through the thinning smoke to spot the brief outline of Clint. A beam collapsed on someone. Percy ran through the debris in the direction Clint was pointing. He saw one person had their arm trapped under a thick beam of wood, while someone was trying to pry it off them. Percy pulled out his sword and cut away the bulk of the beam silently before lifting it off the person. Here. Percy's voice was slightly gruff from his coughing. He bent down and picked up the unconscious man in a bridal carry before addressing the women. Follow me. By the time he got outside, firemen had just began pouring in. The crowds were being held off the streets by SHIELD agents, while ambulances poured in along with fire trucks. He carried the man to an ambulance and was about to walk away when a medic grabbed his arm. Let me give you a check over, he said. Percy waved his hand to signal that he was fine, but unfortunately he couldn't help but cough at that moment. I don't care if you're the big mighty gladiator, sit, the man ordered. Percy flicked a glance at a different ambulance where Tony was getting checked out as well. He was about to refuse again when Pepper came up, looking fine except for the ash that covered her. Don't tell me I'm going to have to order you around like Tony, she looked at him. Frowning at the CEO, he sat down on the edge of the ambulance and took off his jacket like the medic wanted. The man checked him over and wanted to give him an oxygen mask to help get smokeless air into his lungs, but Percy shook his head. I just need water, Percy explained. The medic handed him down a bottle of water, and after sculling the whole bottle his throat felt a lot better. After he was cleared, he took his hoodie off Happy, who was standing next to Tony. Thanks, Percy said honestly as he slipped it on, then removed his mask. The Avengers gathered next to a shield van once they had all been cleared by medics. Clint had a slight limp, Natasha had a cut on her temple, and Bruce seemed to be nursing a hurt wrist. "We've got a code black," Fury stated as he joined them. "Loki's back." Percy rolled onto his stomach on the large bed and groaned. The last tendrils of drool escaped from his open mouth as his brain tried to lure him in consciousness. Rolling over onto his back, he cracked open an eye and stared at the ceiling, blinking the last remains of sleep from his vision. "Hey, Jarvis, what's the time?" Percy said as he sat up in bed and ruffled up his hair. He gazed at his palm in disgust as it came back sticky and covered in gray and black ash. "It is 10:15, Jarvis responded immediately. Muttering a curse under his breath, Percy stood up and riffled through the pile of clothes he left at the tower. Grabbing what looked the cleanest, he went into the shower and washed the hair gel and ash from his hair. His first sword lesson was at 1 o'clock, thank the gods, but he was supposed to meet Tyson on the beach at 10 o'clock. His Cyclops brother had made him a new shield. He really had to stop losing them, and he was supposed to pick it up today. Hopefully someone would tell Tyson he would be coming later. Grabbing a bag, he stuffed 2 pairs of clothes inside, then grabbed his hoodie. He headed up to the common area to have breakfast. He was surprised to find Bruce and Tony sitting around the breakfast table, talking rapidly. "Morning," Bruce greeted Percy. "Morning." Percy opened the fridge. "Do we have any more of those drinks? You know, the blue ones with the straws?" "Top right," Bruce said without even looking at the fridge. "What if we reroute the power through to the secondary command system, then forward that towards the..." Percy found the drink he was looking for and closed the fridge. Stabbing the straw through the hole, he took a long drink before putting on his hoodie. Picking up the bag and the drink, he stood behind Bruce and attempted to read the papers he was holding. "Any luck on Loki yet?" Percy asked. Loki's threat was still fresh in his mind from last night. He had denied the Mont's offer to leave while he had the chance, and now he was worried the God of Mischief might go through with his threat to reveal Percy's identity to the world. Percy didn't even want to think about what would happen if his identity was revealed. "Nope," Tony replied, "we have something even more important. We're trying to figure out a way to get several city blocks to work from the same control panel for the power." "How is that more important?" Percy couldn't help but ask. "It's not," Bruce cut in. "Mr. Jackson, sir, there is a Mr. Underwood requesting to see you down in the lobby," Jarvis chimed in. "Let him up please," Percy replied. Tony had listed a Percy Jackson under his employment list for his desk lady so that she wouldn't get suspicious of the random people who asked for him, but that didn't mean that Percy could just walk in and out of the building as he chose to. He still had to exit via the garage to make sure no one got suspicious. "Why are you letting people into my tower?" Tony asked, acting appalled. "He's my best friend, not like I could just tell him to leave," Percy shrugged. "And I haven't seen him in a while. He was doing a peaceful protest in Maryland." "Oh God, he's a hippie, isn't he?" Tony sighed dramatically. "Just kill me now." The elevator dinged open and Grover, with crutches to disguise the odd walk his crutches gave him, nearly fell over in his attempt to get out the elevator. Percy saw why instantly. Tyson was also in the elevator behind him, looking rather out of place. However, guessing from the sneeze, his almost allergy to Tyson's fur hadn't lightened at all. "Hey Perk," Grover limped. "Brother," Tyson cheered as he raced past Percy and hugged him tightly. "He's your brother?" Tony asked in amusement. "Hey big guy," Percy wriggled himself out Tyson's grips. "Bruce, Tony, this is my brother Tyson, and my best friend Grover." "Grover, Tyson, meet Bruce Banner and Tony Stark." "You are fantastic, Mr. Stark." Grover stared at Tony. "Your arc reactor energy is going to change the world. I can just feel it." "You're the inventor, man," Tyson said with a large smile. "I like your inventions. I invent too." "Yeah, Percy mentioned that." Tony nodded as he continued to look at his papers. "I have your new shield, brother." Tyson dug around in his pockets and pulled out a new watch. "You should be more careful. Tell that to the monsters that keep eating them," Percy mumbled as he pressed the button on the side and looked as it expanded. It was a different design this time. In the center was a gladiator helmet surrounded by all of his adventures with Tyson and Annabeth in the Sea of Monsters. "Wow, thanks Tyson. I thought I was meeting you at camp." "I saw him as he was leaving your apartment." Grover scrunched up his nose. "Smelt him actually." Smells worse in here than it did in the elevator. I'm taking that as a personal insult. Tony set down the papers and quickly wrote down an equation. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. You see, it's my nose. Grover tapped at it, very sensitive. Grover shifted around awkwardly and ended up getting his crutch caught under a couch. Toppling to the floor, one of his high tops came off, revealing his hoof. Blueberry bush, Grover mumbled as he picked up the shoe and worked his foot into it. He has hooves, Tony commented, mildly surprised. Fawn? Grover let out a goatee bray in disagreement. Satyr. And let me guess, he's half giant? Tony pointed a pen at Tyson. He's a cyclops, Percy corrected with a wan smile. Mist must be getting stronger. I'll see you guys Monday. Fury wants a meeting on Sunday, Bruce called after him. Can't make it, sorry. Percy pressed the elevator button. And don't even think about dragging me from my cabin. Wouldn't dream of it, Tony commented with a small smile. It was Natasha and Clint that did all the dragging. The three of them exited through the garage and flagged down a taxi. Grover opened the window so that he could get some fresh breeze in. Tyson was playing with something in his hands. It looked almost like a small crab. The cab pulled up at the base of the hill and Tyson and Grover got out of the car as quickly as possible. You sure this is where you want to go, kid? The driver asked as he waited for Percy to fish the money out of his wallet. Yeah, Percy gave the driver the money. Why did everyone ask that? What was so odd about teenagers going to a strawberry farm? He ran a little to catch up with Grover, who had already abandoned his crutches and was nearly running up the hill. Slow down, G-man, Percy chuckled. What's the rush? I haven't seen Juniper in forever. Grover stopped by Dahlia's pine. You don't mind? Nah, go ahead. Percy waved him off, watching as he raced down the hill. How long are you staying? He asked Tyson. Just today. Tyson wrapped up his work in an oilcloth. If that's okay with you, brother. It's cool. Percy began heading down. That means I don't have to clean the cabin. It didn't take long for Tyson to be drawn in by the armory. Children of Hephaestus absolutely loved Tyson, and when he visited, they spent most of their time talking and building with him. Percy didn't mind, seeing as he had lessons to do. Seeing as he was alone in his cabin, Chiron had suggested that he attempt to take over sword fighting classes for the cabin who had their instructors gone. So after lunch he headed down to the sword fighting arena, preparing himself for a class with the Hermes cabin. If you two are the cabin leaders, why am I here? Percy asked as he looked at Travis and Connor, the two sons of Hermes. Broken hand. Travis held up his hand, which was wrapped in green plaster. Why don't you just have some ambrosia? Percy asked with a raised eyebrow. See, he broke his hand in science class as he fell, but him falling made my chemicals explode. Connor held up his bandaged hands. The whole science block had to be evacuated. Not like we can just turn up to school all better. How did you manage? Feeling a light movement in his back pocket, he turned and looked at the small son of Hermes. Jimmy. Connor rolled his eyes. What have I told you? You have to be patient. You're teaching them how to pickpocket. Percy raised an eyebrow and pushed his phone down deeper into his pocket. Actually, I don't think I want to know. Good decision, Travis and Connor said at the same time as they walked over to their cabin and attempted to get their attention. Now be good for Mr. Jackson, Connor started. Or he'll set his hellhound on you, Travis finished. Percy rolled his eyes at the twins before telling everyone to get in partners. Stripping off his hoodie, he dug the loose things out of his pocket and wrapped them up inside so they wouldn't get damaged. He set the older teens up to spar while he began showing the younger and new ones some of the basics. Right, I'm going to show you what to do when you have a shorter blade, Percy said. George, want to help? The boy in question stepped out and held his blade at the ready. He showed the move to them, then walked to get the sword that had gone further than expected. Right, now you try it. Percy gestured to the boy who seemed extremely hesitant. I'm not going to bite, come on. The sudden soft sound of his phone going off distracted him though. Just as the kid began to do the move, Percy turned slightly to look in the direction of the noise. The kid's blade went a little too far and caught under Percy's thumb, so when he twisted, the son of Poseidon's hand was wrenched along with the sword. Good job. Percy looked at the hilt of his sword for any nicks but thankfully found none. Sorry about that. Why don't you guys practice among yourself? Turning, he began to head over to see who had called him, but much to his embarrassment he found Connor and Travis had already commandeered the phone. Rushing up the bleacher steps towards the twins, he knew the damage was already done. "You're looking for Percy, right?" Connor was asking into the phone. "Sure, he's safe, for now. If you don't send 200 boxes of Oreos to." "Give me that." Percy made a wild snatch for the phone, but Connor easily passed it to Travis, who continued the conversation. "To Delphi Strawberry Farm, he won't make it to daybreak. And they can't be those disgusting ice cream Oreos either, they have to be double stuffed." "Give me the phone." Percy dropped his sword and wrenched Travis's hand away from his ear before snatching it back. "Ruin all the fun," Travis muttered. Percy glared at the two before putting the phone up to his ear. "Please tell me this is Tony," Percy muttered as he bent to pick up his sword. "You should take better care of your phone." Fury spoke from the other end. "Who was that?" "Some friends." Percy put the phone between his ear and shoulder as he corrected someone's grip on their sword. "Just ignore them." "I plan to." Fury didn't seem impressed. "I need you to come in." Percy minimized his sword and readjusted the phone against his ear. "Why? If New York isn't being burnt to the ground." "We need to brief you on Loki," Fury stated. "He's obviously taken an interest in you, and since you denied him, you'll be his first target." "He's as crazy as a cat lady," Percy said in return. "That's all I need to know, right?" "There's a lot we didn't let the media put out," Fury said. "When can you make it?" Percy gazed at Chiron, who waved him over. Percy sighed into the phone. "Monday." "I mean today, Jackson," Fury said in annoyance. "Can't do today, sorry." Percy frowned apologetically at Chiron, who just gave a knowing smile in return. He was about to say something else when the twins came up behind him and snatched the phone out his hands again. "Guys," Percy groaned, "he's not going to give you Oreos." "Connor, Travis, give Percy back his phone please," Chiron smiled. "One moment." Travis held up a hand. "Yeah, furious person, back to the Oreos." "Now, Travis," Chiron sighed. "Wouldn't want to be stuck with Peleus feeding duty again, would you?" Travis frowned but handed back the phone anyway. "If I hear one more goddamn thing about Oreos, Jackson, I swear," Fury growled through the phone. "Painful death and all that stuff, I know," Percy nodded. "Damn, now I feel like Oreos." "Jackson," Fury growled. "Right, I'll be at the tower at 5, Percy sighed before hanging up. "Sorry, Chiron." "It's all right, Percy." Chiron gave him a small smile. "I was just going to tell you Blackjack's leg is fully healed. The crab that had snipped him had cut through his Pegasus tendons, muscles and flesh right down to the bone. It was very slow-going work to make sure everything healed as it should." "Awesome, I'll fly with him tonight." Percy threw a glance over his shoulder at the Hermes children. "I should get back." "I think Samson is trying to balance a sword on his palm," Chiron frowned. Waving his mentor goodbye, Percy quickly jogged over to Samson and grabbed the sword as it began to topple dangerously to the side. "Right, sorry," Percy said awkwardly. "Whoever gets me double-stuffed Oreos in the next 5 minutes can prank call any Avenger of their choice." Travis cupped his hands and yelled. "And some milk," Connor echoed. Most of the cabin miraculously went to scour the camp for Oreos. Percy stared at the twin brothers in disbelief. "Oreos, really?" Percy questioned as he picked up his jacket and slipped his phone back into his pocket. "We get cravings," they shrugged at the same time. "Okay." Percy shrugged. "Have fun with your Oreos." Going to his cabin, he changed into his board shorts and dumped all of his things onto an empty bunk. Grabbing a towel and his stash of coke, he headed down to the beach. Dumping his things on the beach, he dived into the water. He swam out deep and sat down on the sand. Percy loved sitting on the ocean floor and watching the fish and life go on around him. Occasionally some cheery dolphins would come up to him and start up a conversation, sharing the news from his father's palace. He walked out the water an hour later and sat down on his towel, cracking open a can of coke he spread out on the sand. "Hey Perk," he heard Grover say. "Hey," Percy responded as he held up his empty coke can. "Here." "Thanks." Grover sat down next to him on the towel. "How was Juniper?" Percy asked as he opened another can. "Great, she missed me though," Grover smiled. "I hear the Hermes cabin's having a movie night tonight, you want to come?" Percy frowned. "I can't, Avenger stuff." He played with the sand. "Maybe I can get Bruce to do my homework. Speaking of homework, I should do it. So glad I don't have to go to school anymore." Grover munched on his can happily. though I do miss the enchiladas. When don't you miss enchiladas? The pair stood up and Percy rolled up his towel. And the cafeteria trays. Grover trailed off, staring into space. Hey, Grover, Percy clicked his fingers in front of his friend's face. I'll see you tomorrow. CYA, Grover smiled and gazed at Percy's half-full can. You going to finish that? Percy handed over the can and went to his cabin to get change. Chucking on his hoodie and slinging a bag of fresh clothes over his shoulder, he went and said goodbye to Tyson before going to the stables. Thank the gods, he's going to fly, one of the Pegasus, Buttercup complained. He hasn't stopped his whining. Blackjack, Percy muttered as he opened the door, honestly? You try being cooped up all day. Blackjack pranced out the stables. Where to? Just to the tower, Percy replied as he hoisted himself up onto his back, and don't even think about stopping outside the donut shop. But I really need one, Blackjack whined as he walked out of the stables and began his run up. Percy had a sudden image of himself landing Blackjack in a parking spot, then walking into a donut shop, hood and all, to buy his horse something. Shaking the image from his mind, he flicked up his hood and gazed at the city below. Blackjack seemed happy to fly again because he dived down low along the water and kept low to the buildings. You're such an attention seeker, Percy laughed at his friend. I can't help it if they love me, Blackjack snorted as he landed on the roof of Stark Towers. You should see the t-shirts, Percy laughed. I have t-shirts? Blackjack neighed happily. What have I started? Percy shook his head in a joking manner. I'll need a lift back. Just call. Blackjack began stretching out his wings to fly again. Stepping into the elevator, he took off his hood and pressed the button for his room. After replacing all his dirty clothes with new ones, he grabbed a new jacket and left the building. It didn't take him long to walk home. His mother and Paul were at home cooking together in the kitchen. Hey Mom, Percy said after dumping his bag in the laundry. Hey Paul. Hi Percy, Paul smiled. Are you staying for dinner? No, sorry. Percy opened the cupboard. Do we have any Oreos? Doesn't matter, found them. Percy stuffed the Oreos into his backpack containing his homework. A package came for you, Sally said as she stirred a pot. It's in the lounge room. Heading into the lounge room, he found a rather basic delivery box, about 15 by 15, sitting on the table. Peeling away the tape that surrounded it, he looked at the delivery slip. Shrugging, he opened it and picked up the piece of plain white paper that rested on top of the white peanut foam. You've made your choice, now watch your world crumble. Percy froze. Hesitantly, he called out to his mother. Who delivered this? The worry must have slipped into his voice because his mother came into the lounge room. The mailman. Sally looked at the white peanut foam. I thought maybe you'd ordered some jewelry for Annabeth, guessing from the size. I didn't order anything. Percy hesitantly began to part the foam. His hand hit something hard and he pulled it out. It was an ornate little jewelry box. Are you sure? Sally asked. Percy hesitantly opened the box and stared at what rested on the black velvet within. A silver bracelet glinted in the light, while the scythe attached to the bottom stared up at Percy like Kronos himself. An image of Selena Beauregard lying dead in Clarissa's armor flashed in front of him. I have to go. Percy shut the box and put it back in the packing foam. Percy, what's wrong? Sally asked, concerned. I don't know. Percy picked up his abandoned backpack. It's probably nothing. I'll be back Sunday night. Okay Percy, just be careful. Sally gave him a small knowing smile. I'll try. Percy hugged her lightly before heading out. He knew it had to be Loki. Who else would be able to find out about it, let alone find the necklace? What did it mean? Was he going to stir Kronos? Was there another spy at the camp? Hailing down a taxi, he gave the address for a burger joint just around the corner from the tower. Paying the driver, he got out and walked around the side for the garage entrance for the tower. Swiping the card Tony had given him in front of the sensor, he entered and rode the elevator up to the communal area. You're early, Steve commented from where he sat drawing. Where are the others? Percy asked. Bruce and Tony are in the lab. I think Clint and Natasha are in the gym. I think. Steve closed his sketchbook. Why? This got sent to my house. Percy set it on the table and handed the card to Steve before lifted out the jewelry box. Loki sent you a bracelet? Steve looked at the box on the table. Picking it up, he nearly dropped it as it suddenly changed into an old-timey pocket watch, open to reveal a picture of a rather beautiful woman. Steve seemed to remain silent for a moment before standing. Jarvis. Call in everyone, Fury as well, he'll want to take a look at this. I don't even know what this is. Percy took the box from Steve and watched as it returned back to the scythe. He's threatening us with jewelry? I don't know. Steve gazed at the box and looked up as Clint and Natasha strode into the room, looking sweaty from their workouts. You called us up here for a bracelet? Clint looked at the box in Percy's hand. The son of Poseidon offered it up to him and Clint took it, surprised to see the bracelet transform into a ticket for the carnival. He had a far-off look in his eyes momentarily before he passed the box to Natasha. Before anyone could see what was in it, she snapped it shut. He's threatening us. Natasha set the box down on the table, the elevator dinged and Bruce and Tony stepped out. Tony had a large amount of oil smudged on his arms, shirt and a slight bit on his face, while Bruce was perfectly clean as usual. He's finding out weaknesses. Who? Bruce asked as he folded his arm over his chest. Loki. Percy handed the box up and watched as Bruce opened it, a look of longing crossing over his face momentarily. Handing it over to Tony, everyone watched as he pulled out a vial filled with little shards of metal. Holding it up at eye level, he rotated it around and watched as the metal moved around. Setting it back in the box, he handed it to Percy. They were silent for a moment before Bruce dared to speak. He's telling us he knows us. Bruce looked at the box. That knows exactly how to mess with our heads. Well, he's succeeding, Tony muttered as he sat down and inspected the package box. He's had months to plan this. He's not going to mess around this time. What's the problem this time? Fury asked as he strutted out of the elevator. How did you get here so fast? Percy couldn't help but ask. I was already on my way, Fury said in answer. What is it, Captain? We think Loki sent this to Percy. Steve nodded towards the box. Everyone parted for Fury as he picked up the box, watching to see if it would change into anything. Seeing that it remained the same silver bracelet, he raised a singular eyebrow. It changes with whatever one of us touches it. Steve politely took the box off the director and showed him as it changed into the pocket watch again. I don't like this one bit, Fury stated, setting the box down. I'll send it to the lab to be looked at. I want to know what they all become. This obviously has some symbolism behind it. Loki isn't very good at giving gifts. He gave me shrapnel. Who gives a guy shrapnel? Tony snorted as he stood and headed towards the bar. Banner? Fury asked. A necklace. Bruce crossed his arms over his chest. It belonged to Betty Ross. I've got a circus ticket, Clint said, gaze cold. Ooh, circus ticket, scary, Tony said dramatically. Anybody have any food? Percy dug through his backpack and chucked the Oreos to Tony. Fury looked at them like they were the devil's work. Scotch and Oreos, let's try it, Tony smirked. He gave me a match. Natasha glared at the box. And you? Fury raised an eyebrow. What does the bracelet mean? It belonged to someone who used to spy on Camp Half-Blood. Percy picked it up out of the box. It's Kronos' symbol. This is what I'm here to warn you about. Fury watched as Percy set the necklace down and took an Oreo from the packet. He will try and mess with your head. It's how he works. He's done it before. He'll do it again. Do not underestimate him. Don't listen to a word he says. Percy dusted off his hands and fished through the box for the note. Handing it to Fury, he swallowed his mouthful of cookie before speaking. He's talking directly to me, Percy explained. That's why he sent it to me, not any of you guys. Why you? You haven't done anything to him. Natasha sat down. Maybe he doesn't like Greeks. Percy shrugged and moved in for another cookie. Where's Thor when you need him? Sending him to give Loki the "you're better than this" speech isn't going to work this time. Tony finished off his glass. Didn't work last time either, did it? Let's just track him down and have Hulk beat the crap out of him like last time. I can agree with that. Clint nodded in cold agreement. How are we going to find him? Percy questioned. I'll have the labs see if they can pick up any clues from the package. Fury put the jewelry box back into the delivery box. I'll contact you if we find anything. Just as Fury had left, Steve's phone began to ring. Percy flickered a glance over to the screen and he read the number. I wouldn't answer that, he commented. It's probably Travis. Who? Steve asked, hanging up. He stole my phone and tried to ransom me off for Oreos. Percy shrugged as he took up one of the cookies. Is that a normal occurrence? Steve asked with a raised eyebrow. They do play a lot of food-related pranks now that I think about it. Percy dug around in his backpack, looking for his homework. Who knows anything about Maleska? Where did that come from? Clint asked. I have a report due. I figured if I have two genius at my disposal, may as well use them, Percy smiled. You just found out a deity might destroy the world and you're worried about homework? Clint asked, eyebrow raised. That'd be fun, explaining that to my biology teacher. Sorry sir, I couldn't do my homework because I'm actually part of the Avengers and a crazy man might be attempting to take over the world. Percy rolled his eyes. Better than saying the dog at it, Tony shrugged. His pen tapped furiously against the table while his foot rocked against the floor. A bird flying outside the window held his interest for a moment before he flickered his gaze towards the whiteboard. His marine biology teacher, Mr. Humphreys, was going over the night's homework on the board, but as expected that didn't hold his attention for long. Letting his gaze roam around the room, he jumped slightly as a song broke through the brief silence in the room. Looking down at his pocket, he blushed a deep scarlet as he realized it was his phone. His teacher raised an eyebrow at him while the class giggled and chuckled among themselves at the sound. Turn that phone off before I take it from you, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Humphreys frowned. Sorry sir, Percy muttered as he looked at the caller ID. Turning the phone onto silent, he put it back into his pocket and hurried to scribble down the homework before the final bell went. Packing away his things, he left as the bell went. Pulling out his phone, he checked through to see if Tony had left a voice message, but found his inbox empty. Shrugging, he hefted his bag higher onto his shoulder and headed out onto the school grounds. Percy, the son of Poseidon, turned at the sound of his name to see Nico leaning against a tree. Hey Nico. Percy walked up to his cousin. I thought you were staying with your dad for a while? Nico shrugged carelessly. Demeter decided to drop in to see if there was any way she could lighten up the place for Persephone. The son of Hades shuddered. I did not want to be a part of that. Percy chuckled lightly as he began walking out the school gates. I have swim practice, unless you want to watch me do laps. Maybe I'll go find Talia, Nico commented. Isn't she in Canada? Percy personally didn't keep in touch with his elder cousin when she was doing her hunter's duty. All the information on her whereabouts he got from Annabeth. Easy way to tell, Nico shrugged as he neared someone wearing a t-shirt decorated with silver arrows, the modern symbol of Talia. It was really sad how fast the t-shirt and merchandise franchises started up, and seeing as they weren't trademarked names, anything went. Excuse me, is it true that the Huntress is in New York? He asked the girl. She looked him up and down, spotted the skull ring, a rather hot item at the moment, and answered with a pleased smile. Yeah, she's down in the Bronx or something. There's your answer, Nico said in return as they continued to walk towards the pool arena. That would have been awkward if she didn't know, Percy laughed as he crossed the street. For you maybe, Nico shrugged as he flipped the bird at a taxi driver who honked at him for taking too long to cross the street. I wouldn't have cared less. I've noticed, Percy smiled over his shoulder at his cousin. I saw you on the news. Nico pushed through the afternoon crowds to keep in stride with his cousin. That hair didn't suit you. Percy rolled his eyes. You're a fashion expert now? You looked like an Italian gangster gone wrong, Nico commented. Apparently I looked very handsome, Percy trailed off. Did Pepper tell you that? Nico laughed. So what if she did? Percy retorted as he stopped outside the swimming arena. Doesn't matter. Nico folded his arms over his chest. Are you coming to camp this weekend? Yeah, if Fury doesn't drag me away again. Percy looked at his watch. I have to go. Want to grab a pizza? Meet me on the tower roof at around 7:30? Sure. Nico offered a small wave. The swim practice was long and grueling. States was coming up and Percy had been appointed to nearly every single event the team had agreed to take part in. He lost counts of how many times he swam up and down the same pool, but he knew it was too many. When practice did eventually finish at 6:30, all Percy could think about was oily pizza. Unfortunately, it seemed Tony had other ideas. When he finally got around to checking his phone, he found he had 12 missed phone calls and several new text messages. Scrolling through the text messages, he found they all said the same thing: get to the lab ASAP. Gazing up at the skyline, he noticed nothing was burning, and when he walked past a TV store, he saw there was no news of a horrible catastrophe on the news. 20 minutes later, he found himself standing in the doorway of Tony's lab. He had never been on this level before because it was apparently a strictly genius-only area. The walls were lined with all the previous Iron Man suits, along with various cabinets covered in highly flammable stickers. His cars were spread out at the back of the room, while closer to the elevator were his desks and actual workspaces. Bruce sat working on something, while Tony was looking at something on a computer screen. Dumping his bag on a desk, Percy walked up behind the billionaire. "What's the emergency?" Percy asked the billionaire. "I've been asking that question for 3 hours and he still hasn't answered me," Bruce commented from his work table. "Patience, jolly green." Tony spun around in his chair. "It seems S.H.I.E.L.D's been busy." "They're always busy." Bruce turned to face his friends. "The files took me 2 hours to unencrypt." Tony brought up numerous holographic files. Percy crossed his arms over his chest. "You hacked S.H.I.E.L.D's files?" "It was sitting there. I took it as a challenge." Tony shrugged. "Has S.H.I.E.L.D. ever talked to the director of your camp?" Percy scratched his chin as he answered. "Not that I know of." "That's what I thought." Tony smirked. "They've been secretive again." Bruce stood up and walked over to the two of them. "They're a previously top-secret government branch. Of course they've been secretive." "Are you going to show me or are you going to keep rambling?" Percy asked. "Right. Okay." Tony cut him off. "Here we go. Jarvis, bring up all the recently downloaded files." "Does that include the latest online Playboy?" Jarvis said with a hint of sarcasm. "I don't want to scar the boy. He's probably never seen boobs in his life." Percy scowled at Tony. "The S.H.I.E.L.D. files." 5 different things popped up onto the screen. They looked like normal document files labeled with levels 1 through to 5, then a single file labeled Omega. "These are the files of Project Omega," Tony said as he opened the file level 5 with a flick of a hand. "Look familiar?" It looked like a biography of some sort. Percy's dyslexia got the better of him with the tiny script and small spaces, but it was easy to see who it was about. His own school photo stared back at him, smiling weakly. "Did they have to use the school photo?" Percy scowled. "I look like I just farted, geez." Tony raised an eyebrow. "That's all you got out of it? For a genius you forget the tiniest things." "I'm dyslexic." Percy rolled his eyes. "I'm guessing it's a S.H.I.E.L.D. file on me?" "Age, schools, grades, family history, permanent record, likes, dislike, personality review." Bruce trailed off. "It's like everyone else's S.H.I.E.L.D. files." "Personality review?" Percy asked. "Interest peaking? What does it say?" "Dumb, ignorant, rash." Tony began to list. "Rash, resourceful, self-sacrificing, quick to anger," Bruce said shortly, cutting off Tony's playful lies. "Is there a point to all of this, Tony?" "Fine." Tony opened the level 5 file wider, showing pictures of Talia and Nico. "These are people they considered to be the most powerful demigods." "Nico's going to get a kick out of that," Percy smiled. "All these files contain reported demigods. Level 1 being the least powerful, level 5 most powerful." Tony opened up all the files, letting the holographic reports float around them. Every single person in the files Percy recognized, whole life story and everything. Like this one on someone called Pollux Beauvale, level 2. Percy looked at the photo of the child of Dionysus, brow crinkling in confusion. Apparently suspected child of Dionysus, brother deceased as of August 18, 2010, Tony read, B average student, currently studying at a community college. Percy watched as photos of Pollux exiting a car at the base of camp came up. How did they get this? Did they have camp scoped out? "And here's another for Butch Trent." Tony brought up a new file. "I found this one interesting. Shaved head, face like a pile of bricks, and yet he has a rainbow tattoo." "Don't mention that to him," Percy muttered. "He's rather touchy about it. Why would S.H.I.E.L.D. want files on him?" "They have files on everyone," Tony commented. "These were added after you joined our little boy band. They obviously found it in their best interest to catalog everything to do with your camp." "What's in the Omega file?" Bruce asked as he pointed towards the remaining file. "Seems they've been keeping an eye on your family as well." Tony spread open the last file to reveal photos of different gods. Percy checked them off in his mind. Apollo, Hermes, Triton, Artemis, Zeus, Hera and Poseidon. "The gods I can understand," Percy said as he continued to look at the level files, "not the demigods." "That kid there looks like he couldn't even hurt a fly." Tony pointed to Harvey, the son of Ares. "Harvey has a mean swing." Percy couldn't help but say. "Those photos are taken at the base of Half-Blood Hill." Percy stared at the photos of various campers getting out of different vehicles. Demigods don't pose a threat to mortals. Why do they care who demigods are? Who knows? Tony shrugged, suddenly smiling like a child on Christmas. This is one thing I can't make of. S.H.I.E.L.D. seems to have found interest in strawberries. The billionaire tapped at his phone and swiped away the files. Video feeds took their place and Percy's eyes widened as he saw where it was. All 20 of the feeds showed different points at camp. The forge, dining hall, forest, entrance, cabins. They even had a camera outside the bathrooms. Why would S.H.I.E.L.D. want to spy on strawberry fields? Bruce asked as he twisted his wireframe glasses in his grip. That's the mist. Percy stared at the feed of the dining pavilion and watched as campers filed out. It's actually camp. That's unfair. I want to see this camp of yours, Tony complained like a child. Percy paused for a moment. Let's see if this works. He clicked his fingers like he had seen Talia do in the past. Bruce put his glasses back on and stared at the cameras in wonder. Tony cocked his head to the side and got a far-off look in his eyes. Percy felt the anger bubble up within him. They shouldn't be spying on camp. It wasn't a place for mortals. Crossing his arms over his chest, he stared at the different feeds. Ooh, look, they have old feeds. Tony tapped through his phone again. You wear their Sunday, right? Tony. Percy tried to deter the man from digging into camp life more than he had to. Let's see. Tony opened a file. Are you balancing a sword on your nose? A video of Percy in the amphitheater came up on a larger screen. It showed him with Grover, Travis, Connor and Clarice. The other 4 were sitting up in the stands while he was attempting to balance his sword on his nose. It had been a bet, the only way to get Hermes and Ares on his team for Capture the Flag. They shouldn't have these. Percy glared at the screens. How did they even get them in? Demigods are everywhere, someone said from above them, and the trio looked up to watch Clint climb out of the air vents, Natasha following behind him. You got a demigod to do this? Percy waved his hand at the screen. No demigod would do this. Not Greek. Natasha argued in return. You let a Roman into camp? Percy asked, surprised and shocked before his train of thought suddenly changed. Camp isn't a place for mortals to see. It's things like that that makes us wonder what you don't want us to see, Clint replied. I don't think they'd want to see this, Tony chimed in. It's disturbing on so many levels. Percy looked at the video of him and Annabeth kissing on the sand. Blushing deeply, he averted his eyes and attempted to snatch Tony's phone out his hand. It was from the school holidays before Annabeth went back home. Are you kissing or eating each other's faces? Tony easily blocked the teenager's attempts to get the phone. It's hard to tell the difference. I want those cameras gone, Percy said as he gave up on getting the phone. Natasha raised an eyebrow. We're not getting rid of them. I'll smash them then, Percy retorted. Camp Half-Blood is not for mortals. That's why we have borders. Well, once a pizza man broke through them, but at least that was by accident. We're just observing. Clint didn't seem at all deterred by Percy's annoyance. That's why you have files on all the demigods, Percy raised an eyebrow. For observation? It's like having files on every foreigner person just because they're not American. Unlike demigods, most foreigners' people don't pose a threat to the nation. Natasha looked Percy straight in the eye. Oh yes, we're planning an attack on America, Percy said sarcastically. If you haven't noticed, we live in America. We grew up in America. You can never be too careful, Clint retorted. You don't get it, we're not going to hurt people. Percy threw his arms up in annoyance, not on purpose anyway. That's comforting. Tony chimed in. If Lord Zeus found out, he'd blow a fuse. Percy gazed up at the sky. And Mr. D would turn you all in dolphins, maybe birds, it depends on his mood. I'm going to be up on the roof calling Chiron, telling him to get rid of the cameras. We'll just put more in. Natasha didn't seem at all fazed. Waste of money. Percy yelled as he stepped into the elevator. Pressing the button for the roof, he ran a hand through his face. It annoyed him that they put cameras in a place he considered to be a safe haven. The files they had on everyone was unnerving. It made him feel like they were waiting for demigods to start an all-out war against them. Then there was the fact they had sent a Roman to put in the cameras. At camp, Romans were generally accepted, but to Romans, Greeks were as bad as Hades' underpants. Hey, Steve was up on the roof with a sketchbook perched in his lap. Hi, Percy muttered as he fished out his phone and stared out across the city. With no news helicopters around and it being so dark, no one would be able to see him. Steve had a little book light clipped onto his sketchbook and Percy couldn't help but smile softly at the funny sight. "What's wrong?" Steve asked as he picked gently sketched on the page. "How did you know something was wrong?" Percy asked as he sat down. "You usually talk more, if you don't mind me saying." Steve was always one to be polite. "Shield has cameras at Camp Half-Blood. They shouldn't," Percy said shortly as he looked at his watch. "Beware of Greeks bearing pizza," a voice spoke from the shadows. Nico stepped out of the dark with 2 boxes of pizza held up on his hand. Percy smiled at the reference and took the boxes off his cousin before saying, "I just have to make a call." "I preferred you when you didn't have a phone." Nico sat down near Steve and spread out the 2 boxes. "I think I'm starting to prefer you when you were emo," Percy retorted as he pulled out his phone. As Percy walked to the side of the roof to make the call, Nico opened the pizza boxes and pulled out an oily slice. "Want some?" Nico asked, remembering his manners. "No thank you," Steve replied politely. "Your loss." Nico shrugged. "More for me I suppose. What are you drawing?" Steve had actually never had a proper conversation with the son of Hades. The dark-haired teen dropped in and out of the tower mostly with Percy. Usually dressed in dark clothes and wearing a dark expression, he didn't seem like Steve's type of person, but of course he knew better than to judge by appearance. "New York." Steve turned it around to show Nico. Nico inspected it for a moment. "That doesn't look like New York. You're missing the Trump Tower and everything." Steve blushed slightly as he answered, "It's old New York." "Right, because you're from the 40s. Nico moved back. "I still have your trading cards. They're vintage now. My plan is to sell them when I need money." "Did you collect them?" Steve asked. "Agent Coulson used to have a whole set. He said they were hard to obtain." "No, brought it straight from the shops, I think." "Yeah, I did." Nico sounded unsure. Steve's brow crinkled for a moment. "That would make nearly 80. "I think I'm actually around 78. Nico trailed off as he picked up another piece of pizza. He seemed angry at himself for a moment. "I've never been good at maths." Steve briefly remembered Percy mentioning something about having a friend that was like him. Steve never would have guessed it was Nico. Was it part of being the son of a death god? "You became ageless?" "How, if it's not too rude to ask?" Steve inquired politely. "Magic Hotel." Nico shrugged like they were a normal occurrence. "Thought I was in there for a month, it turned out to be 70 years. "It must be hard." Steve trailed off as he felt an odd feeling rise up in his chest at the thought of not being the only one with this kind of trouble in the world. "I can't remember it." Nico gazed down at the ground. "My memory was wiped." "Must suck to be you. You actually can remember everything." "It is sometimes." Steve gave a sad smile. "Despite its flaws, this age is pretty cool." Nico finished another slice of pizza. "I suppose," Steve agreed. "You're talkative," Percy commented as he came back over. "I blame the mega slushie," Nico shrugged, "and the 3 happy meals I ate before coming." "How are you still hungry?" Percy asked as he sat and took up a slice of pizza. Nico shrugged in answer. The 3 of them sat up on the roof eating the pizza. Steve couldn't help but cave, and chatting about all the oddities in this world. Even though Nico was nearly the epitome of a normal teenager, Steve couldn't help but feel a little less alone in the world. Sleep picked at the edges of his mind. It attempted to wriggle its way into his hyperactive mind. After having pizza with Nico and Steve until 10 o'clock, he had been called to camp by Chiron because apparently a group of hippocampi had gotten stuck again. Percy knew it had to be bad if Chiron had called. He brushed away the tantalizing tendrils of sleep, but not by choice. If it was up to him, he would lay down on the tiles and sleep until last period. But no, it was time for 2 periods of swimming. "Come on, do your warm-ups," Coach Tinner said with a clap of his hands. "We have the Tri-States in 2 months and I want to win us another trophy." Percy pushed himself off the bleachers and padded across the tiles towards the edge of the pool. Another senior class was using half of the lanes for their own physical education class, so the swim team had to double up. "Hurry up, Jackson, I'd actually like to get into the water," Daryl sneered from behind him. Diving into the water, he felt the cooling liquid brush the sleep from his mind as best it could. It wasn't fresh water though, so what it could do was minimal. The warm-up 3 laps were easy for Percy despite his tired state. "Percy, can you get the float boards, and Daryl, can you get the timers for me?" Coach Tinner asked when they had finished. Nodding a yes, Percy pulled himself out of the water. Daryl followed suit and began strutting down the tiles towards the supply cupboard, which just happened to be right next to where the other class was working. It was customary for people on the team to wear Speedos. Many opted not to, but Daryl didn't. He walked down those tiles proudly like he didn't have a care in the world. I hear Coach Tinner will be deciding the new swim captain soon. Daryl pretended to make light, spiteful conversation. What about it? Percy asked. I hear he's going to elect me, Daryl said proudly as he winked at a group of swimming girls. Would you like a round of applause? Percy crossed his arms over his chest. Honestly, Daryl, tell someone who cares. What happened next? Daryl would claim to be an accident. He casually stuck out his foot while he was walking, trying to trip Percy. The son of Poseidon easily stepped over it but unfortunately slipped on a puddle of water. He landed hard on the tiled floor, his head making a painful cracking sound that echoed around the room. So much for demigod reflexes, he muttered mentally. He blushed slightly at the sound of the laughter from the pool. Percy wasn't popular, but he wasn't a nerd either. He was important enough for people to say hi in the hall and talk about cute he was, but certainly not as much as the purely popular jocks. Clumsy much? Daryl asked with a smirk. Standing up, Percy rubbed the back of his head to make it look like he was hurt. Glaring at Daryl, he walked past him and opened the storage room. After 2 hellish hours of swimming, Percy never would have thought he'd call swimming hellish. He started heading towards the locker room to change. Percy, can I have a word? Coach Tinner's voice stopped him. Turning around, he followed his coach and sat on the bleachers with him. Continuing to dry his hair with his towel, he stared at his coach in question. You're a great swimmer, Percy, his coach began. You've beaten all the good records, you win in all your events, and all your teachers say you've really picked up your game in your classes. Your behavior has also improved tenfold. Percy pulled the towel from his head and locked eyes with his coach, wondering if he was saying what he thought he was saying. I want you to be the captain. Coach Tinner actually said the words. Percy was shocked into silence for a moment. Being captain of the swim team didn't mean bossing everybody around or being in charge. It meant getting the awards, taking the photos for newspapers, shaking hands with important people. Thank you, this is great. I never thought. Wow, better me than Daryl, I suppose. Oh man, he is going to hate this. He realized he was rambling. Thanks, Coach Tinner, you don't know how much this means to me. His coach patted him lightly on the back before standing. No problem, Percy. No, go get change. Lunch will be starting soon. Heading back into the change room with a spring in his step, Percy changed quickly into his usual pair of jeans and a black shirt. Ruffling out his hair, he slung his bag onto his back and walked out into the hall, hoping to reach his locker before the lunchtime swarm began. Changing out his biology book for his math book, he had just shut the door when a voice bellowed from down the hall. Jackson. Turning, he saw Daryl standing at the end of the hall, his 2 cronies standing behind him. Ron just heard that Coach Tinner made you captain. Daryl strode down the hall. What about it? Percy asked sarcastically, wondering mentally how he hadn't noticed the other teenager listening in. I'm supposed to be captain. Daryl loomed near Percy threateningly. If you're supposed to be captain, why did Coach pick me? Percy couldn't help but ask. He must have made a mistake. Why would he pick an ADD idiot freak like you? Daryl sneered while his friends chuckled. I have ADHD, not ADD. Percy couldn't help but correct him. If you're going to insult me, you may as well get your facts right. What's the difference? You're still retarded, Daryl replied. Controlling his anger, he attempted to step past Daryl, but his 2 cronies moved in to stop his escape. Scowling, Percy tried to push through them, but they refused to move. The bell went and the hall began to fill with people. Tell your cronies to move, Daryl, before I make you. Percy pronounced each word carefully. Is that a threat, Jackson? Daryl sneered at him. Even in the loud hall, those words had an immediate effect. Everyone surrounding them in the halls paused and looked at them. They took in Percy's angry and defensive posture and watched with eager eyes. Fight, fight, fight. Someone began to chant. The chant became louder and Percy knew a teacher would come soon. Let's give the people what they want, shall we? Daryl cracked his knuckles threateningly and went to give Percy a solid right hook to the jaw. Acting on instinct, the son of Poseidon ducked down and threw off his bag. His hand reached for his pocket but then paused. What would he achieve by pulling out Riptide? He dodged a messy blow from Richard and returned with his own solid kick to his diaphragm. Fight! Fight! The crowd cheered on, forming a large but tight circle around them. Smash his face in, Jackson, someone yelled. Kick him in the balls, Daryl, someone else cheered. I don't want to fight, Percy said to Daryl. Too late now, Perseus, Daryl sneered. Percy was so shocked by Daryl's use of his full name that the man managed to land a solid right hook to his jaw. Spinning from the impact, Percy rubbed his jaw before glaring at Daryl. A couple of people in the crowd giggled at his full name and he clenched his fist again. Anger, tiredness and embarrassment flushed through Percy and he felt a sudden need to pay Daryl back for all the below-the-belt insults. What did I ever do to you, Daryl? Percy muttered before blocking a blow from Ron. He punched him hard in the face. Percy felt the teen's jaw shift under his hand, obviously dislocated. The crowd let out a loud groan as if they could feel his pain. You walk around like your shit doesn't smell, Jackson. Daryl cracked his neck and tried to act brave. I'm not the one strutting around the pool in a Speedo every day, Percy returned while the crowd cheered. Daryl threw a punch towards his stomach and Percy grabbed his wrist mid-blow and twisted. In one smooth move he had kicked the legs out from underneath Daryl, sending him to the floor, then had the snotty teenager's arm twisted behind his back. What is going on here? A new voice shouted over the others. Paul broke through the crowd, dressed in his usual jeans and leather jacket. Percy had to admit it probably wasn't the best position to find your stepson in. Two teenagers on the floor groaning and nursing different wounds while a third was pinned to the floor by said stepson. Percy, go wait outside the principal's office. The rest of you go to lunch. It was rare to hear Mr. Blofeld actually talk like a strict teacher, but it seemed that it was what was needed to move the kids along. They scattered like cats. Percy glared at the floor, grip unconsciously tightening around Daryl's wrist. Go and wait outside the principal's office, Percy, Paul said as he pinched the bridge of his nose. What happened? You were doing so well. Percy climbed off Daryl and picked up his bag. He threw the first punch. You shouldn't have punched back, Paul said in return. I got swim captain. He got jealous and decided to come looking for trouble. Percy began walking down the hall, and now I'm going to get all the blame. Those who hit back are just as responsible. Paul softened for a moment. Just go and wait outside the office. People were milling around in the other halls. They parted for Percy and whispered behind their hands. The son of Poseidon knew he shouldn't have acted so rashly, but he had never liked bullies of any type. People couldn't just walk around like top dogs and think they could get away with it. He reached the office and sat down in a seat outside. In the end he landed himself 2 weeks suspension. Apparently being called names and ridiculed wasn't enough reason to dislocate someone's jaw, possibly crack some ribs and thoroughly humiliate someone. You were doing so well, the principal gazed at him. Everyone seems to be saying that, Percy huffed as he folded his arms over his chest. This won't affect anything, will it? It's up to Coach Tinner if he still wants you as captain. Mr. Blofeld will bring home any homework for you so your lessons won't be affected. Just count yourself lucky you don't have any tournaments in the next 2 weeks. His principal laced his fingers together. Take this time to reflect on what you have done, Mr. Jackson. I don't want to see another incident like this. Yes, sir, Percy nodded solemnly. The suspension is effective immediately. Mr. Blofeld has already said it is fine for you to return home, the principal explained. Percy nodded and stood up. Walking out of the office, he put his bag back on his shoulder and began walking through the halls. The new period had already begun, so the halls were a ghost town. Once outside he frowned. His mum was home. He didn't want to go back and see that kind and knowing smile on her face. She'd always tell him it wasn't his fault when he got suspended or kicked out of a school, and yet her eyes always showed a hint of sadness. She had been so proud of him actually managing to stay at a school for more than 1 year without even a suspensions, but now it seemed that streak was up. Pulling out his hoodie from his bag, he chucked it on and began walking the near-empty streets. He wondered where he would to kill the time before pulling out his phone and opening his contacts. Entering the number, he pressed the ear to his phone. Hey, Steve, want to have lunch? Percy asked as he walked down the streets. Aren't you supposed to be in school? Steve questioned. Got suspended, Percy said simply as he attempted to flag down a taxi. Okay then. How about Ricardo's downtown, on 24th? Steve questioned. His voice oozed with need for more knowledge. I prefer to eat without having the paparazzi taking my picture, Percy said sourly as he gazed up at the sky. Thick droplets began to drop down on him and he scowled. Ricardo's is always busy. I'll wear a cap. I just want to get out of the tower. Tony's trying to steal my blood, Steve joked before talking to someone else on the other end. Mind if Bruce joins? More the merrier, I suppose. The rain began to bucket down and Percy had no choice but to let it fall down on him. A car drove past and water splashed up off the street and soaked his jeans. And I could really go for some Mary now. Be there in 10, Steve said before hanging up. When Percy finally got a taxi hailed down, he gave the address and sunk into the tobacco-smelling seats. Texting through, sorry about what happened at school. I just need to calm down a bit. I'll be home by 5, to his mother. When he reached the restaurant, he forked over the money for the taxi before entering. Steve was right. This place was already busy despite the fact it was only 1 o'clock. Getting a table for 3, he tapped his fingers on the table as he looked at the menu. So, suspended from school? Bruce asked as he pulled up a seat. Bruce didn't really have to hide his face from others. Not many people even realized the Hulk turned into a man. Apparently to the insane computer geeks, the Hulk was being kept in Area 61. Steve on the other had a baseball cap on and a hoodie. It was a strange sight to see Captain America dressed as such. Not the worst that's happened, Percy muttered as he twiddled with a toothpick. Tony mentioned something about you being expelled from 14 schools. Bruce gave a playful smile. 14? Steve asked wide-eyed. How is that even possible? It's a gift, Percy shrugged. Who started the fight? Steve questioned. Daryl. This? Percy decided to change language as he spotted the look Steve was sending him. This idiot on my swim team. All he does is annoy me, and out of nowhere he decided to fight me. And you hit back? Bruce raised an eyebrow. You must have done a lot of damage to get suspended. I may have broken and dislocated a couple of some people's bones. Percy shrugged and flagged down a waiter to order a Coke. You need to learn how to control that anger. Have you tried meditation? Bruce began to suggest. ADHD kid meditating. I thought you were supposed to be a genius? He joked. I just need some Coke, some sleep, and something greasy, preferably smothered in cheese. You've come to the right place. The waitress sidled into the conversation. Can I get you boys anything? After ordering food, Percy sipped on his newly arrived Coke. 2-week suspension. It looks like I'm going to be spending a lot more time at the tower, Percy muttered. Well, Tony is currently on a scientific rampage. Bruce sipped on his tea. He's nearing a breakthrough apparently. In what? Steve asked. I have no idea. He's been surviving off coffee for the past 12 hours and shows no signs of slowing down. Bruce stirred a spoon around in his cup. Steve's phone suddenly began vibrating across the table. He gazed at the caller ID for a moment before excusing himself from the table. Percy shrugged and quickly became distracted by his plate of oily and cheesy nachos. You don't think it's related to what happened last night, do you? Percy asked Bruce. Tony's scientific breakthrough, I mean. I have no idea. Bruce gave a small smile. It involves a lot of theorem though. And he's not sharing it with you? Percy twirled a bit of cheese around in the air. Apparently not, Bruce shrugged. How did the camera hunt at camp go? Apparently Chiron had set up a camera hunt across the whole camp. Whoever found a camera would be given a week off from any duty they chose. Good, I think, Percy shrugged. Everyone was pretty pissed from what Nico told me. Wouldn't be surprised. Steve rocked up at the end of the table looking rather sad. I have to go. Steve inclined his head politely. I'm sorry. What is it, Steve? Bruce asked, instantly worried for his friend. That was the nursing home. Steve gazed down at his hands. Apparently Peggy passed away in her sleep. The funeral for Peggy Carter was in England. Percy knew as a friend he should be there comforting Steve, but it would cause more trouble than good. He would just be that awkward one in the corner who didn't know how to act or what to say. Bruce, Tony and Natasha had gone with Steve to England. Tony because Peggy Carter was apparently a family friend. Bruce because he was good with helping people when they were low, and Natasha because apparently a woman's touch might be needed. Clint had stayed behind because he had been given on-call duty. Even though it was only 3 days after being suspended, Percy was already bored. Clint spent most of his time in the archery range practicing with his bow, so Percy was left to find something to entertain himself with. He could have gone to camp to teach classes or maybe asses some of the new campers coming in to see if they belonged to his cabin. He doubted it though. His father had told him he would warn him if another were coming. He could have called Grover or Nico, but he didn't want to be a bother. Nico was most likely in the underworld helping in the judging pavilion. Apparently Hades thought he needed to get more involved in the workings of the underworld. Grover was most likely with Juniper hanging out in the camp's forest. Even though Tony had channels from 10 different countries and countless movies, none of them held his interest. The games room entertained him momentarily. Already day 3 and he was bored. Sighing, he grabbed a full box of rainbow popsicles and headed down to the pool. Picking one from the box, he stripped off his t-shirt and threw one of the blow-up mats into the pool. Hoisting himself onto it, he sucked on the popsicle and floated around the pool. "Hey, Jarvis, can you turn on Z100 for me?" Percy asked as he floated. "And open the blinds, please." "Right away, Mr. Jackson." Jarvis turned on the requested radio station before opening the blinds. The various different pools, jacuzzis, and water-related relaxation points took up a whole floor. The whole floor walls were practically made of glass. The midday sun flittered in and Percy sighed as it caressed his skin. Paddling over to the edge, he put on a pair of sunglasses before letting himself drift out to the center of the pool. Dipping his free hand into the water, he swirled it around. "You can't just take the whole box," he heard Clint say. Turning to look at the archer, he watched as his friend pulled out one of the popsicles and unwrapped it. The blonde man's brow was tinted with sweat and his thick muscled arms looked rather hard and strained. Percy hadn't stayed mad at Clint about the whole SHIELD putting cameras in camp. They're a team. And besides, Clint could outlast Percy in the silent treatment. Percy shrugged and floated around on the water. He had Jarvis turn off the music before replying. "I'll finish them all eventually." Percy bit of a piece of the flavored ice. "Yeah, but they're mine." Clint snatched up the whole box. "Buy some more," Percy responded. "Why don't you buy your own?" Clint asked. "I don't have a job." Percy shrugged. "I survive off pocket money." His train of thought changed. "I am so bored." Clint looked at the water. "You seem pretty relaxed." "It's all the sugar." Percy shrugged. "I've had 3 cans of soft drink already." "Isn't it supposed to be sugar makes you hyped?" Clint sucked on the popsicle. "Not me." Percy shrugged. "It calms me down a bit." "What are you doing?" "I don't know." Clint shrugged. "I might swim actually. I'll be back." Percy laid on the floating bed for a minute before quickly sliding off the bed and landing with a soft thump on the bottom of the pool. Lying down in the tiles, he sucked on his still dry popsicle. Rolling onto his stomach, he randomly stirred up some water with his finger, creating a little mini underwater tycoon. Clint jumped into the water about 5 minutes later. The archer gazed at Percy, who shot him a sarcastic wave while he ate the popsicle. "Think you can get me another one?" Percy asked, voice surprisingly clear through the water. Clint glared at him before pushing up off the tiled floor. Percy followed suit and pushed up. "How long can you hold your breath?" Clint questioned as he swam over to the side and got out 2 more popsicles. "I've never actually timed. Maybe I should." Percy mused. "I usually just breath normally." "You'd make a good spy," Clint commented lightly. "Not my kind of job. I'll stick to swimming. It's much safer." Percy shrugged. "Why'd you become an agent? Does it have something to do with that carnival ticket Loki sent?" Clint scowled momentarily and thought maybe he had crossed the line. Clint was silent for a moment before responding. "It kind of does. I used to perform in a traveling circus. That didn't work out, so I left and got put on SHIELD's radar." "Seriously? You, the super secret super spy, worked at a carnival?" Percy laughed at the thought. "Got to start somewhere." Clint shrugged unabashed. "I used to scoop poop at the Macy parade." Percy shook out his hair, a sudden idea coming to him. Putting his popsicle to rest on the box, he said, "Have you ever surfed indoors?" "No, have you?" Clint questioned with a raised eyebrow. "Nope." Percy pulled himself out of the water. "Always try new ideas, right?" "It wouldn't be the most dangerous thing I've done." Clint pulled himself out of the water. "I'm not cleaning up the mess. It'll be an easy clean." Percy stood at the end of the large, near Olympic-size pool. Resting his palm on the water, he froze it into a solid board of ice. "Injuries are not my fault. If you stack it, it'll be on YouTube," Clint replied with a smirk. Percy smirked before raising his hands above his head. The water began to move with his motions, rocking back and forth until large waves began to form. Jumping onto the ice board, he raised his arms behind him and began riding the large wave that formed. The end of the pool came quickly though, and he was slung off the board and thrown against the hard tiles. "Bring it back," Clint gestured to the board of ice. "I think this is going to be fun." Sending the board back, Percy waited for Clint to lie down on it, wondering slightly how the man wasn't cold before letting a wave begin to rise up. Clint was surprisingly steady on his feet and even managed to twist the board around before jumping off to avoid crashing like Percy did. "We need to go to the beach," Clint smirked as he pulled himself out of the water. "We should go." Percy ran across the tiles and jumped on the pool's surface. Instead of disappearing below, a road of ice appeared. Sliding across it, he couldn't help but smile as he dived off it and into the water. Reappearing, he watched as Clint tried to copy his move and ended up landing flat on his back. "Smooth, Clint, real smooth," Percy chuckled as he melted the ice. Clint broke the surface and glared at Percy. Percy's attention was drawn to his now melted popsicle. It didn't take long for him to quickly become distracted by something new. Letting the water push him up, he started to walk on the surface easily. Clint gave a playful smirk before diving under the water. Without drawing Percy's attention, he reached up and yanked the teenager's foot down below the surface. The rest of Percy followed. The pair went underwater. Clint was momentarily surprised to find himself feeling completely dry when he touched Percy. The water felt like silk against his skin. As soon as he let go of the teenager, though, the water instantly wet him. Shrugging, he quickly pushed himself away from Percy. That proved useless though, as with a flick of his hand Clint was encased in an oxygen bubble. "You look like a hamster," Percy chuckled as he watched Clint come to rest at the bottom of the bubble. "I shouldn't laugh. Being a hamster isn't funny." "Do you even know what comes out of your mouth?" Clint asked as he popped the bubble easily. "Not really," Percy smirked as he watched Clint swim to the surface. Following Clint to the surface, he went over to the edge and pulled himself out. "Where are you going?" Clint questioned as he paddled around on his back. "The popsicles have melted," Percy gestured to the rainbow puddle, "and I'm thirsty." Heading into the elevator, he pressed the button for the kitchen. Padding across the tiles floor, he opened the door and gazed at its contents. Bending to pull out the remaining soft drinks, he paused as he heard the elevator ding. "Clint, do you want Coke or Pepsi?" Percy questioned. He heard the sound of shoes hitting tiles though and instantly went on alert. The others weren't supposed to be home for at least 2 more days. As his hand inched down to his pocket, he slowly turned around. 4 men stood in the room. At their waists were pistols and knives, while over their mouths and chins were bandanas. Percy watched as the 4 of them exchanged looks, then instantly got into formation. One went by the elevator while the other 3 stood in a line. "Coke or Pepsi?" Percy asked them as he bent down slightly to pick up the cans. In one swift move, he froze them solid in his hands, then threw them at 2 of the intruders. He wasn't that surprised that they dodged. Pulling out his sword, he knew slicing through them would be an easy way to find out if they were mortal or not. One advanced straight forward and Percy vaulted over the bench and would have pierced the man straight through the heart if he wasn't mortal. "Well, this is useful," Percy muttered before chucking his sword aside. The man at the elevator drew his gun and began firing at him. The bullets pinged easily off him. They soon realized their guns were useless though and began attempting to fight him one-on-one. Turning around, he clocked one of the men in the face and felt the nose crack under his knuckles. He managed to get 2 of the 4 people out of commission before one pulled something out of his pocket. It was small and didn't look at all dangerous. The man threw it at Percy, but all it did was hit and bounce off. "That's all?" Percy questioned as he looked at the little pod-like device. The man by the elevator pressed the button while the others just walked away, expressions hidden by their bandanas. Percy grabbed the nearest item, a vase full of flowers, and hurled it at one of them. The man he had aimed at ducked easily before disappearing into the elevator. Percy was just about to follow when the device suddenly exploded. Something almost like a vapor surrounded him in a cloud and he coughed. Walking out of the cloud, he nearly jumped out of his skin when a loud alarm started blaring and Jarvis suddenly began blaring. "Chemical detected," Jarvis boomed. "You decide to do that now?" Percy yelled up at the AI. 4 men come in and you put out an alarm at this?" The vapor felt sticky against his skin. Coughing some more, he rubbed his suddenly tight neck and tried to process what had just happened. Jarvis' alarm blared around him and he found it hard to concentrate. The elevator dinged open a second later though and Clint came out. He was still wet and the water made the blood from his temple look 10 times worse. "Are you okay?" Percy tried to move forward but Clint held up a hand and shook his head. His super spy friend went over to the wall and opened up a panel. Slapping down on a button the alarms stopped but Clint still didn't loosen up. Grabbing a washcloth he held it over his nose and mouth. "Get into the elevator now," Clint said, deadly serious. "What was that?" Percy tried to ask. "Get in the elevator and don't touch anything," Clint ordered. Percy followed Clint's orders. In the elevator he tried not to touch any of the walls. Clint barked an order to Jarvis before joining him in the metal box. Pressing the button for Tony's lab the super spy looked ready for action. A sudden wave of nausea crashed down on Percy and he struggled to keep the vomit down. "Move," he shouted to Clint as the doors opened. Rushing out of the elevator he only made it a couple of steps before puking up all of the day's meals. "Jesus," Clint muttered. "Quick." Clint pointed towards a room just off the side of the lab. Percy stumbled towards it, suddenly feeling extremely lightheaded. Inside the room he found only tiled walls and floor to grate him. Clint shut the door on him and suddenly water began pounding down on him. A massive headache began drilling at him behind his eyes and he groaned. "Agent Barton wishes for me to tell you this is a decontamination shower. You must remove all affected clothing and scrub down your body with the tools provided," Jarvis chimed in. "Immortals," Percy swore faintly, swallowing the bile that rose up in his throat. Working off his board shorts and underpants he scrubbed down his body with the loafer and brush while water and foam rained down on him from every direction. As he went to reach for the towel that rested on a tray that came out of the wall his arms suddenly began to convulse. Wincing he lifted his other hand and wrapped the towel around his waist before using his powers to dry himself. "Shit," Percy swore as his abdomen muscles tightened and he was forced to bend over. The door opened and Percy was surprised to find it wasn't Clint but rather Agent Hills. Through his pain he blushed slightly. "Jarvis, have you analyzed it?" Agent Hill barked out to Jarvis. "It is an extremely potent of strychnine. The decontamination has removed any remaining from Mr. Jackson's skin but it is already being processed through his system because of his high metabolism," Jarvis said calmly. "Tristan, bring the antidote box." Agent Hill barked to someone else. "Jackson, go and sit. Don't cough, don't touch anyone, don't even get close enough to share the same airspace." "Is this how you always treat sick people?" Percy couldn't help but ask as he walked out of the shower room. "Hades underpants, what is that stuff?" His head pounded, his stomach cramped, his arm twitched. It seemed like everything was just waiting to shrivel up and die. Sitting down in a chair he rested his head in his hands and attempted to ignore the pain. "Follow the light," someone ordered as a light was shown in the general direction of his eyes. "I thought I was supposed to avoid the light," Percy muttered but still moved his hands away and followed the obnoxiously bright light. "Dilated pupils," the agent muttered. The world faded out for a moment and Percy felt like he was buried under a mound of cotton balls. "Take this." Someone opened his palm and pressed something small into his hand. "Is it a tic-tac?" Percy questioned idiotically. "It's whatever you want it to be," the person who gave it to him muttered. Percy opened the eyes he hadn't realized he closed and looked at the white pill. The lab was still thriving with agents he noticed. Swallowing the pill dry he shuddered as it went down. Holding his convulsing arm to his chest he tried to take a deep breath. "How come I'm the one that gets poisoned?" Percy mumbled to Clint as the super spy came over, head all stitched up, "and you just get a knock on the head? Your lucky shield has a pure antidote for it. Strychnine poisoning it nasty." Clint ignored the weak jab. "If it's nasty why aren't I lying on," he took a deep breath, "my deathbed? Shield managed to find a pure cure. You'll be fine in an hour." Clint clapped him on the shoulder. "That's an hour too long," Percy mumbled rubbing his pounding head. "This is nearly as bad as Pitt." "It seems I have returned to Midgard at the worst of times," a new voice boomed over the rest and everyone instantly quieted. Thor stood outside the elevator in full battle armor and hammer at his side. That was a clue that he had returned straight from Asgard. "His voice is so loud," Percy said as he clutched his head, "it's like liquid thunder." "You sound like Tony after a hangover." Clint couldn't help but smirk. What he needed was sleep. He needed to bury down deep into his covers and not see the light of day for at least 31 hours. Though the muscles' convulsions had subsided, he still ached terribly and his head still pounded. Clint said he should count himself lucky that his high metabolism would get it out of his system within an hour. Apparently it usually took a day, but at the moment Percy was feeling anything but lucky. Though he wanted to sleep, he had been told he wasn't allowed, not for 3 hours at least, so Clint had dragged him into an undamaged sitting room along with the loud-talking Thor. While Clint explained to Thor the current situation on Midgard, Percy lay splayed on the couch with cold cloth resting over his forehead. "I fear gravely this is not an attack on Midgard but rather a mission of revenge," Thor said sadly. "Loki has always hated belittlement. With you here he might decide to back off," Percy muttered as he stared at the ceiling. "You don't know my brother." Thor's voice was dripping with sadness. He was always among the weaker on Asgard, and now on Midgard he fancies himself a king. Loki wants power and respect. We have stripped it from him and now he wants to do the same to us. "Sounds charming," Percy mumbled as he closed his eyes. "I can't talk though. One of my brothers is a giant who tried to kill me." Closing his eyes, he was so close to the edges of sleep. Well, that was until Clint dumped the water from a vase on his face. Though the water didn't wet him, he was still consequently covered in flowers and pollen. "No sleeping." Clint stared at him. Percy pushed the flowers off him and onto the floor before answering, "I was just going to rest my eyes, for a couple hours." "You know the doctor's orders," Clint smirked as he sat back down. "Natasha says you hate following medics' orders. Why shouldn't I?" Percy pushed himself into a sitting position. "Following the orders of healers is indeed painful and seemingly unnecessary," Thor commented in agreement. "See, even Thor agrees," Percy said in exasperation. "After some sleep I'll be fine. Sleep is a necessity with the curse of Achilles. Apparently all Achilles used to do was sleep. I suppose he was like a Greek sleeping beauty." Percy was distracted by the dinging of the elevator. Expecting some SHIELD agent to walk out, he didn't pay it any head. "You look like you pissed of the Demeter cabin," he heard someone comment. Turning, he saw Talia standing outside the elevator dressed in her customary huntress clothing. She seemed rather calm and at ease, but Percy saw something in her electric blue eyes that he didn't like. "It's not even worth explaining," Percy muttered with a glare at Clint. "Lady Grace, it is good to see you again," Thor boomed as he stood. "God of thunder or not, I will shock you into next week if you call me Lady Grace again." Talia fumed at the mentioning of her last name. "I don't even want to know how you know that name. Kelp head, if you told him I'll shove a spear." "My apology, Lady Talia. My Lady Jane Foster told me it was polite to call people by their last name," Thor cut off the huntress. "I don't have a last name," Talia said sourly. "Come on Kelp head, I need a hamburger." "You'll need your jumper, the friggin' media's having a frenzy." "Told you to wear a helmet," Percy stretched and yawned. "I'm guessing I'm buying?" "I don't get paid well," Talia joked. "Fury told us to stay until we'd been debriefed," Clint said. "It can wait." Percy picked flowers out of his hair. "Natasha also happened to tell me about the time you snuck out of a medical bay to watch Inception and she covered for you." "Blackmailing me?" Clint raised an eyebrow. "Low, Jackson, low." After grabbing his jacket, he met Talia in the lobby. "What happened to you? You look like shit," Talia said before they exited the lobby. "Someone broke into the tower and decided to poison me." Percy scowled. "What about you?" "Father's angry with the Asgardians." Talia mirrored Percy's scowl. "He's preparing a meeting with the All-Father for sunset." "That ought to be nice," Percy muttered as he dug his hands into his pockets. "Can we go somewhere where I can sleep? I'm about ready to pass out." "We'll go to a diner," Talia suggested as they walked down the street. "Be careful, these friggin' paparazzi have gotten smarter. Last time they swarmed me I made fried all their cameras. They keep a far distance now." "Why am I wearing this hoodie then?" Percy groaned. "It's really annoying, you know." "Maybe I just like to see you suffer." Talia offered him a smirk. When they reached the diner, they found an empty booth and sat down. It wasn't that busy. What little patrons were there stared at them. Outside, a group of paparazzi dared to press their cameras up against the glass and take photos of them. Percy muttered to himself before expanding his shield and propping it up against the glass, blocking the view of a good photo. "What can I get you?" the young female server asked nervously. "Coffee," Talia said. A works burger, a chocolate thick shake, and French pancakes. What about you? The server sent Talia weird looks for the large amount of food but then turned to Percy. Same, please, Percy muttered. It seemed every patron of the diner was staring at them. Percy groaned and let his head rest against the table. Why couldn't we just stay at the tower? Percy said with a yawn. Some things don't need to be heard by everyone, Talia played with a toothpick. We're in a diner with everyone staring at us, Percy countered. All 4 people? They'll lose interest. A public place is better. Louder, busier. Plus I wanted a burger. Talia turned around and looked at a patron who was holding their phone up and taking photos. Put that away before I incinerate it. Someone's cranky, Percy couldn't help but chuckle. You will be too in a moment. Talia fiddled with her charm bracelet. We need to go to the meeting. Percy lifted his head off the table. What? Why? Apparently dear stepmother convinced father we should be more involved. Talia looked furious. Their marriage counselor suggested involving all members of the family in family matters. You've got to be kidding. She just wants to torture me. Percy looked up as the server came and placed 2 cups of steaming coffee on the table along with 2 thick shakes. Why hadn't I heard about this? Must have slipped father's mind. Talia shrugged. He was probably too busy trimming his beard. Do they even need to trim their beards? They never seem to grow. They're always perfect. Like Tony's. Percy trailed off and blushed deeply as he realized what he had been rambling about. Are you done? Talia questioned with a raised eyebrow. What time is sundown today? Percy changed the subject. Adding 5 packets of sugar to his coffee, he stirred it in before nearly draining the whole cup. 5-ish, Talia shrugged. After this I'm going to go sleep then, Percy said as the food was placed on the table. I'll need it. Between the 2 of them they managed to eat all the food. Unfortunately all the food made Percy even sleepier. Chucking down some notes on the table he grabbed his shield and followed Talia out the door. I'll see you up there. Talia offered a wave, and shower. You smell like a rotten flower shop. Thanks, Talia, Percy snorted, just what every guy wants to hear. When he reached the tower he instantly collapsed in his bed. He managed to get a solid 2 hours sleep before Thor came knocking at his door. Wake and bathe, we mustn't be late, Thor said from the foot of Percy's bed. Cracking open an eye Percy noted he was already dressed in his full Asgardian armor. Oh no. That would be horrible. Percy rolled his eyes with a groan. His headache and aches were gone but he felt extremely stiff. After showering he dressed in jeans, his jacket and a camp t-shirt. Next to Thor he looked like a scrawny summer camp kid but he didn't feel the need to impress. The pair had Happy drive them to the Empire State Building. Many tourists were crowding around and waiting to get an elevator to the top, hoping to see the sun set over the city. Many people began pointing and yelling, holding out hands to shake and paper to sign. 600th floor, Percy said to the desk man. Take the service elevator, the man commented. He didn't question Percy this time about the keycard to the elevator, nor did he play dumb about the 600th floor like he usually did. So you came down to Earth for this meeting? Percy questioned as he striped off his hoodie. It was awkward being in the small elevator with the Asgardian while Elvis Presley played softly from above. Yes. It was a rather sudden invitation to Midgard. Your messenger came in the early hours of the latest morning to deliver it. Thor stepped out of the elevator and breathed deeply. It has been a long time since my father has held conference with Lord Zeus. How did that meeting go? Percy asked with a playful smirk. Lord Zeus apparently to char off the All-Father's beard. Thor frowned deeply. I have been threatened with punishment if I speak badly. It's best if you hold your tongue, Percy said in agreement. They reached the throne room a couple minutes later. Percy was surprised to find all the thrones except those of the big 3 were gone. In their place were 3 new thrones made of rather simple carved wood. Next to the big 3's throne were 3 more simple chairs, this time made of metal. As Percy walked in deeper he got a good look at the king of Asgard. Odin Allfather looked older than most gods Percy had encountered. His hair was white and so was beard. A silver eye patch covered his left eye while the other was a shocking blue. He radiated a calm power, much like Poseidon. Sitting in the throne next to him was a rather beautiful woman dressed in a silvery robes. Her hair was a nice golden blonde and her face was rather open and motherly. Father, Lord Zeus, Lord Hades, Percy bowed to each in turn. Take a seat, Percy. His father gestured to the last remaining seat. Percy sat next to Nico and bent a little to whisper in his ear. Who do you think will snap first? He asked. I'll put a drachma on Uncle, Nico whispered. I'll put one on Thor, Percy said in return. What is this meeting for, Lord Zeus? Odin asked in a calm and deep voice. The treaty, Zeus said equally as calm. Percy took a moment to realize there were no weapons in the room. Not visible ones anyway. He supposed the lack of weapons would lessen the possible bloodshed. By my reckoning it is still void. There should not be a problem, Odin responded. Not for much longer, Zeus crackled with ozone for a moment. We turned a blind eye to your son's prior engagement on Earth. Both of them. If another situation is to arise, the treaty will be voided. Are you saying you will be declaring war on Asgard? Thor questioned in obvious anger, but at a raised hand from his father the deity stopped. We are saying if that adopted son of yours decides to attack Earth, we will have to take matters into our own hands. Hades spoke up. He's caused enough trouble as it is. I'm still dealing with the aftermath. It is your realm, do as you please. Odin locked his single eye on Zeus. But Loki is an Asgardian, so he will face Asgardian justice. He already has slipped through the cracks once, Zeus said with a hint of anger. You know only one place will hold him. You will not send my son to that pit. Odin's calm voice was titled with anger. You wish to send Loki to Skuggi-Ola? Thor asked. It will stop him returning, Zeus answered clearly. Is anyone managing to keep up with this conversation? Percy whispered to his cousins. The treaty says they can't harm an Asgardian, so likewise they can't hurt a Greek. I think if the treaty is void they'll send Loki to Tartarus, Nico muttered. He's hurt me already. Even Thor attempted to dent my head in with a hammer, Percy whispered back. Why isn't it void yet? Relations are strained as it is. One more break and the peace will shatter. Talia joined the conversation. Poseidon sent a glare down at them and they instantly quieted. My brother has convinced me not to do anything as of yet. You can get rid of Loki Lawfaceon yourself, or we can handle the problem ourselves. Zeus tapped his fingers against his throne. Loki has carved his own way in life. He must take responsibility for his actions. Odin seemed rather heavy-hearted. Deal with him as you must. Father, Thor tried to argue. Just as you learned from your mistakes, Thor, so must your brother. Odin silenced the god of thunder. Is that all, Lord Zeus? I trust the treaty will not be revoked. Not yet, Lord Odin, but it is very close, Zeus said with a dangerous tone. Though the meeting was short, it left a lot hanging in the air. With the ties to Asgard and peace beginning to fray, Percy felt this was the most peace he would get for a long time. Thor on the ride back to the tower was moody and silent, obviously not liking the thought of his brother possibly being sent to Tartarus. Once at the tower, Jarvis informed the pair that Clint had been called up to the helicarrier. Percy retired to his room for the night in hopes of getting a proper night's sleep, but it seemed he had never been that lucky. At about 3 a.m. Percy was shaken roughly awake. Opening his eyes blearily, he was shocked to hear thunder breaking the usual silence of the night, while lightning illuminated the sky. Nico, Percy clicked on his lamp. What's wrong? His cousin was looking like he too had just been woken from slumber. Everything. A 20-foot tidal wave just hit Japan, 8.8 earthquakes in China, Japan, New Zealand and Chile. Over 300 reported lightning strikes. It's mayhem out there. Why? Percy asked as he tried to process the information. They're missing. Zeus' lightning bolt, your father's trident, my father's helm, all missing, Nico said gravely. Was it day? The sun wasn't out and the city seemed asleep. The only clue that it actually was the morning was the time on his watch. Apparently it was 7 o'clock, but to Percy it still felt like 3 o'clock. The son of Poseidon had already called camp. Despite the late hour, Chiron had answered and told Percy it was raining heavily at camp. Percy had shared what he knew before trying to figure out how bad the damage was around the world. All around the world the death toll is rising. 20,000 have died from tsunamis and earthquakes, 8,000 from the freak weather and storms. Meteorologists are confused by the sudden occurrences, saying that this is not normal weather and everyone on coasts are advised to reach high ground, while the rest of the population should remain inside. On our Twitter page we're getting in a surprising amount of people claiming their shadow is not acting normal. Is this just some freak weather or is something more sinister going on? a random news reporter reported for the Channel 9 News. This is worse than the first time, Percy said in shock. It's all of the weapons. It's not like they can blame each other this time, Nico pointed out. If they don't stop having tantrums, they'll kill millions. It was Loki. Percy stared at the TV. It had to be. The weapons weren't in the throne room, so between the Asgardians and us they must have had an agreement to keep them in a room. Loki must have broken in and taken them. Artemis already deduced it was him. And they found his magical signature in the room, Nico added in. This will void the treaty, Percy groaned as he rubbed his face. We'll be going to war with them. Going to war with whom? Thor asked as he walked into the room. With you, Nico snapped. Your brother stole our father's weapons. Now the world's going to shit. Thor seemed to grow dark. He was silent for a moment before sitting down and rubbing his face. The Allfather will want a word with me. This is very bad. You know what's worse? Nico said sarcastically. Our gods will go to fight and Earth will become a battleground. They'll send us in like pigs for slaughter. Loki doesn't need an army to defeat Earth and Asgard. The weapons he needed were always within his grasp, Percy couldn't help but add. We must find Loki. Thor stood up like he could just fly out the window and find his brother in a heartbeat. Good luck with that. S.H.I.E.L.D. hasn't found him and we have no way to find him, Percy grumbled. Where's Clint? Agent Barton got called out for a field mission and will not be back for a week at least, Jarvis chimed in. Also Mr. Stark has returned. Already? Percy asked surprised. I wasn't going to wait around for someone else to attack my tower, Tony Stark himself replied as he stepped out of the elevator, soaking wet from the rain outside. Dry me off, fish boy. Percy sighed and stood. Touching Tony on the shoulder, the billionaire instantly dried off. Tony then walked over to a patch of open floor and lifted up a tile Percy didn't even know moved. Underneath was a flashing and shining computer circuit. Tell me, Jarvis, how did these people get into the tower? Are you getting slack? Tony spoke to his AI. They entered the building as the contractors Miss Potts hired to take care of the remodeling of your penthouse suite. They had the right papers and qualifications. I can assure you the matter is being handled by Agent Barton, Jarvis responded. Tony grumbled something before standing up and putting the tile back in place. Hi Thor, he finally recognized the others in the room. Angelo. D'Angelo, Nico corrected. My mistake, Deathboy, Tony said with a flippant smirk. Vaffanculo, Nico responded with a glare. Percy had heard Nico say that numerous times before and according to Google Translate it meant off in Italian. Someone's testy. Tony folded his arms over his chest. So what's with the freak storm outside? As Percy explained what had happened, Tony's face began darker. The usually light Joker finally realized how deep the shit was starting to become. So they'll fight Asgard until Loki gives back the weapons? Tony couldn't help but snort. That'll never happen. They'll send us to fight, then, Nico grumbled. It'll be World War II all over again except more bloody. I will not fight against a fellow warrior, Thor said angrily. The whole of Asgard is not responsible for Loki's actions. Try telling Zeus that, Percy muttered. Are these weapons radioactive? Do they have a signature that we can track? Tony questioned. Zeus bolt maybe, Percy mused. But that's a big maybe. I carried it around on my back for ages before I realized I had it. Come on, we have science to do. Tony headed towards the elevator. Jarvis, inform Fury of the situation. Right away sir, Jarvis said. You coming Point Break? Tony questioned Thor. I must inform Father, Thor said. I will return shortly. In the lab, Percy and Nico took up 2 spare chairs and helped Tony work through making 3D holographic versions of the weapons. Hades' helm would be untraceable by electronics, but if Nico concentrated hard enough he might be able to find an abnormality in the shadows. The trident had no hope of being found because it didn't emit anything. The lightning bolt on the other hand possibly could be. We can put out a search for high electromagnetic abnormalities across the globe, then cross-reference that with the center point of disturbances. This lightning bolt should be thousands times more powerful than a real lightning bolt, so it should be easy to pick up. Tony began to ramble. I have a 7th grade education, Nico cut him off. Your head must be so empty, Tony said with a smirk, but your education isn't that important. He's saying he doesn't understand, Percy cut in. You don't need to understand, a new voice said. Fury walked into the lab trailed by Agent Hill. We just need to find these weapons before Earth becomes a battleground and you two become our enemies. You'll side with the Asgardians? Nico stood up angry. We've done more for this planet than. We will side with whoever the council decides. I'd prefer to remain neutral. Fury crossed his arms in front of his chest. We on the other hand need you to stop this whole thing from happening. None of them will listen. Nico mirrored Fury's movement. You better try and make them listen. I'm sick of cleaning up after gods. Fury glared at Nico with his single eye. Do you think we like fighting? Nico was quick to anger due to his lack of sleep and stress. No one does. Agent Hill stepped into the fray. I find it rather the UTIC actually. Tony cut in. Great stress reliever. Percy's phone rang and he left to answer it. Nico and Fury on the other hand showed no signs of backing down. What about Poseidon? He seemed rather caring, Agent Hill added. His trident was stolen. He's just not going to back down. Nico glared back at Fury. We need to focus on finding Loki. Then you and I are on the same page, Fury said with a smirk. How far away is your jet, Stark? 2 hours. Tony glanced at his watch. It should be able to land in this weather. We have a war meeting, Nico. Apparently Zeus is going to come to speak with the cabin heads, Percy said as he hung up his phone. Joy, Nico muttered. Can't he send Hermes? Apparently Father said if Zeus wants to declare war he can at least talk to his soldiers himself. Percy's eyes had darkened. Let's get it over with. I want to be informed of everything that happens, Fury ordered. Aye aye Captain. Percy gave a mock salute and Fury's glare became darker. My mistake. Aye Captain. Happy drove them through the horrible traffic towards camp. Nico apparently didn't want to get wet because he traveled straight out of the car, leaving Percy to walk up through the rain. Chiron was right about the weather inside. It was raining nearly as heavily as it was outside the borders. The camp seemed eerily deserted. This isn't going to end well, Percy said as he entered the big house. Inside all the usual year-round cabin leaders were there. Only Annabeth, Drew, Katie and Jake were missing from the table. Muttering hellos he sat down in his usual chair and tried not to meet the eyes of the curious campers. In a flash of light Lord Zeus and Lady Athena arrived in the room. Everyone stood and sunk to their knees in front of their king god and waited for permission to stand. Once permission was granted the 12 campers took up their usual seats. We have grave news, Zeus spoke, but from the tone of his voice it didn't seem very bad to him. My lightning bolt, Lord Hades' helm and Lord Poseidon's trident have been stolen by the Asgardian trickster god Loki. People became largely surprised. Some were surprised because Zeus actually admitted it was missing. Some more because they had no idea Loki was even back. People sent looks to Percy like he could just say, "Don't worry, we'll get them back. We have given the Asgardians 1 week to return them. If by midnight next week they haven't been returned we will have no choice but to start war." Athena spoke with her usual prideful voice. We need you to fight on behalf of us. That's what he wants. It's a basic strategy of war. Take something from the enemy nation and they will go after who they hate the most. Will spoke up, and yet you still want us to fight? Have you seen the size of those Asgardians? They must eat 10 horses a day, Travis chimed in. Didn't one of them have with a horse? Connor asked his brother. Mother, like Will said it's a trap, Malcolm said. I'm not fighting, another camper argued. I'd be happy to show those Asgardians who's boss, Clarice added in among the fray. Quiet. Zeus roared and everyone instantly shut up. They have destroyed our realm enough as it is. So we'll destroy theirs? Nico dared to speak up. You'll send your family to death? We will be fighting beside you, Athena glared at Nico. We can die. We've already fought for you before. Don't go starting another war just because you're feeling threatened. Nico D'Angelo, quiet yourself before I send you to your father's domain permanently, Zeus flared angrily. Nico, just quiet down for a moment. Percy tried to calm his cousin. You won't do us any good dead. Perseus Jackson, we want you to lead the camp into battle. Athena seemed to hate saying it. You will also have to leave those Avengers. We cannot have you working near or with the enemy. Thor isn't an enemy. Percy reined himself in before he began to lose his temper. I thought you wanted me to fight with them? Be there for camp? Not any longer. Athena's voice left no room to argue. You are not to fight beside them any longer. You fight for camp only. What about the mortals? Percy tried to argue. That is an order, Perseus. Zeus crackled with electricity. Prepare for the worst. In a flash of light, the pair of gods disappeared. Everyone around the table was silent as they tried to process the information. I'm not fighting again. Pollux stood up. Mr. D lifted his gaze from his magazine and looked at his only son. We'll lose people. I lost Castor. I don't want others to go through what I had to. We don't have a choice, Miranda Gardiner spoke up. They can't send us into a war against Asgardians. Even Percy had trouble holding his own against Thor, Travis said in agreement. No offense, Percy. Children, Chiron banged his hoof on the floor to draw attention to himself. We must follow the gods' orders. I'll announce it to the camp at dinner. You are dismissed. Though Percy, we can discuss tactics in the morning. For now I suggest you go and tell Director Fury you can no longer offer your services. This is bullshit, someone muttered as they walked out. Nico stayed behind though. We shouldn't fight. We have to, Percy sighed. You're always one for doing what's right. This isn't right. Nico left the room. Percy jogged up behind him. What do you expect me to do? Tell the king of the gods I'm not fighting with him? That I'm going to go against my family? Percy asked angrily. Stand up for something. Those Asgardians can pummel us easily. We're being sent to a slaughter, Nico snapped loudly. If we go against the gods we'll be called traitors, and if we do what are we going to do? Go fight for Asgard? Hide out until it's over? Percy felt the stress that had been building begin to get the better of him. I'm going to go find Loki, not sit around waiting for the war to start. Are you going to come or are you going to stay and watch people die? Nico shouted at him. How are we going to find him? He's insane. And when we find him what are we going to do? We can't deal with him, Percy shouted back just as loudly. The Avengers can. Nico's voice was deadly quiet. We can't fight with them. Percy lowered his voice as well. Then I suppose I better be going. Nico began walking down the steps of the big house. Don't go, Percy shouted at him. Someone has to do something. I've seen what war can do. Fathers bury sons when it should be the other way around. People die before their time. Families are torn apart. Nico's hair was plastered to his face. I know the pain of losing someone. If we go into the war I'll lose Talia, Annabeth. For sakes even you won't make it. Before Percy could even respond, Nico was gone. Swearing profusely, Percy stormed towards his cabin. Once inside he drew Riptide and cut straight through one of the bunk beds. He was torn as to what to do. Stay at camp and prepare for war or go with the Avengers and against the gods. The chances of finding Loki was 1,000,000 to 1. A war was coming yet again. The best Percy could do was at least give people a fighting chance. Grabbing a bag and a hooded jacket he stormed over to the stables. Blackjack would be able to make it in this weather. Swinging onto his Pegasus back they flew straight for the tower. Once on the tower roof Percy took a moment to look around at the blackened city. They had no idea what was coming. They didn't know what damage was about to be caused and the lives that would be lost. The sky above him was horribly beautiful. Lightning illuminated the gray clouds while the rain fell from the sky like a child's tears. He headed down to his room and began stuffing all of his things into his bag. He didn't even bother to fold the clothes. Grabbing the bag full of his armor he swept everything from his bedside table and bathroom into the bag. What was the point of making the bags neat? What are you doing? Natasha asked from the doorway as if suddenly appearing out of nowhere. I can't stay here anymore. Percy ran a hand through his hair before grabbing his bags. Why? Natasha blocked the doorway exit. The gods are declaring war against Asgard. I've been told to leave. Percy clenched his fist. They want me to lead the battle. Stay and help us find Loki. Natasha stood up straight. You don't have to do what they say. Stop the war before it starts. You sound just like Nico. You two don't get it. You just can't tell the king of the gods no. Percy resisted the urge to punch something. They're still my family. Family comes first. We're your family as well, Natasha said with a cool gaze. Not anymore. I mean I want to stay. I really do. But Zeus won't let me. I have to train bloody 12 years old how to fight. We won't be able to find Loki. You know it. I know it. Even Fury knows it. Percy ran a hand through his hair. Why can't things be normal for once? Leave if you want. Natasha folded her arms over her chest and stepped aside. I won't stop you. Percy fished out his phone and handed it to Natasha. Give this to Tony for me, please. Walking out into the hall, he paused for a moment. Tell the others I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to be sorry. Natasha seemed to actually be sincere. You're young. You shouldn't be apologizing for anything but breaking curfew and having. But instead I'm apologizing about fighting in a war. Percy smiled sadly. I'll see you around, I guess. Maybe. Natasha offered him a sad smile in return. Let's hope it's not on the battlefield. Percy had been gone for 4 days. Everyone had to admit it was strange not having him hanging around and making odd comments about strange things. Natasha had explained that Percy felt his loyalty to be stronger to his father. She had pressed not to be mad at him because he was beating himself up enough already. Everyone had understood on some level. Natasha had left 2 days ago. It was an absolute necessity, or so Fury said. Clint was Mia on his mission to find out who had broken into the tower. He was just infiltrating the enemy base when a grunt of pain and a cackle had broken through S.H.I.E.L.D. speakers from the super spy's earpiece. Natasha was the only one they knew who could get him back in a short amount of time. They only had 3 days left. Tony and Bruce had barricaded themselves in their lab. Apparently they were trying to lock onto electromagnetic anomalies. Thor was back on Earth, but he was short-tempered and furious at the thought of fighting teenagers with swords thrust into their hands. Steve was trying to help the best he could, but to be honest, there wasn't much he could do. Amazingly, in the spot of Percy had come Nico. The teen had shadow traveled into the lounge room soaking wet and furious 4 days ago. If Percy wants to be a goody two-shoes, I'll just have to take his place, he had told them as he stood in front of them. Nico was more short-tempered than Thor. The shadows in the room reacted no matter what he did. His eyes had become a solid black, and he had a slight aura around him. It was hard to tell when he was actually in the tower or not. He would shadow travel into the lab, get some places with electric abnormalities, then travel back out only to return when he came up empty-handed. Nico had been doing that for 4 days straight. He was tired, but he knew he couldn't stop. If Percy wanted to play loyal to the gods, let him do that. Nico didn't see the point. Nothing had come after him, but he knew his father would be furious with his actions. It was now lunchtime and Nico had just finished checking out Hiroshima, Japan. As expected, there was nothing. His tiredness got the better of him, and rather than landing neatly on his feet like he planned, he fell straight onto a table. His head banged painfully against the steel as his back arched from the impact. For a moment he just lay there trying to catch his breath and focus his vision. Nothing? He heard Stark ask. Nothing, he said in a breathless wheeze. A shadow blocked out some of the lights above as Nico pulled himself into a sitting position on the table. Banner looked at him with curious, careful and caring eyes. Nico was a little confused by the caring in those eyes. The only people that cared for him fully were Annabeth, Percy and Mrs. Jackson. When did you last eat? Bruce questioned. Yesterday. Nico slid off the bench and ran a hand through his hair, a habit he had picked up from Percy. What's next? Just had 21 numerous strikes in a town called Periberdu in Australia, Tony said as his keys flew across the keyboard. Make that 22. When did you last sleep? Bruce asked Nico. 2 days ago, Nico said with a stifled yawn. You're not going anywhere until you've eaten and had at least 6 hours sleep, Bruce said to the teenager. Is that an order? Nico asked. I've never been good at following orders. Beside, ambrosia keeps me going. That cake isn't enough. Bruce pinched the bridge of his nose. You won't do us any good if you collapse in Australia from exhaustion. We need to find Loki, Nico said, as stubborn as other. Get some sleep. We'll tell you if anything happens, Bruce pressed. Fine. Nico pulled off his jacket. 3 hours. I said 6, Bruce argued. I say 3. Nico walked over to the elevator. Once inside the elevator, Nico slumped against the wall. He'd been running of ambrosia for the majority of his travels, and now he found it hard to keep his eyes open. Staggering out of the elevator, he entered the room that had been given to him. He flopped against the bed and was asleep within seconds. This is a line break. Percy had been working as hard as Nico, though his work was just as unsatisfying. In the mornings he would talk with Hermes about the latest news. At midday he'd take classes with Chiron on battle strategy and the working of Asgard. Then in the afternoon he would teach fighting classes. At night sleep avoided him. It was pushed away by the deep guilt and worry building up in him. So he snuck down to the beach and lay in the water to stare up at the sky. He hadn't heard anything from Nico. Not a peep. He didn't even have time to go look for him. Camp kept him busy all throughout the day. He was sitting on the beach talking to Hermes, getting the latest strategy from Olympus. The rain had let up in camp, but that didn't mean the mood was any lighter. Apollo and Artemis, after they've dropped you guys down, will take the sky. I'll go in and take the Tesseract, it'll lower the defenses. Ares, Athena, and Hephaestus will take the right wing, the others the left. Hermes drew it out in the sand. Lord Hades, Father and Lord Poseidon will take Odin. Their finest warriors are Lady Sif and the warriors 3. Talia, Clarice, Travis and Connor will fight them. Who takes Thor? Percy asked angrily. He can beat the whole of camp single-handedly. This whole thing is stupid. That's why Athena is making you take Thor. Hermes cut him off. I'm not fighting Thor, Percy snapped. Hermes sent him a sad glance. You're the only one at camp who can take him. We're brothers. He's family. If I fight him I lose all respect from Steve, Bruce, even Tony. Percy ran a hand through his hair. You don't fight family. That's the only reason I'm still here. Percy, just take a deep breath. Hermes put a hand on his shoulder. I don't like this anymore than you. Why? Because you know none of your children won't make it. Percy brushed Hermes' hand off and stood up. That Travis will die? Connor? Chris? Percy, Hermes said in a hard, steely voice. Percy sat down in the water and let it soak through his jeans. Hermes came and sat next to him, having calmed down. I've seen every war there has been. In every war my children have marched out in my name and died for it as well. This is just another era with another war. People don't like war, and yet they still fight. Hermes gazed out across the water. You're right though, I don't want to go to war because I don't want to bury any more children. I don't want to have to tell their mothers their child died because my father had a wounded pride. Then why are you still going to fight? Percy dug his hands into the sand. I have a duty to my father. A man must always fight for his father if he so asks. Hermes swirled a pattern in the water. Your father does not want to fight. But the council has decided for him. Who decided for you? Lord Zeus, Percy muttered darkly. Everyone makes their own decision in life. I've made my choice because of duty. But your father doesn't want to fight. You don't want to fight, so why are you? Hermes sent him a small smile. I fight for rats, George said from Hermes' pocket. Shut it, Hermes said to his phone. Percy was confused by the question. Because the king of the gods told me to, he repeated. Since when have you been one to follow the rules? Hermes smirked. What happened to that kid who flew out on his Pegasus to save his friend despite the fact he wasn't allowed? I won't be marked a traitor? Percy asked as he stood. No. Hermes put his hands on Percy's shoulders. After all you've done for us they wouldn't dare. I should get going then. Percy felt some of the weight on his shoulders lift. Thanks, Lord Hermes. We're a little past the Lord stage, aren't we? Hermes smiled at him. Hermes it is then, Percy smiled. Go on, get going. We only have 3 days. Hermes gazed up at the sky. You're the only one who can stop this before it starts. Percy jogged up the beach with renewed reason. Nico had been right. He had to end it before it even had a chance to begin. His place wasn't to follow orders mindlessly. It never had been. Inside his cabin he grabbed his armor and put on his jacket. He managed to avoid the somber campers and make it to the stables unseen. Come on Blackjack, Percy said as he swung onto the Pegasus' back. It's rough out there. Nothing's too rough for me, boss, Blackjack neighed as he ran out of the stables preparing to get a run up for a solid lift. Percy, the son of Poseidon, heard someone yell. Turned, he saw Chiron standing near the stables. Percy gazed at him for a moment before pushing up his hood and digging his knees into Blackjack's side. The Pegasus flew into the air. They rose towards the blue sky that quickly became black as they flew higher. Straight to the tower. Percy yelled to be heard above the loud thunder and heavy rain. Got it, Blackjack neighed as he began moving onto the wind currents. We have to fly low. Percy gripped tightly onto his friend's mane as they were blown and rocked because of the strong wind. Below them the city was alight and alive as if it was the middle of the night. A bolt of lightning flashed rather close to him and Percy had to swerve to avoid getting his jacket singed. They were just flying over a group of apartment buildings when a rather strong bout of wind blew. Blackjack was buffeted to the left and his wind clipped one of the gargoyles on the building. "You okay?" Percy asked his friend. "Fine," Blackjack muttered, "the wind's picking up." "We're nearly there." Percy directed Blackjack around the Empire State Building. "Maybe." Before Percy even had a chance to finish, the wind picked up and buffeted Percy and Blackjack strongly to the left. With an already sore wing, Blackjack was buffeted straight into the Empire State Building. Percy jumped off his friend, giving the Pegasus a chance to avoid the barbed wire that protected the viewing platform. "Just my luck," Percy muttered as he stood, but he was blinded by a sudden flash of light. Turning towards the source, he came face to face with an Asian tourist. In the tourist's hand was a phone that flashed yet again. Raising a hand to his face, he realized his hood had slipped off. "Shit." Percy flicked up his hood and in a sudden move grabbed the poor tourist's phone and chucked it on the ground, smashing it into large pieces. "Sorry," he commented before gazing at the 20 or so tourists that had gathered around. His gaze locked on a certain tourist though. "Loki," Percy muttered as he pushed through the crowd and attempted to reach the smirking god of mischief, but the man was gone as quickly as he appeared. "He's just a teenager," one tourist muttered. Everyone else began speaking and Percy ignored the growing panic rising up in his stomach. Climbing up the wire, he jumped over the edge and landed on a waiting Blackjack's back. "Go, Blackjack." Percy looked at the tourists and tried to imagine how long it would take for the video to be uploaded to YouTube. "Go." Panic and fear coursed through Percy as he landed on the roof of Stark Towers. For a moment he had to sit down on the roof and take a deep breath. He knew that one tourist wasn't the only one to take his photo, or was it a video? How could he have been so stupid? No doubt someone had already uploaded it to Facebook or one of those countless other social networking sites. "Go back to camp, buddy," Percy muttered to his Pegasus from his position. "Tell Chiron I won't be back for a while." "You sure, boss?" Blackjack asked uncertainly. "Yeah. Get him to look over that wing as well." Percy pulled down his hood. Blackjack left after a worried look. Percy returned with a weak smile. Once the Pegasus had disappeared in the mass of dark clouds, Percy still continued to sit on the roof for a couple more minutes. He thought about what would happen now. Excuses would have to be made. Lies would have to be told. Percy knew this wouldn't work out well. Surely it wouldn't be like in a superhero movie where the villains went after loved ones and family. That would just be corny and wrong. Yet Percy couldn't help but think about how it would affect his everyday life. School would become hell. He'd be recognized on the spot. Nothing would remain private. The wind howled around him while the rain pissed down on him. It was like the perfect depressing scene from one of the movies his mother liked to watch. Percy, unlike the people in those sappy movies, knew he just couldn't sit around. Picking up his discarded bag of armor, he walked over to the roof's elevator. "Good to have you back on the team, Mr. Jackson," Jarvis greeted him warmly in the elevator. Thanks Jarvis." Percy looked at the array of buttons. "What floor are the others on?" "They are currently briefing with Director Fury." Jarvis lit up the floor number. "Is Nico there?" "He is currently sleeping," Jarvis chimed as the doors opened. Percy stripped off his hoodie and stuffed it into his bag. He quickly made sure no rips had been made on his jeans from his fall before beginning to head towards the briefing room. Hoisting his bag onto his shoulder, he opened the door and smiled sheepishly at everyone inside. Fury was standing at the top of the table with a holographic map floating above it. Holographic pins and numbers floated above certain places on the world, while some countries were colored in angry black. Steve was standing and staring at the map while Bruce was tapping away at something on a tablet. Tony for once seemed rather engulfed in the conversation at hand. "There's no pattern, no logic behind any of this. One moment there's a mass earthquake on the European plate and the aftershock is felt in Indonesia. Lightning strikes in the Australian desert despite the fact it's their summer. England is having a horrible blizzard while Spain is suffering a heat wave. There is no pattern." Tony was ranting. "Percy," Steve said, cutting of Tony's rant, "you're back." Percy set his bag down on the floor with a muffled clunk before answering. "I'm not going to fight a war that can be stopped." "From what your cousin told us, you were adamant on helping your father." Fury crossed his arms over his chest. "Or did something just happen to change your mind?" "Well, it might have been having to listen to Asgardian history or teaching 12-year-olds battle maneuvers. I think it was the history. I hate history." Percy stuck his hands into his pockets. "Perfect." Tony grabbed his arm and dragged him towards the map. I hate to admit, but I need your input. Nico said each god has a palace. He didn't say where. This could help with a pattern. Percy paused for a moment as he tried to get back into the swing of Tony's erratic thinking. Hades' palace is in Hollywood. A sudden holographic skull appeared over the Hollywood vicinity. My father has numerous palaces. Trident has his own as well. He's probably angry at the missing trident as well. His is here, and my father's is there. Percy pointed again and 2 tridents appeared. And I have no idea where Zeus is. This will help. Tony knocked him away slightly. Bruce, I'll need your help on this. Percy took a seat, feeling a little out of place. Fury walked over to him with a raised eyebrow. Are you staying this time, or are you going to let your uncle boss you around again? Fury raised a sarcastic eyebrow. Percy scowled at the comment and decided to ignore it. If you're looking for Loki, I just saw him as I was flying. He disappeared again though. Fury's brow crinkled as he frowned. We need to find this Mother before he puts this world in the middle of another war. Look at San Francisco. Steve stared at the map suddenly. What about it? Tony asked. Nothing's happened there. We need to be focusing on the points where something has happened. Look at the whole coast. Steve gestured up and down the western coast. Lightning strikes, storms, even earthquakes. Everywhere but San Francisco. Steve's onto something. Bruce had the map zoom in and focus on the city. Nothing. Clear skies, no storms, even the fogs lessened. Percy felt a fear gnaw at his stomach. Annabeth was in San Francisco. Whatever slight elation he had felt about being welcomed back to the Avengers so easily was now gone. He stared at the map and tried to figure out what it could mean. Anything in San Francisco we should know about? Fury asked skeptically. Percy jolted out of his thoughts to answer. Alcatraz used to be a monster prison, and Mount Tamalpais is the place where the sky meets the earth. Unless Loki has found someone to hold up the sky in the place of Atlas, there isn't anything he could gain from going there. Unconsciously, Percy ruffled up his hair. The gray strip had long since been grown out and replaced by new hair, but he couldn't help but think about it whenever Atlas was brought up. And the Garden of the Hesperides is on the mountain as well. But Loki's already immortal. The apple wouldn't be of any use to him, Percy added. I didn't understand half of that, Steve commented. In Greek mythology, the sky is kept from touching the ground by a man named Atlas, Bruce began to explain. Technically, it isn't mythology, Tony couldn't help but correct Bruce. And the Garden of Hesperides contains a tree of apples that supposedly make you immortal, right? Bruce asked Percy. Roundabout. It's not the sky that's protecting the bay. That sky doesn't do anything but cause pain and try to crush people, Percy muttered. Where's Natasha? And Clint? Shouldn't he be back by now? Percy had excused the absence of Thor. It made sense for him not to be on Earth. Clint and Natasha he couldn't work out. Surely Fury wouldn't have sent Natasha away at a time like this. They've both become Mia. Fury frowned slightly. We have people working on it. Both of them? Isn't that just a bit suspicious? Percy asked in surprise. Maybe that's outlinked to Loki? Dead end, Tony muttered. We've already tried to find them. Nothing. So it's us? Percy gazed at the 3 Avengers in the room. We have to find Loki and defeat him all the span of 3 days. You do have a secret agency with unlimited contacts at your disposal. Fury looked at his watch. Keep me updated. The super spy left the room silently. Tony got rid of the holographic map with a wave of his hand before sitting down in a chair. The light of his arc reactor broke through his thin and dirty shirt, spreading an odd circle of light onto the table. Steve and Bruce sat down as well, looking as weary as Percy felt. What really changed your mind? Bruce asked Percy. Mostly, they wanted me to fight Thor. Percy sat down as well. That just pushed me. Good to see you came to your senses. Tony had begun to tap at his phone. Are you on Twitter? Steve asked Tony. Just because the world is ending doesn't mean I have to start being social, Tony said distractedly. I'm actually having Jarvis scan all the tweets for any mention of abnormalities. What is this? What? Bruce asked his friend. Hey Iron Man, tell your friend he's a cutie. Tony stared at his phone in disbelief before looking at Percy. You decided to leave out the part where you crashed into the Empire State Building? You should have given me the video first. I would have entered it into the America's Funniest Home Videos. You what? Steve asked as he stared at Percy. You didn't tell us. It's not important, Percy blushed and swallowed his pride. Video has got to be somewhere. Tony tapped furiously at his phone. Bruce seemed to realize something. People know what you look like. My hood blew off. Percy rubbed a hand across his face. It was stupid mistake and now I'm in a shit. Here we go. Tony cut him off as he brought up YouTube, uploaded 3 minutes ago with already 10,000 hits. A larger version of the video was projected above the table. It was taken with a shaky handheld. It opened with some random tourist taking a stupid pose and laughing about the rain while being shielded under an umbrella. Then people had begun talking louder over the rain. Gladiator. Someone had shouted. The camera spun wildly until it focused on the nearly unnoticeable shape of Blackjack flying low below the clouds. As Blackjack neared the building, the tourist captured the moment when Percy was forced to jump off his Pegasus. His hood came off halfway through his fall. The rest of the video had a shaky but clear view of his surprised and shocked face. Look at these comments. Tony smirked as he scrolled through the comments. He's just a teenager. How low are we to call on teenagers in our time of need? That one was mean. He's a cutie. Anyone know his name? That's just normal. Idiot should learn how to drive. Now that's true. Tony. Bruce cut off the billionaire. Now isn't the time. We need to get all these videos off the internet. This time Percy cut off Bruce. It's too late. 10,000 people have seen it already. Nothing we can do. Percy, Steve tried to say. We need to find Loki. That's it. Percy was trying not to focus on his problems. Finally stopped being an idiot. Nico chimed in from the doorway, looking rather refreshed for someone who had only slept for an hour. I don't think he has. He just crashed his Pegasus into the Empire State Building. Tony smirked. Not that smart if you ask me. Everyone knew now. It had been on the 5, 6, 7 and 8 o'clock news. They called the government reckless, stupid and naive for calling in a teenager to work for the Avengers. Some questioned who he was. Others questioned what he was. He didn't like it one bit. We have confirmed reports from a reliable source that New York's own Gladiator is 18-year-old Perseus. Percy, it's Percy, the son of Poseidon said as if the reporter could hear him. Jackson, student at Good High School. This is not the first time Perseus Jackson has made the news. Zeus Beard. Percy rubbed his tired face as a picture of his younger self came up on the TV before becoming replaced by a picture of him with his swim coach from his school newsletter. He had already talked to his mother and Paul. Apparently reporters had begun swarming outside the apartment at about 4 o'clock. The SHIELD agents had cleared them out eventually. Even the school had been overrun with reporters waiting to talk to students about how they felt about Percy being the gladiator. His newly returned phone began to ring again. First Annabeth had called, that one had answered, but then came people from his swim team, even his school swimming coach. How he got the number he didn't know. This time though it was the coach of the Monarchs. His hand snaked across his bed and gripped the cool glass of the phone before he pressed answer. Hi coach. Percy muted the TV. He knew he had to answer this one. It was the 6th time he had called. The messages had said it was urgent, many of them did. But Percy knew he was in deep enough shit already with his coach. Jesus Christ Jackson, I've rung a million times. His coach sounded more exasperated than angry. Didn't have my phone on me, Percy muttered as he rested his head in his palm. Too busy hanging out with the likes of Tony Stark, huh? His coach grumbled. Why didn't you tell me about your thing earlier? His coach obviously didn't even know what to call his abilities. It didn't seem that important. Percy stood up and gazed out across the city. I hate to tell you this, but I've already had numerous sporting areas calling up and wanting a recall. They say it's unfair having a water mutant on the team. They say it's a disadvantage. What are you trying to say? Percy asked. We need you to stay away from competitions for a while until this blows over, his coach finally said. Percy clenched his fist and tried not to snap. Something he had worked for so hard was now ripped out from underneath him like a rug. I understand, Percy said honestly. I better be going. Hanging up the phone, he stood still for a moment before throwing his phone at the wall. Of course the phone didn't break and it didn't make Percy feel any better, but it at least released a little of his anger. Storming out of the room, he went into the elevator and pressed the button for the common room. Disadvantage? Percy grumbled. What do they know about disadvantages? Entering the common room, he saw Steve and Nico conversing quietly on a couch. Going to the cupboard, he pulled out chocolate bar before flopping down onto the couch. Biting into the sugary sweetness, he glared at nothing. "Did that chocolate bar hurt you personally, or are you just that hungry?" Nico asked his cousin sarcastically. "People want to revoke my swimming awards because apparently with me around it gives them a disadvantage." Percy chewed on the chocolate. "Who cares about a couple of trophies?" Nico asked, "Probably worth 5 cents. I was going to make a career out of swimming. Now they probably won't let me compete anymore." Percy ran a hand through his hair. "It just gets worse and worse." A sudden familiar alarm began blaring. Percy stared up at the ceiling momentarily before standing up. "The universe just hates me, doesn't it?" Percy asked sarcastically as he discarded his chocolate bar. "You make it too easy," Nico returned. "Jarvis, what's happening?" Steve asked the AI. "An array of creatures have been spotting attempting to destroy Washington. Loki has not been spotted in the vicinity," Jarvis responded. "Director Fury wants you there as soon as possible." "Meet back here in 5 minutes," Steve barked out. Percy rushed down to his room and grabbed his chest plate. He stared at the horse plume helmet before deciding he didn't need the extra weight. Throwing his hoodie over the softly glowing armor, he made it up to the common room before Steve. "No armor?" Percy questioned his cousin, who was standing in the center of the room. Nico unzipped his jacket to reveal the dark metal of his own chest plate. "Don't see the point in hiding. I don't have anything left to lose." "How are we getting there?" Steve asked as he came into the room, shield slung over his back. "Shadow travel." Nico grabbed Percy's forearm. "What about Tony and Bruce?" Percy questioned as Nico dragged him over towards Steve. "Tony will be there soon enough." Nico grasped Steve's forearm. "Don't vomit on me, Cap. I like this jacket." They were engulfed in shadows. Percy gripped on tight to Nico while the ride went on for what seemed for minutes, but in reality it was seconds. They arrived in a dark Washington, D.C. with chaos going on around them. Large creatures the size of tanks with the bodies of dogs but the heads of lions were spewing flame out of their mouths and onto the buildings of the capital city. "Jesus," Steve gulped in the air greedily, "never do that again." Aye, Captain." Nico pulled out his sword. "Let's get this over and done with." Nico charged towards one of the creatures and Percy swiftly followed. The creatures, despite the size and damage they caused, were quiet, easy kills. Their strength seemed to come in numbers. There must have been hundreds of them. Tony came in about 15 minutes later, all armored up and ready for a fight. Without his comlink, though, Percy had no idea what was going on behind the iron mask. "This is too easy." Percy cut his way through a horde of the creatures with ease. "Do you think it's a distraction?" Steve, who was the only one within hearing range, answered. "Possibly. Nico, get back to New York and see if anything's happening." Nico turned at the yelled order, and after glowering at the super soldier, he disappeared from sight. Percy turned and beheaded one of the creatures. There was a sudden loud mechanical crash, and Percy watched as one of the creatures tackled Tony out of the sky. The creatures suddenly stopped. Percy withdrew his sword from one and gazed at Steve. Steve was watching the creatures closely and jumped slightly when they all sudden evaporated into golden dust and began swirling around in a whirlwind. "Are you doing this?" Steve had to almost yell to be heard over the wind. "No," Percy replied as he attempted to break up the suddenly strong wind. "I can't stop it either." Tony flew through the dust and landed next to Percy. Steve walked up also and stared at the golden tornado. "I'm guessing this isn't normal?" Tony asked as he raised his arms and fired a repulsor into the golden dust. Of course it had no effect. "The dust isn't even bronze." Percy prepared himself for the worst, but the dust just seemed to swirling endlessly. "This isn't nor." A sudden huge yawn made him stop. "Normal. So we're just going to stand here like idiots and stare at it?" Tony asked sarcastically. Percy rolled his eyes and raised his arms. Feeling his stomach twist, he forced the water from underground in the water hydrants to burst into the street and engulf the funnel. It was more tolling than it should be. He lost his concentration as he yawned, making the water splash onto the street. The simple action of trying to get the water into the air again made his knees weak and his vision flicker. "Hades," Percy muttered. He just wanted to lie down on the ground and sleep. "I think I'm going to pass out." "What?" Steve barked in surprise. "I'm really sleepy," and with that Percy ceremonially collapsed to the ground with a loud clang. His sword fell out of his hand and lay on the pavement next to him. That's helpful, Tony muttered to himself, watching as the golden dust sudden fell to the floor. We have a passed-out demigod, some mysterious flying dust, and fires. This all makes perfect sense. Steve, who was kneeling next to Percy, gazed up at Tony. I haven't heard anything through the comlink. Tony cocked his metallic head to the side. Me either. Loki? Steve questioned as he stood and readied his shield. Maybe. Tony suddenly cut off as the lights of his mask and arc reactor flickered dangerously. Tony? Steve asked, worried. Tony's gloved hands seemed to be attempting to reach his face. A pained grunt flickered through the mask before Tony collapsed in the same fashion as Percy. Steve gazed around with sharp eyes, expecting to see a fleeting glance of Loki, but came up with nothing. No one was around. No security, Secret Service or SHIELD agents. Not even civilians ran panicking in the street. It was as if the city had been cleared out. Director? Steve tried his comlink as he knelt down next to Tony and pressed the manual release for his helmet. Hearing only static in the comlink, Steve quickly checked his friend's pulse before trying to think. Come on, Steve, he said to himself. You're alone in a dangerous territory. What do you do? I suggest you run, a new voice added. Standing up and spinning around, Steve found himself little over 3 meters away from Loki. The god smirked an overconfident smirk as he carelessly held onto his scepter. Unlike his previous one, it did not glow with the power of the Tesseract, it simply looked like a normal weapon. I never run away from a fight. Steve gripped his shield. I'm not surprised. Loki continued to smirk at him. From what Peggy Carter told me, you're quite the honorable man. Steve gripped his shield tighter. When did you talk to her? We had quite a lovely conversation. Loki gazed at him with piercing eyes. She swore that you'd come and hunt me down. And look at us now. I'm the one who had to come and find you. What's your play, Loki? Steve tried to rein in his emotions. Play? No, I'm not playing. Playing is for children. Loki lifted his scepter and a beam of light shot from it. Expecting this, Steve had lifted his shield to deflect the light. He felt it vibrate up his arm as the shield deflected it. Then what are you doing? Steve wanted nothing more than to throw his shield, but he knew without it he would be open to spells. Getting rid of those who stand in my way. Loki dug his scepter into the ground and launched off it, pulling it with him in the process. He jumped over Steve, who raised his shield for protection, but it deemed useless. A sudden beam of light hit him in the back and he managed to turn around just in time to see the real Loki smirking at him. Why does everyone seem to fall for that? Loki asked with a smirk. This is a line break. When Percy woke up, he found himself in a rather uncomfortable position. He was slumped against it with his hands held behind him by cold chains. His legs were folded underneath him in a heap and he nearly fell flat on his face in his attempt to stand up. He couldn't stand up anyway if he tried. His hands were attached by a length of bronze chain to the floor below. Tugging at it furiously, it refused to budge. We already tried that, he heard Tony mutter to his right. Tony was in the same position as him, and without his Iron Man suit he was stuck wearing his thin under jumpsuit. He seemed relatively unscathed except for the trails of blood leaking from his ears. They seemed to be in some sort of old abandoned jail cell. Steve was chained to the furthest wall, looking alert and on edge. What happened? Percy asked blearily. You breathed in some sort of sleeping gas or something, we presume, seeing as you're the only one it would affect. Loki hit me with an EMP that somehow stopped my arc reactor, something that should be impossible. I built it to unstoppable and Tony began to rant. And he hit me with a spell. He used transportation. Steve cut off the rambling billionaire. I still don't know where we are. Percy suddenly heard something down the hall. It sounded familiar. It was a language so old many people had forgotten it. Percy couldn't forget it if he tried. It was the garbled and cold speech of camp. What is that? Tony asked as he attempted to look down the hall. Shit, it looks like a dragon. That was all Percy needed to hear to confirm his fears. We're in Alcatraz. Outside, rain pounded against the aged prison. The noise was continuous and calming in no way, shape or form. It seemed as if the protective bubble over San Francisco had finally popped. The three males hadn't gotten anywhere in their escape plan. Steve wasn't strong enough to break the celestial bronze. Percy couldn't reach Riptide, and Tony did have any ingenious ideas. You're a son of Poseidon. We're on an island, and it's raining. Can't you do something? Tony grumbled as he shifted. Percy shifted in the uncomfortable armor chestplate before responding. I can try. Water won't cut the bonds. Only celestial bronze can cut celestial bronze. Well, if you didn't keep that pen of yours in your stupid pocket, we'd be out of here, Tony complained. Don't listen to Tony. Just try and see what you can do. Steve patiently cut of Tony. I need to piss. No one needs to know that, Percy muttered before closing his eyes and trying to concentrate. He could feel the water lapping against the island, feel it pound against the roof, even feel it drip down in the cell next door. Taking a deep breath, he felt his stomach clench as he accessed the water. Clenching his fist behind his back, he attempted to draw the water towards him, but it didn't come. Trying again, he only felt the waves against the shore lap a bit stronger before dying down again. I can't, Percy said with a sigh. I can feel it, but it won't come. I suppose Loki wouldn't have locked us up on an island without putting in some safety measures, Steve sighed as he slumped against the wall. It's getting worse out there, Percy said as he took in the waves' angry movements and rage. My lord. At the sound of that high-pitched plea, Perk sat up straighter and cocked his head to the side. Looking around the bare and rocky room, he didn't see anything but his thoroughly confused teammates. He slumped against the wall, figuring it was just his mind playing tricks on him. My lord, but there it was again, the same high-pitched voice. Are you feeling okay? Steve asked at the look of confusion on Percy's face, but the son of Poseidon shook his head to silence the super soldier. You can, come out, Percy seemingly spoke to nothing. Just as Tony was about to claim Percy mentally insane, a little red crab scuttled out of a hole in the wall. No bigger than a Girl Scout cookie, the creature looked rather ordinary. Percy, though, seemed to brighten at the appearance. Leaning as far forward as he could, he cocked his head to the side towards the crab as if listening to it. Immortals. Percy breathed the two words Tony had come to associate with Greek's versions of swears. Really? And what from father? He's talking to a crab, Tony said in disbelief. Our only hope is talking to a ing crab. Percy flickered his gaze up and glared at Tony before looking back down at the crab. Its little red pincers were clicking violently as if it were angry about something. Percy nodded his understanding to something before finally deciding to explain to his teammates. Shelby. A crab called Shelby? Tony scoffed. Said that the Cyclops armies are starting to mobilize. Percy finished as he angled back slightly and let the crab begin to clip away at his pants pocket. I have to talk to Tyson. What can your brother do? Steve asked as he watched the ballpoint pen drop out of Percy's pocket. He's in charge of the Cyclops army, Percy responded as the crab began slowly moving towards his hand. If I talk to him, I might be able to get him to delay them somewhat. When the pen was finally within reach, he took off the cap and tried to get a proper grip on the handle. After slicing through the chains, he stood up and glanced at the manacles still on his wrist. He skillfully angled his sword and cut them off cleanly with single strokes. Thanks, Shelby, Percy said to the crab, who clicked happily and scuttled away into another hole in the wall. Percy went to Steve first and thought about how it would be best to do it. He decided, seeing as the steel wouldn't hurt him, he could just cut the manacles straight off. Once freeing Steve, he cut through Tony's bonds and stared at the bars. We have to be quiet, Percy sliced through the lock on the door. Camp is deadly. They tried walking as quietly as possible through the halls, but even the sound of a pebble being kicked upturned sounded like thunder in the halls. The place was like a maze, and without Annabeth to guide him, Percy soon found himself wishing he had a map. Follow the water, Percy thought as he began to concentrate on the water again. Leading it by ear, he managed to get them turned in the right direction. Tony suddenly veered to the right, though, and around a different corner. Steve and Percy stopped and asked in a loud whisper. What are you doing? I need to piss, came Tony's hushed reply. Percy rolled his eyes as he heard Tony's satisfied sigh and the sound of running water. For a born billionaire, you're surprisingly uncivilized, Percy muttered as he kept an ear out for any stray lurking monsters. Must be all the time I've been spending around you. The tinkling sound was cut off. Jesus Christ. What is it? Percy asked as he tightened his grip on his sword. Clint, was Tony's only reply. Percy rushed around the corner and stared into the cell Tony was pressing himself against. It stank, and the smell was so bad Percy had to lift his shirt over his nose to block it out. Clint lay inside in a puddle of God knows what. A celestial chain trailing from his ankle back into the wall. Immortals. Percy muttered as he readied his sword and cut through the lock. Tony rushed in past him and knelt next to Clint without hesitation, fingers going to his neck to search for a pulse. Is he? It seemed Steve couldn't bring himself to finish. His pulse is strong, Tony answered as he pinched the skin on the back of his hand, moving aside momentarily so Percy could cut away the chain restraining the archer. He's dehydrated, that much I can tell. If he's here, Percy stepped out and gazed down the long row of cells. Then Natasha's here as well. Percy glanced at Clint one more time before running lightly down the hall. He looked in each cell, but found no sign of the assassin. That was until he neared the end of the hall. Natasha was better off than Clint, at least. She leant against a wall, her head resting on one knee while the other leg was spread out in front of her. Her usually vibrant red hair was mangled, and despite her slumped pose she still seemed to have an air of resistance around her. Natasha, Percy said as he cut through the lock. Instantly Natasha looked up. Her eyes blazed with defiance momentarily before she finally saw who it was. Only then did she seem to relax, deflate almost. Percy, she said. What are you doing here? Same as you. Percy knelt next to her and cut through the metal restraint. Well, kind of the same. Loki captured us, meaning Tony, Steve and I. Where's Clint? Natasha cut in as she stood up, keeping the weight off her left ankle in the process. Down the hall, Percy straightened up and felt his blood run cold as he heard the garbled language of camp floating down the halls. Stirkor, he swore, quick. Natasha dd her arm around his neck and they limped, walked down the hall as quickly as they could. They were just outside Clint's cell when the snake-covered head of camp wound around the corner. Natasha managed to limp to safety, just avoiding one of Camp's twin scimitars. Nice weapons. Percy began to mock her as he made urgent hand motions to Steve. Managed to make some new ones, I take it. How'd you get out of Tartarus anyway? The only response was a quick blows with her scimitars. Percy knew that they wouldn't be able to beat her. With Annabeth it had taken the Held of Briars to just incapacitate her. Percy enlarged his shield and flung it over to Steve, who caught it nimbly. Get them out, Percy ordered Steve. Go to the shore, I'll be out as soon as I can. We're not leaving you, Natasha said. Percy rolled to the side and avoided another swing. He underestimated the speed of the second scimitar and had it thrust to his chest. Though it didn't burn him, he could still feel its warmth through his armor. That action had thrown him into a wall and he slumped to the floor momentarily. If those things touch you, you'll disintegrate. Go. Percy yelled at them, try and find your shield. Percy had to get Camp's full attention before the others could even attempt to leave. Thinking rashly, he vaulted upwards and landed on Camp's neck. Instantly a scimitar was up and knocking him off, but it was enough. Steve, Tony, who were supporting Clint, and Natasha managed to get around the corner just in time to avoid Percy being flung into yet another wall. Come on, Percy, he said to himself as he played the endless game. He needed to make an earthquake. One strong enough to bring a mountain of rocks down on the monster. Whatever spell that was over the building was stopping him from even making a tremor. Come on. Percy yelled at himself as he slammed into yet another wall. On impact, though, a huge shock wave radiated from him. The roof above him began to crack violently and Percy barely managed to get out of the way before a huge slab of rock fell on him. The rocks continued to fall and Percy skidded around the next open corner, getting out of the range of Camp's rage as quickly as possible. Running through the seemingly endless halls, he kept his mind close to the ocean. Just the presence of it helped him get some sort of bearing. He bashed his shoulder against a wooden door and escaped into a bright morning. Or was it afternoon? Steve? Percy asked in a yell as he gazed across the stretch of land. Hearing no response, he jumped into the water and let the current push him around the ocean. The waves broke around him and sprayed sea salt into the air. He had done half a loop before he finally found the others. Steve seemed to be using the salt water to clean out some of Clint's and Natasha's wounds, while Tony was gazing across the city. Rain continued to pelt down on them, but none of them seemed to notice. We have to get going, Percy said as he pulled himself out of the water and padded up towards the group. Do you happen to have a boat waiting by? Tony asked sarcastically. No. Percy stuck his foot back into the water and it instantly created a panel of frozen ice. Because that's so safe, Tony muttered as he hefted the semi-lucid Clint to his feet. Here. Steve held out the bronze shield while he clasped his own. We couldn't find the suit. Great. Percy glanced up at the sky before making the ice boat larger. Get on. If the Cyclops army is mobilizing, that means camp's getting ready as well. Ending up on the shore of San Francisco Bay was not the way Percy expected to greet the media. He was planning to maybe have Tony write him palm cards or for Bruce to teach him how not to punch someone who annoyed him too much. Supporting a barely lucid Clint and holding up a limping Natasha certainly wasn't the way he wanted to make his grand debut. Percy had created an ice bridge from Alcatraz to the nearest shoreline. In that time, though, media had already begun to swarm the shores despite the waves. Percy had Steve lead Natasha and Clint away before the media frenzy began. Tony, on the other hand, stayed, somehow managing to make a black thin jumpsuit look acceptable. "Mr. Jackson!" The reporters yelled loudly to be heard over the rain. "Are you a mutant?" one asked. "Is it true you were bitten by a radioactive crab?" another asked. "How can you expect to save the world when you can't even pass English?" another asked, and Percy blushed slightly. "All right," Tony said so loudly everyone actually managed to shut up. "Leave him alone. Clear away while you're at it, we have things to take care of." None of the reporters moved. "Does this have to do with the freak weather we are currently experiencing?" That single question started a whole new flurry of questions. "Are you going to pay for the damages you caused the city? Is it true you've attended over 12 schools? Why did you hide your identity?" With each question, Percy felt his anger growing. He was tired and hungry. Elysium for him right now was his bed and a whole barbecue. Clenching his fist slightly, he could only handle a couple more seconds of the constant yelling before something inside of him snapped. "I didn't want people to know my identity because I knew this would happen," he yelled, making the reporters fall into a deathly hush. "I'm just a teenager who got caught up in something he never wanted. You want to accuse me of ruining buildings or destroying things? You go and do that. Right now we have something bigger and more important to handle than sticky beak reporters." By the end, the waves had become rougher on the shore. Percy moved forward and the reporters instantly split apart. It was like he was splitting the Red Sea. He and Tony had just made it up onto the main road when the shadows morphed and moved to reveal Nico. Nico himself looked rather beat up. A cut ran across his temple, a bruise was forming just below his collarbone, and he looked bone-weary. Finally, Nico huffed as he rested his hands on his knees. "What's happening?" Percy questioned his cousin. "With so many demigods grouping at the Empire State Building, the monsters are prowling." Nico stood up straight. "What happened?" "Loki decided to play capture the Avengers," Tony muttered as he gazed at the media. "Where's Steve?" Nico questioned. "With Clint and Natasha, hiding from the media," Percy muttered darkly. "Can you manage to take us all back?" "In 2 runs, sure." Nico stuck out his arms. "What are we doing?" Tony questioned. "Shadow travel," Nico replied as he grabbed Tony's arm. "Try not to vomit." "Why would I?" The darkness engulfed them and Percy clenched his eyes shut. After what seemed to be minutes, they landed in the lounge room of the tower. Tony staggered away from Nico and rubbed his eyes. "That shouldn't be possible," Tony muttered as he walked around. "I've seen you do it. I figured it was the manipulation of space itself, but on that scale it's as if you're creating your own Einstein rose." "We have a world save. Ramble later." Percy removed his jacket and stretched. "I think I know what Loki might be doing." "I'll be back. I suggest you get up there. Try to get campers to back out," Nico panted before disappearing. Percy gazed at the tall building outside the window before looking at Tony. The man wordlessly slipped on his sleek bracelets and deployed his suit. It was built around him in a flurry of motors, metal and machinery. If Percy wasn't so worried about the fate of the world, he would have marveled at it. "I'll drop you, then go and see Fury," Tony said as he began walking towards the window. He carelessly smashed it with a repulsor beam. "No doubt he missed us." "I was thinking more like you had Happy drop me off," Percy began as he hesitantly walked up behind Tony. "Nope." The smirk was almost visible in his voice. He grabbed onto Percy's arm and the demigod barely had time to jump onto the back of the suit before they were plummeting towards the ground. "Hades!" Percy yelled as he clenched tighter on the metal, struggling to grip onto the polished surface. "You can travel through shadows but not the air," Tony's voice cackled through the rain. "Shut up!" Percy yelled at him. "How about some aerial tricks?" "Put me down!" Percy managed to yell as they came dangerously close to the Empire State Building. "Whatever you say." Tony suddenly deployed his shoulder flaps and Percy was flung off from the source. The son of Poseidon landed hard on the pavement and rolled on impact. He barely managed to avoid crushing a man walking him dog in the process. Standing up, he offered an apologetic smile before jogging down the street. Inside, the Empire State Building was still packed with tourists. For a moment, Percy was yet again blinded by the sudden flashing of the cameras. Staring at the crowd for a moment longer, he moved quickly to the service desk. "Just take it." The man held it out without even waiting for Percy to ask for it. Percy took it from the serviceman's hand and smacked the up button. He stepped in as soon as possible and used the keycard to reveal the 600th floor button. Pressing it, he waited impatiently, tapping his foot to the Billy Ray Cyrus with absolute distaste. "Thank the gods," Percy muttered as he escaped from the elevator and onto the walkway that led up towards the main part of Olympus. Just as Percy began to walk on the main road, he realized he had not seen a single person. No wind blew, no music played, not a single living person, creature or half-blood was in sight. Oh no, Percy breathed as he gazed around. Had they launched a preemptive attack? Decided to go before the time was up? See if they could get the Asgardians by surprise? Percy silently prayed they hadn't as he began running up towards the throne room of the gods. On the way, he kept an eye out for anyone or anything, but the city remained deserted. He was just about to reach the doors when he spotted something out of the corner of his eye. He gazed back down across the city from his vantage point and spotted a mass of tents in the largest clearing the city had to offer. He spotted flecks of red, black and white, all signs that they had Pegasus with them. Readying himself, he began jogging towards the clearing in the park. "Percy?" Connor Stoll asked as he spotted Percy jogging through the trees. It seemed all of the older campers were milling around outside tents or near the Pegasus. Not a single god was in sight. It seemed that the very mention of his name, everyone turned their attention towards him. Percy shifted uncomfortably in his armor yet again before speaking up. "Where are the gods?" he asked as he stepped deeper into the camp, trying to see if Annabeth was anywhere in sight. "Tactician meeting down on the surface," Connor said darkly. That's when Percy realized nearly everyone was wearing their armor. Some was too big, some looked too heavy. None of it was custom made for them like Percy's was. They looked like a ragtag bunch of misfits who decided to dress up as the same character at a costume party. "Everybody listen," Percy yelled, drawing everybody's attention. "You don't have to fight." "Yes, we do," one camper said. "The gods said so." "If we don't fight with the gods, they won't have an army." Percy ignored the comment. "Who we really need to be fighting is Loki. He's the one with the weapons." "We can't just abandon the gods," Malcolm said from the forefront of the crowd. "We're not abandoning them," Percy urged. "From what I know about Loki is that he needs to see his handiwork. He's prideful and egotistical. The gods are opening a bridge to Asgard from here at midnight tomorrow, right?" "Yeah," Katie Gardiner said. "So Loki will be in the city. He'll have the perfect view of everything. But with the gods all fighting, their thrones will be left abandoned. And with the gods' weapons, he has the power to destroy their thrones." Malcolm finished. "No one will be there to protect them." "Exactly," Percy said. "My point is that if we leave, say, 20 people behind, we can stand a chance against him. Why not bring your might Avengers up here?" some spiteful child of Ares spat. "Mortals aren't allowed," Percy argued. "It'll have to be us." "I'll stay," Travis said, and Connor echoed the statement. "The strategy is flawed, but it's better than watching the gods fade," Malcolm commented. "I'm in." "I am too," Butch called from the back. Eventually people began to trickle onto his side. When he had 20, Percy knew that they at least had a small chance. "Hang around, don't tell the gods out plan. Meet me outside the throne room at 6 tomorrow," Percy ordered. "I'm going to go see if I can get mortals up here." "Good luck with that," an Athena camper muttered. Percy scowled at her before beginning to leave the home of the gods. In the elevator he endured the horrible music yet again before escaping into the lobby. Ignoring the tourists yet again, he dropped off the keycard and called Fury. "I have a plan," Percy said as he walked down the street, nimbly parting the crowds. They stared and gaped at him like fish out of water. "What is it?" Fury asked on the other end. "The only way to get rid of the gods is to destroy their thrones up in the throne room." Percy hoped this wasn't being recorded for future use. Loki has the right weapons to do that. Olympus will be wide open. It'd be the perfect time to go and cut them down. What do you suggest we do, Jackson? Fury questioned shortly. I already have a team of some demigods up there. I'm going to hunt down Talia and the hunters while I'm at it. I also need a find to bypass the no mortal allowed up there rule. Percy entered the lobby of Stark Tower and entered the elevator. Hop to it then, Fury replied before hanging up. Percy stepped out of the elevator onto the main level of the Avengers' personal suits and looked at the ensemble team. They all gazed at him expectantly, like he would suddenly said, "Hey guys, turns out Loki gave up." Instead he said, "I'm hungry, anybody want pizza?" Percy sat on the couch and stared out at nothing. He had been like this for the past hour. It was truly a thing to be seen. Percy Jackson was actually sitting still. No twitching of the fingers, no tapping feet, not even an impatient sweeping motion through his hair. The reason? Percy was thinking. He had to find a way to get mortals onto Olympus. Shadow travel? God's blessings? Who knew? Maybe if they borrowed Apollo's sun chariot. No, not possible. Tony couldn't fly up there, it would be blocked from his view like with any other mortal. Shadow travel was their best hope. Nico could bypass any wards he wanted with his form of travel. Maybe that meant mortals on Olympus as well. Percy hoped it would work. He needed it to work. It just had to work. If it didn't, Percy honestly didn't want to think about what would happen if it didn't. Two ancient races of gods would fight against one another in a battle that would span years. Civilizations would collapse. Oh, and let's not forget mortals would suffer. Unlike before the battle for Manhattan, Percy could not relax. He could not go to the beach. He couldn't even enjoy a moment with his Pegasus. He instead had to worry about the welfare of hundreds of people. Let's not forget himself. He had to worry about his own welfare, of course. He blinked rapidly at the sound of approaching footsteps. His eyes came back into focus and he watched as Tony walked into the lounge room seemingly without a care in the world. Percy stretched out his legs and cringed as his knees let out a resounding crack. Just what he needed, cracking joints. Any luck? Tony questioned as he casually peeled a banana. Shadow travel is our only chance. Percy stood and stretched his back. I just hope it works. We have to be up there in an hour. That's when they're moving out. I'll tell everyone to start suiting up, Tony said as he took a bite of the banana. Tony left the room yet again and Percy flopped against the couch. Last night's sleep had come to him surprisingly easy. Today had not been easy though. He had to deal with Natasha and Clint brandishing weapons in every direction, apparently preparing. Tony walking around casually covered in grease and oil. And even Bruce seemed rather uneasy about the whole ordeal. They were tense, conversation didn't come easy, and smiles had not been seen all day. Though it was only 8 o'clock at night, they would be going up a bit earlier. Percy was thinking of having Nico shadow travel the Avengers up one by one at random intervals so not to catch Loki's attention. He hoped it would work. Standing up again, Percy headed into the elevator and down to his room. His chest plate rested on the unmade bed as if reminding him of what was to come. He cast a distasteful look at it before sliding into the bathroom. Stripping off his shirt and pants, he started up the water before stepping under the stream of steaming droplets. If it was up to him, he would just stay under the rain-like stream forever, but he had work to do. Getting out, he changed into a long black t-shirt and some comfortable jeans. Once he exited the shower, he found Nico lying on the bed, already decked out in armor and trademark aviator's jacket. Nico looked rather calm. His face was relaxed and he looked like he could fall asleep despite the heavy armor. Found any other ways to get them up there? Nico questioned without looking at his cousin. No. Percy picked up the chest piece and clicked it on. Take Steve up first to see if it works. Why'd I get stuck with the crap jobs? Nico asked as he stood and began towards the doors. Percy didn't grace the question with an answer as he picked out a random pair of shoes from his cupboard. He took his time tying them up. There would be a couple-minute lapse until Nico came back and reported if they could breach Olympus with shadow travel. It would be perfect if they could. They could hide out in one of the now abandoned buildings until the gods left to fight. Up on Olympus, Steve was marveling at the beautiful city through the window. It was absolutely amazing. The buildings, the trees, even just the careful design of the cobbles on the street. Nico, on the other hand, was preparing himself for another jump down to the surface. At least they knew it worked. It was more tiring, but it worked. Stay away from the window, Nico said as he concentrated on Stark Towers in his mind. I'll be back in a minute. True to his word, a minute was all he needed. He appeared about 50 seconds later with Tony, who was already decked out in his armor. Since he was wearing his helmet, Tony's emotions and thoughts were blocked off, but Steve thought they may have been thinking the same thing. "And here we go again," Nico muttered to himself before disappearing. "Amazing," Tony finally briefed as he removed his helmet and pressed a button within it. A holographic image suddenly appeared. It seemed to be a 3D scale model of Olympus. Steve gazed with amazement at the massive Greek building perched higher than the rest, the parks, the lakes, and the statues. Tony had a rather passive but happy look on his face as he looked at it. Nico came back in with Bruce, who was looking rather green. "Are you okay, Bruce?" Steve asked in concern. "Fine," Bruce mumbled as the green tinge began to go away. "I didn't expect it to be so heart-racing." "Didn't we all?" Tony said in return. Nico, on the other hand, left without a word. "Is this it?" Bruce asked once he was sure he was in control. "Yep," Tony replied as he stood and checked that all the windows and doors were closed. They seemed to be in a jewelry store of some sort. "Hades' underpants." The exclamation was followed by a loud crash and the tinkling of glass. They all turned around and watched as Natasha climbed off Nico and backed away from the glass with a slight limp, the only sign of her capture. Nico, on the other hand, rolled off the glass case and gazed at his body in pain and disgust. Shards of glass stuck out from different angles. It hadn't been able to penetrate his armor, but places like his lower back, shoulders and arms hadn't gone unscathed. "I like this jacket," he mumbled almost sleepily. "Steve, can you check for medical supplies, please?" Bruce said as he knelt next to Nico and frowned grimly at the glass. "Good job, genius." Tony rolled his eyes and got rid of the holographic image. Pressing a button on his thigh, they watched as little medical satchel fell out. He chucked it to Bruce, who nimbly caught it. "Just get rid of the glass," Nico grunted. "The rest I can take care of." "What about Clint?" Natasha questioned. "What about my thank you?" Nico shot back. "Thank you," Natasha said with honesty. "Clint will have to wait," Bruce said as he slid a piece of glass from Nico's back. "Or he can come up with Percy," Steve suggested as he returned empty-handed. "Loki might see them," Tony said in return. "And the man at the desk won't give Percy the key if he has a mortal," Nico grunted out as Bruce plucked another piece of glass out. "You're lucky you didn't get any in your neck or skull," Bruce commented lightly. "I've fallen enough times to know what the right way to fall is," Nico said grimly. In about 5 minutes Bruce had all the shards out. Nico stood up and rifled through the pockets of his jacket and pulled out a small flask. He took a swig from it and sighed in relief. The others sent him an odd look, but he was gone before they could question it. Natasha started checking her guns and widow bites while Steve and Tony began playing with their own pieces of equipment. Clint arrived with Nico a minute later. Clint was faring better than he had been yesterday. After consuming 5 bacon cheeseburgers and God knows how much water, he looked like his old self. He had a row of butterfly stitches over one eyebrow, and numerous other little patches of stitches on various parts of his body. "Camp out here for the moment," Nico said as he took another swig from the flask. The next couple of hours weren't very entertaining. Tony pulled a deck of cards from another hidden compartment and dealt them out between them. They began playing through every game they knew. Poker, 21, Go Fish. They had tried Snap, but it turned out playing with a super soldier and man dressed in metal was a bad idea. "Natasha, do you have a 4? Tony asked the assassin, who begrudgingly handed over the card. "Do you have a 5? Steve cut Natasha off. "Hear that?" he questioned. "Hear what?" Bruce cocked his head to the side to hear better. "It's like a horn," Steve replied. "Hang on." Tony rolled his eyes and chucked his helmet on. It flickered to life, and after a moment he removed it. "It's a conch shell." Bruce looked at his watch. "It's 11:45. It must be their warning signal," Clint replied as he stood and gazed at his bow. "We use it at camp." Nico suddenly appeared with Percy on his arm. "Ares is sorting out the campers. They're going nuts trying to find Percy." "Why?" Natasha questioned. "They wanted me to fight Thor," Percy replied grimly. "They won't be able to find me though. Only my father, Lord Hermes and Lord Apollo can find me. They won't try." "Good," Steve replied. "How is the battalion moving out?" "First are the gods, then the Pegasus, then the sword fighters, archers and finally javelin fighters," Percy replied promptly. "Okay. Then let's go over our plan. This is a line break. Loki Lawfason sat alone in the thick dense trees of outer Olympus. Sitting straight and set, he seemed to be an image of the man he used to be. Sunken cheekbones, oily hair, slim bones and low muscle. A king should not look like this, he thought to himself. For truly he was a king. King of Jotunheim, rightful king of Asgard, and soon to be king of Olympus and the squabbling Midgardians. In battles before this, long ago, he had armies to command. They would follow him without a second thought and trust him with their lives. But not he was alone. He'd be lying to himself if he said he liked it that way. It was true he was a solitary creature, but he did not like being alone. He would never admit that though. Who could he admit it to? The only company he had was himself. The great silver-tongued god of Asgard gripped his new scepter and tried to clear his head. Emotions were for the weak. They were petty human things. He had a job to do. He thought over his task and smirked sadly to the darkness. I will make you long for something as sweet as pain, ran through his head, and he did his best not to stiffen. There he was again, Thanos, his invisible jailer. He may have escaped Asgard, but he could never escape him. You failed. We gave you everything you needed and you still failed. The man with a voice like poison had whispered to him during his imprisonment. You have one more chance to prove yourself, Lawfason. Bowing his head, Loki rid the thoughts from his mind. Each man had to make his own path in life. He had been in the shadows of his brother too long. Loki Lawfason would be ridiculed and underestimated no longer. It was an oddly beautiful sight. The portal opened high in the sky above Olympus with a flash of rainbow. It revealed a solar system unlike their own. The stars didn't match, nor did the moon. The portal rippled with the colors of the rainbow, much like a bubble would when caught in the sunlight. If it wasn't the doorway to a war zone, Percy would think it was beautiful. From the edge of the trees he watched with Tony as the silver and gold chariots of Apollo and Artemis rolled through the portal. Following behind was the red flaming chariot of Ares, led by near skeletal horses, the black war chariot of Hades. That one was led by bone-white skeletal horses. And various other chariots of the gods. Taking up the rear was his father, Poseidon, great glistening, golden gilded chariot flying smoothly through the air with the assistance of two seafoam white Pegasus. Even the sight of all the gods flying into the portal was a sight to behold. With chariots ranging from bone white to midnight black, it looked like some sort of twisted color parade. Tony was silent in the suit beside him, the soft blue light from his suit illuminating the barren floor in front of them. In the distance the sound of clanging weapons could be heard. Not from the battlefield, no. The battle had yet to even commence, but rather that of the clumsy campers. No doubt's nerves would be setting in. Hearts would be racing. Palms would be getting sweaty. No doubt their stomachs would be turning and their thoughts would flitter to that of life. What will happen if I die? Some might have been thinking. Others might just be relishing the adrenaline that fighting brought. Maybe others were swelling with pride. They would be fighting for their parents, the almighty Greek gods. Should they not be allowed to feel prideful? Let them feel prideful, some would say. Tony, on the other hand, wouldn't. While he also relished the feeling of a fight, he couldn't help but feel his heart tighten at the thought of people as young as 12 marching into a fight against the Norse gods. They should be struggling with math homework or going on one of those social media sites, not fighting their parents' petty fights. For all it was worth, Percy looked rather calm. This wouldn't be the first time Tony had gone into battle with him. To be honest, Percy almost worried Tony during a fight. The raw power someone so young had, it was concerning to say the least. But Tony respected Percy. The teen had fought more wars than he should have. While the Man of Iron did not know much about the Battle of Manhattan, as Percy put it, Tony knew that fighting in a full-scale battle at 16 must have changed Percy somewhat. There go the Pegasus, Percy muttered as he continued to gaze up at the sky. Horses of different colors and size flew into the air, wings spread wide as they flew. Other campers are meeting periodically at the jewelry store. I have Nico zapping around looking for Loki. Do you want to head back? Tony asked as he mentally attempted to ignore the itch of his left knee. We need to head to the throne hall. Percy gestured towards the biggest building on the hill. I was going to bring the cap, but I need him to lead the demigods. Explain the thrones, Tony said as he followed behind Percy. Even without the glow of light from the suit, Percy would be visible because of the soft glow that the teen's armor put out. Each major god has a throne in the room, Percy explained as he chose one of the back streets, and that throne is the source of the god's power. Sort of the thing that makes sure they don't fade away. You destroy the throne, you destroy the god. Kind of an obvious kryptonite, Tony muttered from behind his mask as he managed a game of Tetris and an extensive research paper about Einstein-Rosenberg Bridge. They're protected like Fort Knox, Percy muttered as he checked around. I sat on my father's and nearly got fried, just try not to touch them, okay? No promises, Tony smirked to himself. They reached the grand throne room of the gods and Percy pushed open the doors with a great heave. Tony was absolutely amazed by what he saw. It put Grand Central Station to shame. The thrones of the gods formed a neat U while a large fire took up one wall. Near the back of the room was a strange creature that Jarvis couldn't identify. He's an Ophiuchus, Percy said as he gazed at the creature. His name's Bessie. Bessie? Tony snorted. I didn't know he was a male at the time, Percy muttered sheepishly as he put his hand into the nice little aquarium-like structure that contained the creature. Your uncle is not happy, a new voice joined the silent room. In an instant Tony had his repuzzler up and whining, a sign it was ready to fire. He wasn't surprised to see a little girl no older than 8 sitting by the hearth, tending to it with a long iron stick. Wearing a warm brown cloak and head wrap, she had an air of power. Lady Hestia, at the sight of Percy bowing, Tony hesitantly lowered his arm. Goddess of Hearth, right? Tony recalled his knowledge of mythology. Rise, Percy, Hestia gave them a warm smile, and yes, Mr. Stark, correct as always. No offense, but why aren't you up there battling it out? Tony questioned. I will tell you what I told Percy not long ago. Hestia poked the fire some more. I am here because when all else fails, when all the other mighty gods have gone off to war, I am all that's left. Home. Hearth. Kind of like a guard dog, Tony commented with a shrug. If you choose to see it that way, Hestia gave the fire a final poke. I must go. But I will be near. The 8-year-old disappeared in a soft spiral of flames. Tony was about to ponder the ability, but the sudden sound phone Natasha breaking through his comm link made his break away from his thoughts. We've spotted Loki left flank, near someplace called Memorial Park, Natasha said. We've got him at the Poseidon Fountain, Steve crackled through. This is confusing because I can see him in the plaza, Connor commented through the link. He, Travis, Malcolm, Katie and Nico formed the demigod division of the group. He can copy himself, Tony swore mentally. We won't know which one will be the real one. Maybe it's that one. Percy cut him off as he pointed to the open doorway with his sword. Loki, full battle armor and all, stood in the midst of the moonlight. But something was off. He was too pale, too skinny, too sickly. He seemed like the even scrawnier version of the man Percy had met at the masquerade party. That didn't make him any less dangerous though. He still had a sharp scepter for a weapon. Well, that just made things a whole lot easier, Tony said as numerous different weapons popped up out of hidden compartments and trained themselves on Loki. That's the things with you Midgardians, Loki strode into the room. You rely on bullets and lasers to do the work for you. War is fought by men, weapons. You'd know all about war, wouldn't you? Reindeer games? Tony fired off 2 anti-tank missiles. The god of mischief didn't even seem to flinch as he easily deflected them with a wave of his specter, making them explode in the corner of the room. What is this? Third attempt. Tony taunted some more as he watched Percy expand his shield and attempt to move in from the side. Figured you can't have Asgard so you'd go Earth. Loki seemed to bristle slightly at the insult as he stopped at the edge of the U. By the end of tonight I will have Asgard and Midgard in the palm of my hand. Loki raised his scepter, and you will kneel. You like people kneeling, don't you? Tony raised his repulsor-clad hand. Is that some kinky Asgardian thing? While Loki paused only minutely to process the joke, Tony fired a repulsor beam at Percy's shield. The teen was smart enough to raise it, sending the blue beam of light flying towards Loki. The silver-tongued god of mischief flickered for a moment before reappearing by a golden throne. You think you can trick me? Loki jerked his scepter back and sent a beam of blue light flying towards Tony, who just managed to dodge the god of mischief. I've met the god of mischief. Percy gripped his sword, and I don't think you're him. He wears a tracksuit. Percy merely clenched his fist and a sudden surge of water flew out of the tank and pushed against the Asgardian. Loki yet again flickered for a moment before appearing next to Zeus' throne. I came expecting a fight, Loki smirked a gleaming smirk. Percy then did something that surprised Tony. Taking 2 long bounding steps, he jumped high and landed on the arm of a silver throne. For a moment nothing happened, but then a sort of shock wave seemed to emit from it. Percy jumped off just in time, and Tony managed to fire off the ground, but Loki caught a large amount of whatever sort of seismic wave that was emitted by the chair. The son of Loki was pushed back and into the chair of Zeus. In return, the chair emitted a charge of electricity that made Tony's suit flicker for a moment as a bolt hit him full on. "Suit at 600% capacity," Jarvis chimed. "I'll never get sick of this," Tony muttered gleefully to himself as he jutted out his chest and let the chest beam shoot at Loki. But the image of the god flickered for a moment before disappearing completely. Tony looked at Percy. Percy gripped his sword in return and gazed with sharp eyes around the room. "You must really protect your pets better, Perseus." The voice came from the corner of the room, and Percy watched wide-eyed as Bessie was levitated out of the pool, his scepter held ready to gut the creature. "This is a line break." Hermes was furious. He was just simply furious. He flew around with his winged shoes, high above the great golden city of Asgard. Down below, battles raged, and even above, his sibling sand cousins fought wildly against the forces of the Asgardians. He was furious for letting his father start this battle. Furious at himself for letting his children fight. He was furious for even just coming to fight. He swooped down and knocked a guard down with his caduceus. It took only 3 swift blows to down the guard. Hermes then turned to the demigod, one of his sons by the name of Lucas, who was nursing a broken arm. "Thank you, father," his son said as he attempted to stand tall, well, as tall as a 13-year-old should stand. "You have done well." Hermes touched his son's arm and healed it. "Now go. You know better than to fight without a partner." "Yes, father," his son nodded before picking up his discarded sword. Hermes then readied his favored weapon and gazed up at the main structure of Asgard, the castle. It was his destination. He wanted nothing more than to turn and go and help his children, but the faster he received his father's weapon, the better. As he flew towards the majestic building, Artemis cleared the way from above, shooting from her never-ending supply of arrows. Nico gripped his sword and advanced at a slow pace towards the god of mischief. He didn't fear the horned god. To be honest, he didn't feel anything at the moment except anger. It was anger that fueled him in battle. He loved the feeling of it rushing through his veins, the way it made his heart pound erratically. But as always, he couldn't let the anger consume him. So he reined it in slowly, letting it charge and grow deep inside him. Connor, Travis and Malcolm were up high on the rooftop of the plaza, arrows trained on the god. Katie was standing a little behind Nico, waiting for his order. Although he was younger than all of the demigods current in the fight, he was the most powerful. He was the leader. "I expected something more impressive," Nico said casually as he readied his sword. At a simple signal, the god would become a pincushion. "I should be saying the same to you, Haddison," Loki drawled, "but appearances can fool even the wisest man." "So I've been told." Nico raised his sword slightly to the left, the signal. In an instant, a volley of arrows flew towards the god, who merely smirked. Loki slammed his staff into the cobbled ground and a shock wave ran out. The walls of the buildings cracked, and the camp's archers wobbled and were forced to slow their attack. Behind Nico, Katie wavered and fell. Nico himself stood tall and proud. "That was child's play," Nico smirked as he stopped the tremor with a single raised hand. Percy had taught him how to manage the power of earthquakes a little while ago. Seeing as Percy was the son of the Earth Shaker, and Nico the son of the god of minerals, they shared the power of being able to produce tremors of enormous magnitude. Nico watched a golden dagger soared through the air and barely missed Loki's shoulder. Turning around, he sent the newly collected Katie a grateful smirk. That gave him enough of a distraction window. He pushed his sword through the cobbles like it was butter, and with a simple, quick incantation, a great black chasm opened up in the ground. Just as Loki was about to be swallowed, though, the image flickered gold and disappeared completely. "Loki flickered out," Nico said in the comlink. "Hello? I feel like I'm on Star Trek." Connor broke through the comlink. "Beam me up, Scotty." "You keep clogging the comlink, I'll shove a beam where the sun doesn't shine," Natasha said through the comm. "You got one of his shadows. Watch out for them. Clint and I have already taken out 3. Hulk's smashed out a few. They're getting weaker and coming back slower," Steve commented. "The real Loki's weakening." "Fantastic." Nico was cut off as a sudden explosion rocked the night air. All across Olympus the fights paused for a moment. They watched as a great ring of fire spread out from the throne room. The ground shook suddenly and Nico and the Hulk were the only ones left standing. By mortal standards that would have been about a 10 on the Richter scale. "I do not like the look of that," Nico muttered before disappearing. Throne room, 5 minutes previous. "What are you going to do, reindeer games? Make us some Bessie burgers?" Tony joked lightly, not realized the full extent of the situation. "Shoot him," Percy roared suddenly as he charged forward. If Loki burnt Bessie's entrails, that would give him more power than he already had. Loki could destroy all the gods, Greek and Norse alike. Tony shot an anti-tank missile at Loki, but the god raised his hand and it veered greatly to the right. It somehow managed to hit the fisherman's chair. A sudden tsunami of water erupted around the throne room. Tony was instantly engulfed and pushed against a wall due to the pressure. He barely managed to shout, "Jarvis! Airlock," before he was engulfed in the water. Percy thanked his lucky stars as the water crashed through the throne room, stuck with nowhere else to go because of the airtight doors and walls. He propelled himself forward and tackled the god of mischief, driving him into a wall. Loki obviously wasn't affected by the lack of oxygen because when Percy pinned him against the wall, he merely offered a smirk before launching a solid kick to Percy's diaphragm. Percy rocketed through across the room and landed against the doors of the room. Clenching his fists, he forced the water against the door, pushing them open due to the force. As the water poured out of the room, Percy turned just in time to see Tony airlifting Bessie away from Loki. "You have no idea of the magnitude of that creature's power, Stark," Loki gazed up at Tony. "He looks pretty harmless," Tony replied playfully. Percy tried to take in the situation. What he was about to do was extremely stupid. Dangerous. Irresponsible. Reckless. Life-threatening. He slammed his sword into the ground, where it slid up to its hilt. Channeling all the power he had in his being, he felt the ground begin to shake violently. He clenched his legs to keep a solid grip as the earthquake increased. He felt the power flow out of him in waves and he prayed it would work. He needed the quake to activate the chair's defense mechanisms. "What the hell are you doing?" Tony questioned as he missed a piece of flying rubble. "Yes, Perseus, what are you doing?" Loki mocked as he stood tall with his scepter. "Playing dominoes," Percy responded with a smirk. Just as he said that, a large portion of the roof fell of Zeus' chair. The lightning bolts zoomed across the room, causing the roof's already weak structure to start to collapse. Various pieces of rubble landed in various places. One large piece landed on Aphrodite's throne, making Cupid arrows fly around. One landed on Artemis' chair that then fired its arrows. It was a never-ending game of dominoes. One chair would erupt to protect itself, making another erupt. Percy kept channeling the power into the earthquake though. He couldn't let it be finished just yet. He was beginning to weaken, even with the curse of Achilles. Loki had fallen long ago, stuck by a lightning bolt. Down, but not finished. Tony on the other hand was in a corner, holding the very freaked out Bessie tightly. Eventually Percy couldn't keep it up though. He sunk further to the floor, hands growing lax on his sword. He thought his efforts had been for naught when he saw Loki rise, but then one of Artemis' arrows landed on Apollo's throne, the only untouched one so far. It was as if the two siblings' thrones shared their hatred. Apollo's throne sent out a large ring of fire, and Percy bent to cover his face instinctively. It went on for about 10 seconds before the fire died down. Of course various points in the throne room were still alight. "Impressive, I must say." Loki stood and wiped ash from his face, "but not enough to stop me, I'm afraid." Percy felt like an idiot. He shouldn't have put all his eggs in one basket. He was too weak to fight the god now. All he wanted to do was sleep. Tony was setting Bessie down on the surprisingly still standing aquarium, holding a steady hand out, his repulsor beginning to whine. "Without that mindless beast around you cannot defeat me," Loki let out a chuckle. "I'm not a mindless beast." Nico suddenly appeared and thrust his sword right through Loki's back, the black tip piercing through the stomach armor like it was butter, "but I'll do." Drawing out the sword, Nico kicked Loki's knees out from underneath him. God or not, being stabbed through the stomach with a sword made of hell metal had to hurt. Loki tried to push himself off the ground, but Nico pressed the tip of his sword over the god's heart. "Do it," Loki whispered, red, blue and gold blood gurgling from his mouth. "You're begging for death?" Nico questioned with a raised eyebrow. I'm asking for freedom. His cousin stuck his sword in the ground, and with a quick incantation the ground opened up and swallowed the god of mischief. Percy blinked in surprise. That's it? He rubbed his eyes as the world titled dangerously to the right. Where did that creepy black chasm lead? Tony questioned. He landed and looped a supporting arm under Percy's armpits. Tartarus, Nico replied with a grim frown. We don't know where he hid the weapons. Probably Asgard, Percy muttered as he pulled away from Tony. If he wanted it to look like the Asgardians were to blame, then he'd hide them there. Where are you going? Nico questioned. Contact Father, Percy said in fractured English as he hoisted himself onto the large throne. Last time you did that you nearly fried yourself. Shush, shushed his cousin. Father, Percy called out mentally. He felt a jolt of power run through him, and he tensed on instinct. What have I told you about sitting on the throne, Percy? His father sounded extremely agitated. Not to do it. But you need to come back. We got rid of Loki. Percy tried to put as much emotions into his thoughts as possible. We think he hid the weapons in Asgard. Come back and talk it out like civil people, gods, beings. I shall see what I can do, Poseidon said gruffly. What did you do to the thrones? Many of us felt something earlier. I may have blown up the throne room, Percy gave a mental shrug. Get off the throne before you burn, son, Poseidon said with a fatherly sigh. Percy slid off the throne and blinked a couple of times. The hair on his arms had yet again begun to singe from the raw power that the thrones contained. He was surprised for a moment to see Natasha standing by the throne of Artemis, supporting an injured Clint. Broken arm, nothing serious, she concluded to the others. My dad will see what he can do, Percy muttered as he sat down. Loki's not coming back? Clint questioned as he too sat down. To get out of Tartarus you need an amazing amount of power, Nico muttered as he gazed up at the sky through the broken roof. What did he mean, asking for freedom? Why would he want to destroy the gods but then give up so easily? I don't know, Percy muttered. It's just as confusing as him giving me a warning at the ball. It makes it sound like he was being forced to do it. We don't have time to play pity the villain, Natasha said as she watched Steve and a half-naked Bruce walk in. We have all the time in the world, Connor commented lightly as he entered, Travis, Malcolm and Katie trailing behind him. Not like we can just march up to Asgard. I'm not marching anywhere, Percy groaned as he stood and walked over to his sword. With a hefty pull he got his sword out of the ground and back into pen form. I need a cheeseburger and a Slurpee. I don't think they deliver here, Tony joked as he removed his helmet. Who's going to tell Thor? He gazed at the chasm in the floor. If we even see Thor again, Clint grunted, we don't know when their pissing contest will finish or what the cost will be. He's not going to like it, Natasha shook out her red curls. Too bad for him. Nico removed his chest plate and pulled out a baggie of ambrosia. Shucking it toward Percy, the son of Poseidon took a large bite before passing it onto the closest demigod. Bad for us. He's the angry god of thunder with the massive hammer, remember? Tony said sarcastically. I think that's the least of our problems. Steve gazed around at the trashed throne room. We just destroyed the home of the gods. Peeved, Percy gave a small smile, not the first time. Remember how Hermes told us about the 2000 New Year's party? Nico chuckled. Who knew Hephaestus had a sense of humor? Connor gave a little laugh of his own. Y2K. That was better than the Mayan calendar. A sudden burst of bright light shone through the roof and everyone looked up. For a moment they were blinded by it, but as it cleared they found themselves looking at Apollo. Dressed in golden toga, he had a single headphone in, blasting Eye of the Tiger, and his trademark Ray-Bans on. I'm back, S. Apollo looked at the people in front of him. Percy looked relatively unharmed, a little singed, if anything. The man in the awesome metal suit and Captain America seemed unharmed as well. The demigods seemed okay as well. The archer, Apollo wondered how that man could be that good of an archer without being related to him, was sporting some injuries, and the smoking hot red head seemed to be rather protective of him. He then inspected the room. Roof caved in, floors ruined, chairs singed. It looked worse than it did after the New Year's party back in 2000. Pulling his Ray-Bans down slowly he gazed at the group, blue eyes shining with mirth. Who held a party? He looked at Percy and shook his head. You could have at least invited me. I'll keep that in mind next time, Percy deadpanned. Apollo pulled out his headphones and pushed them into an empty pocket of space for later use. He looked down at himself and frowned. His golden toga, best toga out of all the Olympians, if you ask him, was splattered with golden godly blood. Grimacing, he changed into a more appropriate outfit of a dress shirt and shorts. There was still ichor on his arms, and he knew he would have to spend years getting all of it off his arrows. He knew if he changed into his godly form he would come out squeaky clean, but he didn't want to burn the poor mortals. As he walked past everyone, he cleaned them up with a single snap of his fingers. The shirtless man got a shirt, the wounds were healed, even their hair was cleaned. Apollo gazed up at the sky for the moment, pausing by the large open crack in the ground. Up there had been mayhem. He was privately thankful that Poseidon had ordered him back. Apparently his father and uncle were about to start a peaceful negotiation. Apollo could see it going well. Getting rid of that trickster Loki had dampened some of their fury enough so the two deities could talk. Now there was the simple question of finding the weapons. Apollo had dreamed of them earlier in the day. They rested in a large chamber of some sort, and from what Poseidon had told him, the weapons were indeed on Asgard. Honestly, the whole ordeal was so confusing it was starting to hurt Apollo's head. So who got rid of him? Apollo knelt down to the large dark crack and gazed down into it. He who shines in the dark shall get rid of the bound prince. Pardon? Captain America questioned. What does that mean? Who are you? Oh, right, introductions. Apollo stood up and rubbed his hands together. Apollo, god of music, prophecies, the sun, lots of other stuff we don't have time to recite. And that nice little sentence was from a lovely little dream I had a little while ago. A prophecy? Percy questioned with furrowed brows. No. Apollo stared at Percy's dream. There's a difference. I'm guessing it was you. Nico, actually, Percy said with a blink. I was not expecting that. Apollo gazed around again and pushed his sunglasses back over his eyes. Usually it's Percy. It was supposed to be Percy. No need to thank us. We just saved your ass. But honestly, no thank you required, Tony said sarcastically. You have a lot of guts. Apollo pointed at Tony. I like that. And I like the suit. It gives you style. Are you sure he's a god? Clint questioned sarcastically. I should take offense to that, but you're such a good archer I can't get mad at you. Apollo rubbed his hands together. Father says he needs you down in the mortal realm. Is something attacking there? Bruce asked as he fiddled with his newly appeared shirt nervously. No, but he'll be coming back soon. Apollo gazed around, and I don't think he'll be happy. We're just not leaving after what we've done, Steve commented. We have a right to know what's going on. We'll call you back up. Apollo tilted his head to the side slightly as if listening to something. But you pissed off a lot of gods by sitting on their thrones. I'll just zap you back down to the tower, and I'll send you a message when you need to come back up. Of course you three, he looked at the unusually quiet demigods, can go back to camp. We're not going back. Natasha folded her arms over her chest. The rest are. But I can drop you off by my palace as I swing by if you like. Apollo pulled down his glasses and winked at her. Are you flirting with me? Natasha straightened up and glared daggers at the god. Yes. Apollo didn't seem at all ashamed. Is it working? No. Natasha deadpanned. Then to Stark Towers you go. Apollo clapped his hands and they were all suddenly enveloped in a bright white light. For a moment Percy was blinded, but when his eyes managed to clear he found himself standing in the penthouse of Stark Towers. Everyone else blinked in surprise as well, eyes going to one another. I did not like him, Tony commented as he began walking to the door. We save his home and he sends us back. Well, I don't particularly. Percy turned as he saw a flash of blue from the corner of his eyes. The top of the Empire State Tower was now shining a deep blue. He couldn't help but crack a smile. Does that mean something? Bruce gestured to the lights. It's a signal that means I'm safe. Percy shook his head and gazed at the ground. My mother was probably having a panic attack at home. The group of heroes didn't settle for a while that night. Tony was outside on his landing pad having his suit taken off and checking it over. Despite the crisp air, Bruce was more concerned with eating half of the pantry. Steve was fiddling with his hands. Nico was eating the other half of the pantry, and Natasha and Clint had disappeared off to gods know where. Percy spent the rest of the night just walking around the penthouse. He'd tried watching TV. He'd tried reading, big mistake, so he instead settled for endless pacing. Was it really over? No, it'd never be over. They might have gotten Loki, but they still had to get the weapons, heal relations with the Asgardians, and Percy had all of his personal things to deal with. He had to go to school. He had to try and get his spot on the swim team back. He had to deal with media. With paparazzi. Sometimes it seemed battles never ended. At the crack of dawn he finally went to bed. It seemed sleeping did little to ease his mind. He was sucked straight into a vivid and disturbing dream. He was on a rocky planet that was surrounded by twinkling galaxies and stars. It would have been considered beautiful by anyone who laid eyes on it except for the large, strange-looking alien creature. His skin seemed to be a slightly off purple, he wore strange armor and had odd hands and an even odder face. The little hero, he seemed to hiss, "You think you've won?" Not yet. Percy found his voice and watched as the man began circling him. "You're wise for a human," he said the word, human, with absolute distaste. "You know the way of battle." "No thanks to you." Percy tried to keep up a bravado. "I didn't quite catch your name." "I am Thanos," the man said with a gurgling chuckle. "No you're not, I've seen Thanos." Percy remembered one holidays when Nico convinced him to come down to Hades and he had a chance to meet death. "You're not him." "You ignorant fool." Thanos got right up in his face and Percy couldn't help but hold his breath. "You call me wise then call me a fool. That's a bit confusing," Percy couldn't help but say. It seemed to be a bad mistake. The man-alien thing grabbed his neck in a vice-like hold and squeezed. Of course Percy couldn't feel it, and it didn't hurt, but it was still uncomfortable. But then he was lying on his bed. Breathing erratic, heartbeat fast, sheets tangled around his legs. He tried to get out of bed but failed greatly, ending up on the floor, legs forced into a twisted shape. Grunting and swearing he untangled himself and stepped away from the bed like it was about to catch fire. Gods! Percy ran a hand through his sweaty hand while one went to his neck. He could still feel Thanos' grip around his neck. His clock read 10:31 a.m. and he rubbed his face. Glancing out across the city he felt like going and hiding in his room, back at his apartment. But instead he padded into the shower and wiped away all signs of the battle. He then changed into more comfortable clothes and sat on the edge of his bed. Turning on the TV he started watching the headlines. Noticing the lack of tsunamis, earthquakes, lightning strikes and storms, Percy figured things must have quieted down a bit. He was about to turn it off when a correspondent appeared. "I'm standing outside Stark Towers where the media is in a frenzy. Billionaire Tony Stark has announced he is going to be making an announcement in less than 5 minutes that will answer any questions the public has about the Avengers. This comes after many anti-Avengers protests and calls for the Mutant Registration Act to be redrafted back into government. I am going to kill him," Percy hissed in anger as he rushed out of his room and up to the penthouse. Finding it empty he rushed out onto the balcony and gazed down, attempting to see the crowd. It actually wasn't hard to see. It seemed the whole street had to be closed due to the crowd's size. "Jarvis, where is everybody?" Percy questioned as he walked back inside. "Mr. D'Angelo's whereabouts are unknown. Agents Barton and Romanoff are at SHIELD headquarters, Dr. Banner is in the lab, and Captain Rogers is having a coffee at a cafe down the street," Jarvis recited in his perfect English accent. Heading into the elevator he got down the lobby and saw there was already a raised platform ready outside the door. Tony was sitting on one of the lounges in the lobby, nursing some coffee. "Why are you doing this? We still have issues up on Olympus to handle." Percy folded his arms over his chest. "Fury ordered it." Tony nursed his coffee closer to his chest. "Apparently he has the World Security Council riding up his ass about making sure the public knows we're not a threat." "Now," Percy asked with wide eyes, "what's got you so stressed? Loki's gone for good. We don't have to worry about anything for a while." Tony pushed himself up. Percy felt like telling Tony about his dream, but shaking his head he looked at Tony. "I'm going up to Olympus." "Good luck getting through that crowd." Tony chuckled as if it was funny. Percy pursed his lips. Blackjack was probably being cared for back at camp after the battle. He couldn't call Mrs. O'Leary, and it seemed his only exit was off the front street. Grunting he glared at Tony before gathering his courage and walking out onto the street. Instantly cameras started flashing and people began yelling questions. If he could fight the god of mischief, he could handle the media. Walking down the street they surrounded him like a cloud, thrusting microphones in his face. He had only made it a couple meters when he was forced to stop. 3 questions only, he grunted, then you leave. Stephanie May from 6PR. Are you going to pay for the damages you've done to the city? One lady asked when he pointed at her. I don't even have a paying job, Percy snorted. Who is the black-haired teen who fights with you? Another one asked. My cousin, he responded dully. Are you a mutant? No, Percy said with finality. 3 questions are up. There was a sudden loud car honk that made everybody turn around. A bright red Ferrari purred in the street, despite the fact the road had been closed off. Percy recognized the car instantly and pushed through the crowd. Opening the passenger door, he hopped in. Perfect timing, Percy said to Apollo. When is anything I do not perfect? Apollo smirked at him before revving the engine. Percy walked with his father through the peaceful gardens of Olympus. The city was yet again thriving with life and activity. Satyrs were fixing up the parks, the local tradesmen helped with some rebuilding, and they were setting up for a thank you festival and large sacrifice to the gods. People dropped to their knees at the sight of Poseidon, showing their respect. His father didn't seem at all deterred by it, he seemed to take it all in his stride. What I don't understand is that he said his name is Thanos. Percy was telling his father about his dream, but it didn't look like death. Percy stared down at the ground. You're right. Poseidon sat down on a bench. It isn't death. There had been whispers in the past of another Thanos, far more powerful than we could expect. He is not a god, but rather an alien. He was the leader of the Chitauri. So he was in league with Loki? Percy questioned. Yes, Loki was the one who opened the portal for him. Poseidon stared at a tall oak in the distance, but I had met the trickster previously, at previous meetings with the Asgardians. He is sneaky, quick of tongue and very talented in many areas, and yet it does not seem like him to get into league with a creature like Thanos. Why don't you just send someone down to the pit to question Loki? Percy asked with curiosity. Loki isn't in the pit. Poseidon looked at his son. Where is he then? Percy questioned as his brow furrowed. He is facing punishment on Asgard. Poseidon sighed deeply. Loki had revealed he had hidden the weapons within the halls of the Allfather's palace to frame him, and the Allfather would not return them without Loki facing Asgardian justice. He gave us our weapons back, and in return we gave him Loki and a solid promise that we would not harm Thor while he is on Earth. You just handed him over? Percy questioned, outraged. After all the trouble we went through. It was the safest way to avoid more bloodshed. Lord Odin has informed us Loki has been banished to the Isle of Silence. Poseidon gazed up at the sky. I like it as much as you do, Percy. The others won't like this. Percy stared at the floor. They don't have much of a say, Poseidon said gently. Lord Zeus' words are final. Doesn't mean we have to like it. Percy stuck his hands into his pockets. You've done well, son. His father rested a hand on his shoulder, but now you get a break. Percy couldn't help but snort. I have school tomorrow, he muttered. That's anything but a break. Percy was actually having a hard time wrapping his head around the fact he would be going back to school tomorrow. If the media was acting the way it was, he shuddered to imagine what the students would be like. Would they admire him? Would they hate him? Or would they just flat out ignore him? He really hoped they would just annoy him. But then there was the simple problem of securing his spot on the swimming team, and he didn't even want to think about the homework he missed out on. The fact that you can face gods and still be afraid of mortal teenagers surprises me. His father let go of his shoulder. I'll let you get back down there. The media's worse than children of Aphrodite. Percy stood up. He gazed up at the sky suddenly as a great black shadow swooped down. He couldn't help but smile as Blackjack slowed his trot and walked up to him. Those Aphrodite spawn tried to braid my mane once, Blackjack said as he shook out his black hair. Hey boss. Boss? Poseidon questioned with a raised eyebrow and slight smile. He's boss, your lord. Blackjack neighed and bent at the knees slightly in his version of a bow. I don't even want to be boss, Percy said as he hoisted himself up onto his Pegasus. I'll speak to you soon, Poseidon said with a pleased shake of his head. He rested his hand on Blackjack before stepping aside, giving the creature the room to spread his wings. Blackjack took to the air, wasting no time getting over the city. Percy felt his troubles melt away at the feeling of flying through the city. He breathed deeply before guiding Blackjack down onto the roof of Stark Tower. Patting the winged horse for a moment, he muttered goodbye before getting into the elevator. After washing and changing his clothes, he spent some time up watching TV. He Skyped Annabeth for a couple of hours, talking about what happened and some pointless things. It was good just to see her face. She offered him some advice on school, suggesting he should go through the back and be the first in his classes so he could get the back seats. Percy thanked his lucky stars that he had such a glorious girlfriend. Night came too quickly, and after eating some pizza on the roof with Nico, he settled down to bed. He sunk into the pillows and was asleep within seconds. No dreams came to him that night, and he counted himself lucky. Morning came too quickly. The light from outside burned into his eyes, and the constant buzzing of his alarm clock made him want to smash it. 5 more minutes, he muttered sleepily as he buried his head under his blanket. "I cannot allow that, sir," Jarvis chimed from above him. "I thought you were supposed to care for the members of Stark's house?" Percy muttered darkly as he rolled out of bed. "That is one of my primary functions," Jarvis said in his cool British accent, "but I am also responsible for running house schedules." "Whatever," Percy said as he blearily changed into a suitable outfit of jeans, a black shirt and navy blue hoodie. He ran his fingers through his hair as he checked his appearance. It would do. Percy rifled through his bag and made sure he had all of his books before heading up for breakfast. He was surprised to see Tony already up, seeing as it was only 7:30. Usually the billionaire wouldn't be up until around 10:00. "I am so glad I graduated high school at 16, Tony smirked at him. "I always hated the early starts." "You are the son of billionaire. You could probably show up to classes late and no one would bat an eyelid." Percy poured himself some cereal and sat down at the table. "True," Tony shrugged, "but private schools wear stricter." "Tell me about it." Percy remembered all of the private schools he had been kicked out of. Tony refilled his coffee cup and gazed at his tablet, brow furrowed. "How you getting to school?" "Thought I'd catch the subway," Percy muttered around a mouthful of food, "or a cab." Tony snorted. "You're famous now, kid. You've got to show up in style." "It's fine. I'll take you in my Acura." Tony ignored Percy. "A taxi's fine, honestly," Percy pressed as he finished his cereal. "I need to find Paul anyway. A guardian needs to sign me in anyway." "Seriously?" Tony snorted. "It's so the guardian knows we were actually suspended. Most parents don't end up coming to the prior parent meeting, so they want to make sure the kids just didn't skip," Percy explained half-heartedly as he cleaned his bowl. "No one can deny me." Tony flashed him a smile. "Let me get changed, then I'll drive you." "I'll be gone before you've even changed your shirt," Percy threatened as he picked up his bag and headed for the elevator. "Don't let him leave, Jarvis," Tony chimed as he entered the elevator. "I want to see what public school is like anyway." This is not a time to inspect New York public schools. The elevator closed and Percy angrily pressed the down button. The door refused to open, so he headed for the balcony door, but that too was locked. Grumbling angrily, he paced until the elevator door finally opened. Seeing it was empty, he grabbed his door and entered. The course was pre-planned though, and the doors opened to reveal the fast garage of Anthony Stark. The palladium-powered Acura was already rumbling away. Tony sat at the wheel wearing a simple tux and a pair of expensive sunglasses. Percy muttered darkly before getting into the passenger seat. "This is my baby," Tony said affectionately as he ran his hand across the dash, "one of a kind. It cost $9 million. No one else is going to waste money on this." Percy rolled his eyes as he did up his seatbelt. Tony gave him a stern glare. "Don't ever call my car a waste." "Can we just go to school?" Percy sighed. "Jarvis, set a course for good high school." Tony rolled out of the garage and onto the main street. Percy wanted to crawl into a hole and die. Everyone on the street instantly turned to gawk at them, and some even brought out phones to take photos. Luckily, Tony's erratic driving had them zooming through the back streets of New York per Jarvis' instructions. As they pulled up to the school though, all of the students turned to look at them. Most of the people were early goers who had to commute from further out or had activities like track or basketball. A group of basketball players began talking loudly about the car as it rolled smoothly past them. Palladium-powered 80,000 TOHC 32-valve engine with titanium-forged block and nitrous fuel injection system, one muttered as his jaw hit the floor. "This is the worst day of my life," Percy said as Tony parked the car in clear view of the entrance so that any new arriving students could gawk at it. "I didn't expect public school to be like this." Tony got out of the car and locked it with simple command after Percy got out. "Learn new things every day though." "I'm going to go find Paul." Percy began walking up to the school, but Tony easily caught up to him. "I'll sign that form." Tony shrugged carelessly as he flashed Percy a smile. By now they had the full attention of staff, students and even the grumpy gardener. Some whispered behind their hands while others openly called for Tony to do something cool. People seemed openly unafraid to gaze at the pair of Avengers. "Just smile and wave," Tony said as he widened his smile and waved at a pair of swooning girls. Luckily they entered the front office before the first bus arrived. Inside the office the middle-aged women at the front desk did a double take that would have been hilarious in any other situation. Tony strode confidently up to the front desk and flicked his sunglasses down. "Apparently I need to sign some forms," he said with a confident raised eyebrow. She stuttered helplessly, "only his guardian can." "I think'll suffice, he was with me the past 2 weeks anyway." Tony flashed her another smile. "And who do I talk to about making a donation?" The women had enough common sense to cough up the forms for Tony to sign. The billionaire signed them with a flourish before pulling out his checkbook and writing a check for $1 million. "Oh, wow, the office lady yet again stuttered as she gripped the check. Tony turned on his heel and walked out, leaving Percy to catch up to him this time. Outside a huge crowd of students waited to catch a glimpse of the billionaire. Everyone had cameras at the ready and flashes went off everywhere. Tony cut through the crowd easily, occasionally signing school books or bags. Percy on the other hand rushed through faster, going outside and breathing in some fresh air. "I love people." Tony gave him a huge smile as he began walking back to the car. "How can you stand that every day?" Percy questioned as he shot looks at the crowding masses. "Just the perks of being a billionaire." Tony glanced at his car and glared at the large circle of people that surrounded it. "I'm going to get to class." Percy jerked his thumb back towards the school. "Yeah, all right." Tony was still looking at his car. They better not have touched it with their grubby little fingers. "See you," Percy muttered half-heartedly as he turned around and headed into C block where his English class was. The crowds parted for him and everybody stared at him. He sat down at the back of the class and pulled out his books. People poked their head in unabashed and stared at him as if waiting for him to do something astounding. He glared at them as if threatening them to even look at him for a moment longer. The bell rang and everyone sat down in their seats. Paul strolled into the class and after flashing Percy a small smile, stood behind his desk. "Have you all finished your essays?" Paul asked as he walked up and down the aisles to collect them. When he came to Percy he winked at him before saying loudly, "Your essay? I didn't do it." Percy swore mentally at the fact he'd forgotten to do his essay, but all the while was thankful that Paul was overplaying the fact he was a normal student. "Just because you're off saving the world doesn't mean you don't have to do it." Paul shook his head. "Detention at lunch, Mr. Jackson." "Sorry, Mr. Blofeld," Percy said as he ducked his head for good measure. The class laughed at him and Percy smiled at his desk. It was nice to know that no matter how high he was up on the power chain outside of high school, he'd still be treated like his normal slack self. And honestly that's all he wanted. Not to be seen as Gladiator the Avenger, but rather Percy Jackson, the ADHD kid who had a tendency to get in trouble. After all, who wanted to stand out in high school? The end. Now we will see you in the next video.